Morning and welcome to today's Estimates Committee hearings. Minister, I invite you as the Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries and the Minister for Recreational Fishing to introduce the officials accompanying you. Once you've completed that, I'll go through the order of questionings before giving you before you can issue your statement. Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Andrew Bayless, Senior Executive Director, Industry Development and Corporate Services. Ms. Lorraine Cower, Senior Executive Director, Biosecurity Animal Welfare. Mr. Matt Osborne, Senior Executive Director, Fisheries. And Ms. Joanna Frankenfield, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'll invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 20 minutes. I'll then call for questions relating to the statement. The committee will then consider any whole-of-government budget and fiscal strategy related questions before moving on to output-specific questions. I'll invite the Shadow Minister to ask their questions first, followed by committee members. Finally, other participating members may ask questions. Other members may join in on a line of questioning pursued by a Shadow Minister rather than waiting for the end of the Shadow's questioning on an output. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries? I'll give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. Minister.
Yes, I do. Agriculture dominates the Northern Territory landscape and is by far the largest productive use of land across all Territory tenure types. This is one of the reasons the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries was created, to look after agriculture primary production, which is an economic driver and a fundamental part of the Northern Territory lifestyle. My Department of Agriculture and Fisheries comprises of 4 key divisions: Industry Development and Corporate Services, Agriculture, Fisheries and Biosecurity and Animal Welfare. I will cover some of the highlights from each of these divisions in turn. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that we have experienced a significant wet season across the Territory, one of our biggest on records. Many parts of the Territory were impacted, including our pastoral and agricultural sector. I recognise that seasonal conditions affect every operation differently, and that this year has presented its own set of challenges and opportunities for our sector. There were some properties that had never seen flooding like it before, and we acknowledge the impact on farm infrastructure, machinery and equipment, roads and stock. We've also been tested by unprecedented global pressures, particularly the ongoing fuel and fertiliser supply and pricing shocks linked to the conflict in the Middle East. These are not marginal challenges, they go directly to the cost base of agriculture and fishery sectors, which rely on both of the inputs to remain competitive. Under these circumstances, it is critically important that the government and industry work hand in hand to strengthen regional supply chains, guarantee inputs, and reduce the cost of doing business wherever possible. Ensuring the Territory remains a competitive place to invest and operate is essential to sustain momentum and deliver long-term growth for Territorians. Rebuilding the economy remains a central priority for the Whanokayara Government, and 2026 is firmly positioned as a year of growth, a year to restore confidence and unlock investment across agriculture and fisheries in the Territory, with a strong focus on restoring industry confidence to invest, expand and diversify. The Department of Agriculture and Fishery remains The Department of Agriculture and Fisheries remains on key agricultural development while also building resilience across the sectors. Our government is getting runs on the board with highlights across the sector, including bringing on new agricultural land at Wildman Agricultural Development and supporting the Sweetwater Agricultural Developments through their approval process. The Pastoral Land Board has cleared the historic backlog of pastoral development applications, reducing the average processing time from 10.5 months to around 3.5 months, with 19 permits granted over 37,000 hectares of developable land area. That's more than the 3 previous years combined, which total 26,000 hectares. 2025 was the NT's strongest live cattle export year in over a decade, with nearly 45,000 head moving through Darwin Port, up 18%, and more than 310,000 NT produced. The department has hosted successful Douglas Daly Field Days in April, attracting over 100 attendees from the region across the Territory and from interstate. The Territory hosted the International Synopsis on Tropical Fruits in Darwin in December 2025, attracting local and international attendees, and the Territory will also be hosting, for the first time ever, the 2026 Agronomy Australia Conference in August this year. The Catherine Research Station will celebrate its 80th birthday with a Community Day this Saturday, and a 2 field day event will be held at Kidman Springs Station on the 19th and 20th of August. Importantly, the department continues to carry out extensive research across more than 70 projects in a range of areas driving innovation and improved outcomes for industry. The department has co-developed and is currently implementing a research program with peak industry bodies and top-end mango growers to trial different strategies for managing mango twig tip dieback. This year, the department has worked across multiple jurisdictions to negotiate mango market access via a new national protocol, the Interstate Certification Assurance, ICA 69, providing certainty for the Northern Territory mango industry with market access to South Australia and Western Australia now possible using a systems approach to manage fruit fly risk. The fisheries team within the department has delivered over 110,000 barramundi fingerlings across waterways in Greater Darwin to help restock. Kicked off the Hooked on Palmerston fishing competition by stocking 100 barramundi across a number of lakes in Palmerston, stocking Rump Jungle and McMinns Lagoon over the next few weeks, growing out 9,000 golden snapper fingerlings for stocking in Darwin Harbour later in the year. Strategic development including Wildman, Larrimah, Singleton and the expansion of the Ord River area remain critical to growing the Territory's agricultural footprint and diversifying production. At Wildman Agricultural Development, Duxton Farms continues to progress development activities, with the project now moving through regulatory approvals and establishment phases. This large-scale mixed farming development will support horticulture, broadacre cropping and cattle production, contributing to the long-term regional growth. The proposed expansion of the Ord River irrigation into the Northern Territory also continues to progress, with AAM Investment Group advancing development and planning approvals for the Sweetwater project area. In the Western Davenport region, the Singleton Farm project continues to move through approval and development planning. Once operational, the project is expected to deliver significant employment opportunities and establish one of the Territory's largest horticultural operations, including substantially to regional economic growth. The department will continue to work closely with all agricultural proponents to ensure timely progression through regulatory pathways and to support project delivery. Our government is also continuing to identify new land and market opportunities across the Territory with a strong focus on diversification of the pastoral estate. While beef production remains a cornerstone of the economy, there is an increasing opportunity to optimise land through complementary agricultural values that build resilience and attract private investment. Supporting this priority, the Pastoral Land Board has maintained improved performance in processing development applications, ensuring proponents can progress applications more efficiently, respond to market conditions. Across all projects, the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries remain committed to supporting industry through facilitation, market development and strategic coordination, ensuring the Territory is well positioned to rebuild, grow and strengthen resilience in the face of emergency challenges. Expanding the Northern Territory agriculture sector is critical to driving growth in regions, growing employment and boosting our economy. Recent flooding across the entire Northern Territory has a significant impact on broadacre and horticultural crops and agricultural systems. This, coupled with the conflict in the Middle East, has seen a tightening of supply chain inputs, significantly fuel and fertiliser that the agriculture sector relies upon. The Northern Territory Government is working with peak industry bodies and the Australian Government to coordinate help to support the sector through the current pressures and accelerate resilience. Earlier this year, the world's largest live export ship took 17,000 head of Territory cattle from Port Darwin, a pivot from business as usual for a sector that normally relies on regular visits from smaller vessels. Filling an order of this size requires substantial coordination with cattle sourced from across the Territory, trucked to export yards, fed and watered at the same time. In 2025, the NT's live cattle export trade recorded its strongest performance in over a decade, with 447,000 head exported through the Darwin port. The NT accounted for approximately 40% of Australia's total live export. Our other stock industries include boxed beef, buffalo and crocodile. Currently, all of these are on a growth trend with further opportunities to support the Territory's economy. The Territory continues to be the Territory's largest mango jurisdiction. We produce over 50% of all mangoes produced in Australia. Additional to mangoes, we produce 25% of Australia's watermelons and 11% of the nation's musk and honey melons. The Territory can also lay claim to being the largest producer of jackfruit in Australia. The Territory produces dates, grapes and a range of tropical fruits like rambutan and starfruit. Central Australia and Barkly, through the Arid Zone Research Institute and on farms across the southern regions, are growing horticultural crops that capitalise on different fruit sets and harvest times to sell in markets around Australia. Territory broadacre farming are adopting sustainable cropping systems, rotating cotton, sorghum, corn and other sustainable crops, especially suited to our seasonal conditions and with strong synergies and benefits for Territory beef cattle industry. Territory is also home to a wide range of native bush foods, including kakadu plum, bush tomato, bush apple, which have been contributing to the Territory's economy, enabling Aboriginal enterprise and jobs on country. The Territory has also over 42,000 hectares of managed plantation forestry and over 1.7 million hectares of Aboriginal land, managed native forest and commercial potential. Plantation forestry remains an important industry and is currently the second largest production land user in the NT after cattle grazing, with more than 42,000 hectares of NT currently used to produce forestry products in managed plantations. Our government continues to deliver agricultural research through a range of projects and partnerships on our research farms through collaborative arrangements on commercial properties. It is an exciting time for our research farms, such as the department works towards strengthening their future. Specialist agricultural consultants, Bush Agribusiness, are providing independent review of the options that have been identified to improve the financial performance of research farms and how we can enhance their operations. I'm pleased to advise the department has already taken action on some of the immediate priorities identified. The buffalo herd is being sold, increasing area available on the Beatrice Hill Research Farm to focus on cattle research. Sale also create an opportunity for local industry to access our first-class buffalo genetics. The department is improving pastures at Douglas Daily Research Farm to support research. Work is commencing on installing solar infrastructure on our off-grid farms. Coastal Plains Research Farm is the department's key site for horticultural research with a range of products on established commodities like mangoes, as well as research to support possible new industries such as vanilla. Beatrice Hill Research Farm continues to be a key site for the department's research on cattle and floodplain production systems. The Katherine and Victoria River research stations are located within the Big River regions, facilitating research, extension and adoption programs across livestock and plant industries, along with plant and animal biosecurity and animal welfare officers providing support to industry and maintaining the Territory's freedom from pests and diseases. Staff also provide to Aboriginal pastoral enterprises to improve infrastructure and management. The Southern Region research farms are researching grazing management systems to enable the sustainable production of high-quality beef. We have over 15 years of data showing that Central Australian rangeland can produce premium quality beef across all seasons, giving the pastoral industry confidence to invest in a strong future. Varietal research is underway on a range of annual and perennial crops, including mangoes, avocados, G-grave, sesame, industrial hemp and cotton. Within the big regions, regional coordination is focused on further strengthening partnership with the industry and the wider community, which has included coordinating biosecurity training for NT agency staff, visiting schools and giving opportunities for school-based apprentices. In Central Australia and the Barkly, varietal research is extended to dates, mangoes, tubes and citrus, with growers of grapes reaping the benefits of accessing markets based on this research. Building a skilled, locally trained workforce is essential to strengthening the long-term sustainability and competitiveness of the Northern Territory agricultural sector. That is why the department is partnering with the Charles Darwin University and other universities in the northern regions and across Australia to support a number of master and doctoral research programs. One of these programs includes crop monitoring through remote sensing applications in the Northern Territory. We provide access to our research infrastructure and skilled staff to assist research students in conducting in-depth research on high-priority researchable industry-relevant issues, on completing their degrees, and collaboration builds a locally trained workforce ready and equipped to drive further economic growth across the sector. As you can see, agriculture in Northern Territory is uniquely positioned and is vast, diverse and full of potential. Fisheries and agriculture are a key pillar in the Northern Territory's economy and our lifestyle and our identity. Northern Territory's fisheries and agriculture sectors contribute significantly to our economy, supporting thousands of jobs and delivering real benefits across our regions and remote territories. Our government is taking decisive, productive action to ensure long-term sustainability and profitability in these sectors. 5 minutes. In this budget, we have committed to over $4 million for 2 years in strengthening fisheries compliance to ensure our rules are enforced, our fish stocks are protected, and the community has confidence in management of territory fisheries. We are also investing over $2.5 million over 2 years to deliver a comprehensive golden snapper recovery plan, addressing one of the Territory's most significant fishery challenges head-on. This is about protecting the resource now, so generations of Territorians continue to fish and enjoy our lifestyle. We are backing our compliance and protection access. We have strengthened fisheries compliance, and we are delivering visible enforcement across the Territory and working closely with Aboriginal marine rangers. This is critical, not just for sustainability, but for maintaining access to Aboriginal waters, which underpins the future of recreational tourism and commercial fishing. Recreational fishing alone contributes directly to the Territory economy, and we are continuing to deliver infrastructure across and stocking programs to enhance that experience. Biosecurity is also important, and the system must underpin our growth in agribusiness sector. The productivity and integrity of the Northern Territory produce in very competitive domestic and international markets depend on us having the right regulatory settings and a strong biosecurity system. We continue to monitor a number of biosecurity threats in the regions to our north that would have a significant impact on our agribusiness sector if they were detected in the Northern Territory. The team at Berry Farm has the ability to quickly diagnose a range of diseases, including foot and mouth, lumpy skin. Thankfully, the Territory remains free of these diseases at the moment. This year, the plant biosecurity was unable to negotiate a domestic protocol for the mango industry, which allowed domestic trade using systems approach, known as the ICA 69, which gives long-term assurance to mango industry that trade is important and domestic markets can continue. I'd like to thank all the staff for the work they've done in preparing for this estimate and also for the work they've done over the year. I know that the department have worked hard, they're passionate, and I really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now hand over to the Shadow Minister before we go to crossbench members, other members of the committee, and then we'll go to guest members. Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Chief Minister, for your opening statement, and all the staff behind you that do all the hours work to get prepared for today. So thank you for your time. Minister, you spoke about access to Aboriginal waters. Have you met with the Aboriginal land councils?
Yes, I have.
And what land councils have you met with?
I met with the Northern Land Council and also the Central Land Council.
But noting Central Land Council hasn't have access over waterways, it's just in regards. So how many times have you met with the Northern Land Council in the last financial year?
I met with them twice.
Twice, yeah. Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, just going to the Blue Mud Bay negotiations with traditional owners, where are those negotiations at?
I think you need to, I understand where you're going with that line of questioning, but Aboriginal Affairs is the lead agency in relation to that. So I think you need to save your questions for Aboriginal Affairs, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. But you do play a role in some of those negotiations, considering that you have the Seafood Council, Amateur Fishing Association, guided fishing industry that rely on those negotiations to have access agreements in place to ensure the sustainability of those industries. So I'm just trying to get an understanding from your responsibilities where those negotiations are at to ensure certainty for those industries.
I think to get an accurate answer to your questions, you need to direct your questions to the Aboriginal Affairs Minister.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move on to, that's fine. Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you point to funding to the budget for the continued phase out of gillnet fishing?
The CLP's commitment for phasing out of gillnet is by year 2028. Again, if you all want to look at a budget line for that, you need to speak to the Treasurer, because Treasury deal with the finances for the phase out of gillnets.
But you have responsibility over the phase out of gillnets, so I'm just trying to understand, like, how we expect to meet that deadline.
We're dealing with the Barramundi gillnet, but the funding line you've spoken about, that's the line of the question, is from Treasury, and you need to speak to Treasury about where the funding line is in relation to the phasing out of gillnets. So
you see yourself as having no responsibility of the funding when it comes to the licence buyback of that industry?
No, the Treasury have the responsibility of the funding, and we're committed to phasing out gillnets by 2028, which we intend to do.
Thank you. And when can licence holders expect certainty regarding transition agreements?
Well, we're in the phases now of working out the best method, and again, the Treasury are going to come up with the funds, so we need to direct your line of questioning to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how many, through the Chair, how many sawfish were caught in gillnets in the reporting period, and how many were returned alive?
What sort of fish did you say?
Sawfish.
I'll just try and get that information for you. Just give us a second.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Minister.
We'll just bring up the Director of Fisheries, Matt Osborne, who's moved to the end of the table.
Matt Osborne, Senior Executive Director of Fisheries. Thank you, Member for Daly, for the question. I don't have the figures on hand, but we'll be able to get that back to you shortly.
Member for Daly, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, how many sawfish were caught in gillnets in the reporting period, and how many were returned alive?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, we do accept the question.
The question asked by the Member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 3.1. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. How is bycatch in gillnets currently being monitored?
I'll pass down to the Director of Fisheries to be able to answer that question.
Thank you, Minister. Matt Osborne, Executive Director of Fisheries. Thank you, Member for Daly, for the question. The monitoring of threatened, endangered and protected species interactions in the barramundi fishery, as with all other fisheries, is the obligation of licence holders to report them as part of their logbook reporting requirements. So as they're reporting their catch, they also have to report interactions with threatened, endangered and protected species. We're also incorporating observational coverage of the barramundi fishery through a combination of electronic monitoring, which are camera on boats, as well as on-board observers.
Thank you, Matt. Through the Chair, Minister, I spoke about cameras being monitoring on boats, what's the percentage of boats that currently have cameras on them to monitor that?
What I can say is the program has collected 68 hours of footage. The electronic monitoring of program has faced some challenges in relation to implementation. The Australian Maritime Safety update requirements for the use of lithium batteries on vessels is one of the challenges. All the camera kits had to be recommissioned to meet the new safety standards in relation to lithium batteries. The EM kits are now approved and have been deployed on the fishery. Currently 4 vessels are wired to accept the units, and 4 more will have systems wired into the vessels in June or July for coverage of 80% of active vessels.
Sorry, when did you say by when? Sorry, to get to the 80%?
June or July.
June or July. This financial year?
Yep.
This year? Yep. So what is it currently? Because my understanding it's at roughly about 20% at the moment of cameras on boats.
Do we know what it is? There's 2 vessels with the cameras on the boats at the moment.
Out of how many vessels?
I'll pass over the director, so would.
All right, thank you, Minister.
Because you're talking about percentages around the active vessels, we'll have to confirm how many vessels are actually participating at the moment to give you an accurate figure for that. But there's currently 2 tenders that have cameras on them live at the moment. 4 more will have vessels, cameras on their vessels in June and July, and that'll provide 80% of active vessels in the fishery will have electronic monitoring coverage.
Thank you.
Would you like to put that on notice? Are you happy to take that on notice, Minister, for the percentages?
That answer, or do you?
There's still a gap with how many commercial fishing boats right now currently have cameras.
2.
Out of how many boats is the question. So we weren't able to answer how many boats in total.
Okay, we'll take that on question.
Yeah.
Member for Daly, please restate the question for the record.
So the question is, how many commercial boats are there? And how many commercial boats? Yeah, right now. Yep. Thank you, Minister. And how many of those commercial boats right now have cameras on them to monitor them?
So we accept the question, but I can answer 2 have got them right now, and the question taken on notice is how many are active right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
With how many boats? Yeah, I need to understand.
The question asked by the member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 3.2. Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, will you make critical habitats commercial gillnet free as a first step in phase out, for example, around the Daly and Roper, given the reduced monitoring?
I will. Apologies, Minister. Apologies, member for Daly. If we can rephrase that just so it's not asking for a new announcement. So potentially, is that current policy? Could be a way to structure that. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, for your guidance. Minister, given it's your current policy to phase out commercial gill nets, will commercial gill nets be provided free as a first step to phase them out, particularly for the Daly and Roper?
I still don't understand your question. Sorry, member for Daly. Can you rephrase the question?
So there's a commercial gill net. You're looking at phasing out commercial gill nets. So I'm just trying to understand whether you'll be giving commercial operators kind of a first step to phase it out, kind of free, to ensure that the viability of their longevity. No?
No.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you. I didn't have any further questions on that particular subject, but I'm not sure if any other members do.
Thank you, member for Daly. I'll check in. Member for Johnston.
Yeah, I've still got more in the output. I was just more. Yeah.
I'll just check in with other members. Yeah. All good. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, I'll just move on to compliance for fisheries. The budget includes additional $4 million in funding for fisheries compliance. Will any of this funding be used to support partnership with Aboriginal marine ranger groups undertaking monitoring, surveillance, compliance-related activities?
Yeah, this money is for operational funding.
Yep.
So if, in relation to... So you want to know if that funding is going to be used to work with Aboriginal marine rangers? So the answer is yes. So I'll just correct that. There is additional money for marine rangers.
Additional money outside of the $4 million?
Yes.
Yeah, and how much additional money is that?
I'll pass on to the CEO.
Thanks for the question, Member for Daly, Amelia Vella, CEO. The Marine Ranger program's $420,000 per annum. The $4 million is for fisheries compliance officers, which is separate funding.
No problem. And do you know roughly how many ranger groups that would spread across that?
It's currently 9.
9 ranger groups. Yep, thank you. And would you have a breakdown of that 400,000 into each ranger group, the costings, the funding into each of those ranger groups, or is it an overall kind of cost? I'm assuming it's through Northern Land Council ranger groups.
It's $60,000 per ranger group.
Yep, no problem. Thank you. Thank you. Is the additional, through the Chair, is there additional fisheries compliance funding intended to support enforcement of unlawful access to Aboriginal waters, or is it limited to offences under the fisheries legislation?
It's for offences under the fisheries legislation.
Thank you. That question's answered. Thank you. Through the Chair, the Marine Ranger Grant Program has provided funding to Aboriginal marine ranger groups for more than 20 years. Will funding for Aboriginal marine ranger groups continue 2026-27 under what arrangements? Which I think we just... Yeah.
I'll get the CEO to answer that question.
Yes, the Marine Ranger program will continue, but it's in a different form to what it's been previously. So I'll get the Director of Fisheries just to outline the changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt Osborne, Executive Director of Fisheries. Thank you, Member, for the question. The Marine Ranger program delivered by Fisheries has been ongoing since early 2000s. Fantastic partnerships with ranger groups delivering really good outcomes across the territory, enabled the building of compliance capabilities, research and getting their involvement in fisheries work. That arrangement has been static for that duration, whereas those same 9 ranger groups were receiving funding for the similar activities. What we're doing moving forwards is opening that opportunity up for more ranger groups to be engaged in the work that we do with fisheries by allowing it to be a competitive process, and other ranger groups that haven't previously been involved in the work that we do to be engaged in the research and compliance and other activities that are going on. That change has been communicated to impacted ranger groups and the land councils, and we're working through that transition to roll out in the early new financial year.
Thank you. And do you have a list of those new ranger groups that may be coming on around that research and compliance?
I don't have a list, but it's open to all coastal ranger groups and Aboriginal corporations to apply. It'll be a competitive process, so we're not limiting out to any individuals.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you. And just one last question on this, Minister, through the Chair. What consultation has been undertaken with Aboriginal marine ranger groups and land councils regarding any proposed changes to the ranger funding agreements?
I'll let Matt Osborne answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member, for the question. Matt Osborne, Executive Director of Fisheries. As outlined, the Department has engaged with all of the ranger groups that were currently receiving grants, as well as all of the land councils leading up to this change, and we'll be rolling out more communication for ranger groups that now have the opportunity to be part of that new grant arrangement that we're rolling out. That's involved conversations and emails.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, we've got an answer for the question taken on notice about swordfish.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
So I can say 109 swordfish interactions were reported in the 2025 fishing season, 1 February to 30 September. 103 were reported as released alive.
Okay. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Minister, recreational and commercial fishing stakeholders have been taken by surprise by a number of decisions you've landed on them without notice or consultation. For example, the Golden Snapper Recovery Program and your tarpon intake increases. There is also very little public information on where the gillnet phase out is at. Do you agree you should be doing a better job of engaging with stakeholders and Territorians more broadly on issues that have a significant impact on their lives and livelihoods?
Recreational fishing is a major part of a territory lifestyle, and we're elected on a platform of reducing crime, rebuilding the economy and restoring our territory lifestyle. There's been a lot of work done in relation to recreational fishing, and we've had meetings and consultation with many people right across the board. So I disagree with you saying that there's been a lack of consultation. What we're saying is we are continuing to work hard. We've had your say gone out there recently, and there's been a number of submissions in relation to that, and also some submissions in writing outside that program. We've got the numbers. And I'll give you the numbers. And we've also had major boat ramps on the busy periods. We've had 5 local weekend markets, including public holidays, 2 major shopping centres, 17 tackle shops and boating stores. In fact, I myself have been to the tackle shops. We've had speaking engagements at 2 Darwin fishing clubs with golden snapper information packs provided to 4 other fishing clubs. The Have Your Say commenced in 27th March and closed on the 26th of April. And that information is now being collected, and we'll work through the results of that. In relation to this 4 fishing attracting advices were trialled to provide more pelagic fishing opportunities. So we are continued to work with the Territorians on providing information to make sure that fishing is there for generations to come.
We'll just note the question did ask for an opinion. It got through. Well done. But member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. But Minister, just going back to resolving the Blue Mud Bay negotiations, it's critical to the future for recreational fishing and commercial fishing operations, as well as providing certainty and economic opportunity for traditional owners on their sea country. So how can you sit here and say that you have no interest in these negotiations as a Fisheries Minister?
I've never said that.
But you weren't able to talk about where those negotiations were at on behalf of the Seafood Council Industry, the Amateur Fishing Association, the NT Guided Fishing Industry Association, but also on behalf of traditional owners.
I'm saying you've got to direct your questions to the relevant agency, which is Aboriginal Affairs.
But surely as a minister you'd be across that, wouldn't you, as the minister?
You've got to direct your questions to Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you. Minister, as you'd be aware, we've seen widespread flooding across the Katherine region, the Douglas Daly region, even the Daly River region. So are you aware that rural producers in those regions say they've felt overlooked during the recent flooding that have devastated and affected some of their properties?
Are you asking for my opinion in relation to that?
Oh, it's not an opinion. It's a statement asking, are you aware? Like, have you how devastating that's affected people's property due to the recent flooding?
Well, I'll pass down to Jed Metz. He can answer that question in relation to the work that we've done in relation to assisting the agricultural industry as a result of the floods, which we must say have been widespread. We know that there's been flooded twice in Alice Springs, through the Barkly, through Katherine, through Douglas Daly, through the Daly. In fact, in the rural area, there's been flooding. So this has been an unprecedented area of flooding, and we know that a lot of the territory was impacted, and agriculture is, as I said earlier, a major part of our economy, and of course they are affected by it. And we're working hard in relation to working with our agriculture. And one thing we have done is we've, under existing policy, those partialists can apply to have their partial payments exempted or reduced. And I know a number of those have done that. And I'm sure we can get you the numbers if you want to know how many. But we've worked hard with the industry because we know how important it is, and we know how impacted they were by these floods, which were unprecedented right across the Northern Territory.
Apology. Yeah, are we...
Is that answer? You want some more information?
Yeah, well, I can ask for it. I thought you were going to give it, but what direct support has your government provided farmers who have lost livestock, fencing, crops and infrastructure, and how many were able to access that support?
I'll pass to Jed Metz.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question. Jed Metz, Deputy Chief Executive Officer. Disaster recovery assistance is delivered under the Commonwealth Territory Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, DRFA, and administered by the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations on behalf of the Territory Government. Under the DRFA, current settings are that small business recovery grants of up to $10,000 for clean-up and reinstatement are available, and that's been activated under Category C measures for small businesses only, which does exclude primary producers. For primary producers, the only active support is the Category B freight subsidy, which is 50% of eligible freight costs up to $5,000, which is largely designed around pastoral operations and does not align well with non-pastoral industries. The DFA does not provide Category B clean-up and reinstatement grants. These are only available under Category C. A Category C primary producer program was not activated for these events. We did activate the pastoral rent relief opportunity for all pastoral producers, and there were 16 properties that accessed those that opportunity to date. We also provide assistance directly to producers through advice and knowledge. So there's, through these floods, soil and pasture damage is quite significant. Our experts are available to all producers at any time to go and assess their pastures and soils and give them advice on how best to instigate recovery and get back in production.
Thank you. So how many have access to that support? Do you have a list? Or
so 16 properties have had access, a totaling of $200,000.
Totaling of $200,000. And do you know if there are any still waiting for that support?
So there's none waiting.
Yeah, so that's everyone that's applied for that support grant. Have all received that grant or that funding arrangement?
The people who applied have received, and as you were told, 16 have been issued, totaling just over $200,000. Which are eligible, yeah. You've got to be eligible. You need to have flood impact, so you can't have a station that wasn't impacted and apply for rent relief. Okay.
How many applied and weren't eligible?
All of them were eligible.
All of them were eligible?
Yeah. Well, everyone who applied have got rent relief to different stages.
Yeah, no problem. So was there a team that went out and did some of the assessments of some of those properties to understand the damage? There was many farmers, pastoralists that had quite widespread significant damage, and many were saying that the pressures to actually put in to apply for that funding was taking a toll. So do we know if there were any that may have missed out that didn't apply? Because I'm assuming, like we saw in Darwin River, for example, when people were affected by the floods, there was a team that went out and did the assessments on each of those properties. So was there a team within the department that went out and did assessments on those properties to understand whether they were eligible for those grants?
I'll pass over to Amelia Vella. She can give you some more information about that.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Member for Daly. The rent relief was designed to be a fairly low threshold, so it didn't have an onerous assessment process attached to it. The issues around sending teams out to assess those properties was access. As you're aware, there was issues with roads due to the significant floods. So we partnered with our peak bodies, so Cattlemen's Association, NT Farmers, to assist us as well. But we were able to get enough information to process the applications that came through to the department. So I'm not aware of anyone that wasn't able to apply because they weren't able to provide us enough information, if that's the question. Yeah.
So if there are people that have missed out right now, do they still have an opportunity to apply for that assistant grants?
Yes, it's still active on our website. Yeah.
Active till?
I'm not sure of an end date that's been put on it as such, but we're talking about this financial year's rent relief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister. And is there anything in the budget that may allow support, for many, I know down in the Douglas Daly region, there was many people that were affected, lost their fencing, roads, so they were struggling to put kind of cattle through to different, through their yards. So is there any additional support that may be coming up for those people that are affected that have lost
Under our department, no, but there are other government departments such as TBAR, who are working, and also the Office of the Chief Minister as well. Like I said, our department focused on rent relief, and there were some category Cs and stuff. But our main contribution to bringing the territory back on track after flooding was rent relief to those partial properties. And we've got out and we've contacted and we put the word through the grapevine that it's available. It's a current policy. It's still open now. So that was this department's role in relation to flood recovery. The other grants you may be referring to, I suggest that some other departments may have some more available open in their books. But if you want to talk what the Department of Agriculture have done, where our part was the rent relief.
And Minister, just quickly, have you visited any of these the pastoralists or farmers in the Douglas Daly region or Daly River region?
I've been out to the Daly River region. I haven't been to the Douglas Daly region, and I've been to the Katherine region.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going next week.
Great, I might join you. Next week to the Douglas Daly region. Yeah, okay, good, thank you. So, Minister, I'll move on now. So, Minister, given the it's still kind of definitely attached to this event. Minister, given the widespread flooding over the last wet season, which you agreed was attributed to climate change, have you reconsidered your position on having a strategy that specifically and categorically addresses climate risk and adaptation to our agriculture and fishing industries?
Well, that's a question for Burgoyne, but what I can say is what I've said before, climate change is considered in all our considerations, and we want to make sure that the territory is here for future generations to come. So, we consider climate change as part of many considerations when we make decisions. It is part of everything we do because we want to make sure that we focus on making sure the territory is here for future generations and it doesn't just end tomorrow. We're really focused on ensuring the territory lifestyle as we move forward.
Can I follow up on that? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. So given that commitment, Minister, has the department undertaken any modelling of the impacts of climate change on agricultural productivity, fisheries, biosecurity or water availability?
No.
And I note you said it's embedded through everything. Can you give an example of how it's applied through your portfolio?
Like, for example, when we consider rent relief, we consider that it's a flood affected, so we look at the damage done to that area and we assess it appropriately.
Can you give an example of how climate change is factored into decision making in the department?
It's just in every decision we make.
Thank you, Minister. Does the department assess the long-term impacts of its policies and investments on future generations? I heard you just say that's something of great importance to the department. And if so, how do you do that?
through our research and our research farms.
And is that research in relation to impact on future generations publicly available?
Yep. It's on the website.
And just one other question in relation to recreational fishing, part of the territory lifestyle. The Middle Arm project will involve significant dredging of Darwin Harbour with potential impacts on marine habitats, biodiversity and recreational fishing. Has the department modelled the likely impact of the project on fish stocks, recreational fishing opportunities and the broader harbour ecosystems?
I think you need to direct that question to the Department of Environment, the EPA.
Okay, thank you. Do the department's recreational fishing KPIs take into account, your department's recreational fishing KPIs take into account any potential reduction in fish habitat, fish populations or fishing amenity associated with the Middle Arm development?
Not directly.
Okay. Has the department done any research into potential impact on recreational fishing with that development?
I'll pass over to Matt Osborne, Director of Fisheries, to answer that question.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. The Middle Arm development is a development in itself, and not to speak on behalf of them, but I do understand that they're doing their own environmental impact assessments around that development. That's certainly within their remit rather than what we do as part of Fisheries. Our management of recreational fishing is around the administration of the Fisheries Act. That development is outside of what we do.
Thank you. So in terms of the Department of Fisheries, what kind of oversight do you have of the impact for recreational fishers with development?
So as part of managing our fisheries, we undertake surveys of Darwin Harbour, and we have done for many years around the catch that recreational anglers take, and we use that in our assessment of fish stocks to monitor the health of our environments and our fisheries. So we do that at a fishery, at a stock level, not at a specific development scale.
Thank you. So there's no research through the Minister the department does in relation to potential impact of development on fisheries?
Again, that comes back to the developers and the development as part of their environmental impact statements to demonstrate environmental sustainability of developments. We don't do that on their behalf.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Member for Blaine before handing back to the Shadow Minister. Member for Blaine.
Thank you, Minister. Since you brought up golden snappers before and while we're talking about fisheries, a number of my constituents are very interested in the golden snapper issue. So a recent Have Your Say, you mentioned it before, but I'd like you to expand a little bit. A recent Have Your Say campaign was undertaken by the department on golden snapper stocks in the Greater Darwin region. Noting it's just closed, can you provide an update on what has been done to help manage this stock?
Yeah, certainly. We know that fishing, and especially goldies, is a really important part of fishing. It's people go out in the smaller boats and the families and just shoot out into the harbour and get a couple of goldies, where some of the more passionate fishers might go further out. So we want to make sure that that we do have golden snapper fishing into the harbour as we move forward. We know we've had Your Say, which commenced on the 27th of March and closed on the 26th of April. And I know the department now are going through all the survey results. I mentioned earlier that we received a whole lot of people, and I don't have the exact number. Oh, yes, I do. I can tell you we've received over 1,200 responses and 23 submissions. So what those submissions are people having writing in a submission themselves outside the Have Your Say. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of information involved in that. And this is a really important decision that we want to get right. So what we don't want to do is rush it. We want to ensure that we deal with the recreational fishing and focus on golden snapper correctly. We know that the previous Labor government just kicked this down the road and really had no plan, no action in relation to it. And maybe that's how we are at the moment. If someone maybe acted earlier, we probably wouldn't be in the situation we are today. So I know that we've got to clean up this Labor mess, and we are committed to doing that. And we will continue to work with the scientists, we'll continue to work with the fishing tour operators, the commercial fishers and the rec fishers to be able to get the correct data to be able to ensure we make decisions moving forward. Because I think the slogan goes, tomorrow fishing starts today, and we want to get that plan right to ensure. And what we're going to do is, as part of a plan, is an education program to show people about, the breeding of fish. I think the golden snapper are a slow-growing, slow-maturing fish, which means that it takes them a lot longer than, say, compared to a barramundi to get to a stage where they can actually spawn and grow. And we're also going to look at having these areas which are closed off to be able to ensure those fish have got a space to recover. And also we're going to talk about some artificial reefs, and I know that there's a tender out now to expand those artificial reefs, because we understand that fishing is part of our territory lifestyle, and I think 1 in 3 people in the territory have been fishing or have access to a boat. So it is a really important thing that we get right. So again, we don't want to rush it. We want to have the information from the Have You Say, which is only just closed recently. We want to work with the stakeholders like AFANT and the fishing clubs. I know you're in Palmerston. The Palmerston Game Fishing Club is a very big club. I go and speak to the president there regularly about what his views are and, more importantly, what his members are. Because going out on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon with your family and catching a couple of goldies, for me, is a very important part of our lifestyle. And we want to make sure that you can do that. Other people have bigger boats and go out overnight and do it a bit more seriously, but a lot of people do land-based fishing. A lot of people take the smaller boats, go to the harbour, put out a few mud crabs, get a few crabs, get a few goldies, chase a barra, and then come back. And I think it's part of our lifestyle. So we're going to work hard that we get it right. We are going to have a plan, and we're going to monitor it as we move forward. And that's why we're talking about putting some more money into the fishing compliance for the operations, because one thing we have heard, and one thing from my experience, is people want to make sure that the rules are adhered to, that people do the right thing and don't just come back with a whole esky full of goldies. So the compliance is an important part of that. We know that the Labor government had a cliff funding in relation to compliance where they didn't fund it. They put the fishery compliance people in and didn't give them any money to operate. So clearly the previous Labor government had no real plan in relation to it, and they just led by media release and say we've got our compliance officers but didn't give them any money to operate. So what we've done is we make sure that we get our compliance team operating, and I've been out with them. I've been out with them a number of times. I've been to their workshop. I've been out in their boats and have a check out what they do, and they're passionate because they know how important it is fishing, particularly goldie, is to territory lifestyle.
Thank you, Minister. Just for the speaking order, because quite a few people have questions, I'll go member for Arafura.
Can we just interrupt? We've got an answer for 3.2, the question you took on notice.
Minister.
That's the active vessels, fishing vessels. Yeah. So there are 10 active tender vessels operating in the barramundi fishing. 2 of these currently have cameras on board. So there's a 20% coverage. The number will increase to 5 next month, which will give us a 50% coverage.
Can I follow up with a backup question on that?
Members for Daly.
Yeah.
So there's 3 more coming on. I'm just going back to my notes. If you just bear with me, Minister.
Yeah, it's fine.
So sorry, you said there was 3 more coming on by the end. I thought it was 4 more coming on by the end of July. Or was it 3?
They've been increased to 5 next month. So when I said
increased to 5 by the end of July.
Yeah. So there's going to be another 3, and then there'll be another. We said there's 4. So there'll be an increase to 5 in the next month.
5 in the next month.
Yep.
Yep. Got you. Okay. So that brings it up to 7.
No,
8.
5.
5 altogether total.
Altogether 5.
Yeah. And sorry, when did you say it will get to 80%?
By July, the month after? Yeah. I'll let the...
Thank you. Yeah.
We've just got some updated figures. It's saying it'll be increased to 5 in the next month to 50%.
Yep.
And then there was a mention of an increase. It may be that there's additional tenders come on board and it's affected the numbers since these papers were put together. But our commitment was to get to 10 to 20% of coverage this year, so we'll be well above those figures.
Yeah. And is there coverage to get to 100% coverage? Yep.
Yeah, so there's been changes at the commencement of this season where we would get 10 to 20% coverage of vessels and review 100% of the footage that is taken.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I
Thank
think
you.
previously there was a lot of footage and no one reviewed it. So what the department have done is made a decision to review all the footage and not just have this footage and no one watch it, because essentially that could be a waste of time and effort. So we want to have less footage but review all of it.
Thank you, Member for Daly. Thank you, Minister. So it's question order. I'll go member for Arafura, member for Casuarina. Member for Arafura.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what funding has been allocated during the 2026-27 to support Aboriginal economic participation and employment outcomes across the agriculture sector?
Because we're asking questions randomly, we just got to find the right page in it. So can you repeat your question again?
What funding has been allocated during 2026-2027 to support Aboriginal economic participation and employment outcomes across the agriculture sector?
We don't have a figure in relation to it. We've got the Fisheries program, which is the 400 that we spoke about earlier. But what I can say is that the government is working with the Commonwealth on a nationally agreed non-binding national statement on First Nations in agriculture. So we are working with the feds. The department has been an active participant in the National Task Force in developing process for that statement. Over 500 stakeholders have been engaged nationally, including First Nation organisation and industry bodies. The statement is nearing completion and is expected to be finalised in mid-26. So we're working with the federal government on that. So the NT operates a range of programs supporting Aboriginal economic advancement, including Indigenous pastoral program, building capacity, productivity and participation for Aboriginal landholders in the pastoral industry. The Fisheries grant, which I spoke about. There's Indigenous agriculture projects, strengthening workforce and participation in business capabilities in fisheries. The member for Daly might know about the oysters in his area. Forestry partnerships with the Gumat in labelling the First Nations led. And I think I said earlier that it was forestry is the second largest land use of agricultural land. And a lot of that is in Aboriginal land on country enterprises. So we're helping and continuing work with those partnerships in the forestry. This national statement that's coming out will complement these existing programs. So there is some work done, and with the federal Labor government, your colleagues as well. So we should be able to work together to come up with a statement to advance the Aboriginal industries in agriculture. But an exact amount, we couldn't give you that, and I don't think we could take it on notice because I don't think it's available. I'll just double check. But does that answer your question?
Yeah. We're looking forward for a partnership with the feds in the 2026-27.
And we've been doing that now. 500 stakeholders have been engaged. We've been working with the federal jurisdiction about that, and the statement is expected to be finalised in mid-26.
Okay, in a couple of months.
Yep. But again, if you speak to your Labor colleagues, they would know about it as well, because this is a federal thing with us and the federal government, which is the Labor government. So what we're trying to do is work together, because as you know, Aboriginal industry, there's a large part of the Northern Territory's own Aboriginal land, and we need to make sure we incorporate that, because we want to continue to grow the agricultural industry right across the Territory. It doesn't really matter who owns the land. We want to get that growing. We want to have those local jobs, because people living on country, if they can stay on country with meaningful work, it allows them to stay there and build better communities.
Thank you, Minister. Move on to animal welfare. Since the commencement of the amended animal protection legislation late last year, how many infringement notices have been issued under the Act?
Can we just move to the can we take that on notice? But what I can say is that if we talk about the flooding, that we deployed personnel over the multiple flooding events around Big Daly River, Catherine, Murray Downs, Jukminjan, Numbulwar, Palumpa. These events were from February to April and 26, with over 45 departmental staff involved. We prepared food for animals and the checks on the pets because you know that people were evacuated but lots of pets were stayed behind. So as part of the role as the department took out pet food, for example, and fed some of those animals.
The answer to his question is one.
Oh, so the answer to your question is one.
One infringement.
One infringement notice. But in relation to that, we've investigated 595 complaints, an increase of 10%. 81 animals were seized over the reporting period, 55 cats, 26 dogs. Of the 13 cats and 19 dogs were rehomed through third-party animal welfare organisations, and the remainder were euthanased by a vet to alleviate suffering.
590 has been complaints have been lodged and only one got
investigated.
Investigated.
Yeah.
All right. And just one got the compliance notice.
One infringement notice.
And
that's right.
Is that a fine or a?
Yes, that was.
That's a fine. Yep. Have any infringement notice been issued in relation to the possession or the use of prohibited training devices, including pronged collars?
Not at this stage.
So none been lodged or under investigation at the moment?
I'll pass down to Lorraine. She'll be able to give you some more information about that.
Thank you, Lorraine Corowa, Senior Executive Director, Biosecurity and Animal Welfare. Thank you for your question, Member Farah-Fura. We continue to take a range of complaints and inquiries from the general public about animal welfare incidents, including those that may be in possession of prong collars or prohibited items. What we do from that point is we investigate, we gather evidence, and then if there is a case to be answered, we can either issue an infringement, or if it's a particularly a criminal matter, we can prosecute as well. To this point, we've not done any action with regard to prong collars. We're still in the implementation phase where we're providing education and information. And in fact, my director has just informed me that we've had nil complaints received around prong collars or electrical collars at this point.
Thank you. So just following on from that, what's from the complaints to a compliance being a fine or whatever is being issued? Can you give an example between why or how? Some example, just with in regards to the compliance stuff.
I might pass it down to Lorraine.
Yeah, thank you, Member Farah-Fura. The types of complaints that we would receive is people noticing neighbours and or acts of cruelty being performed. We may also receive, just from the general public, concern about things that they have seen. What we do from that point is, because we have to be a model litigant, really, is we don't just immediately act. What we do is a general evidence gathering. So we've got a range. We've got our 6 animal welfare officers, and what they do is they speak to people, they gather evidence, they take statements from people, and we gather as much information as we possibly can about that particular incident. Then if it's a matter which is prosecutable, we lodge a prosecution file and receive a sign-off from the CEO, who is under the Animal Protection Act, the CEO has the power to prosecute. So what we do then is we engage a some legal counsel, and we take it forward and lay the charges. For example, we received one recently where somebody had noticed that there was somebody who'd been given a court order not to possess animals, and they were seen with animals. So people rang us, and we gathered statements, and we've taken that forward, and that matter is now before the courts. So that's a breach of a court order to not have animals.
Thank you. No more questions from me.
Thank you, Member for Arafura. Member for Casuarina.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we all know that recreational fishing contributes significant to the territory economy. What projects are currently underway outlined in the NT Recreational Fishing Development Plan for 2033 to 2033?
Right page, and thank you for the answer of that question, because okay, so as we know, rec fishing is part of our lifestyle in the territory, and what we're doing is recreational fishing generates millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into the economy. So some of the programs that we're talking about is the completion of the Dundee Beach boat ramp and upgrades with a new break wall that provides better land-based fishing access, which cost over $13 million. So that new wall allows people to launch their boats more safely, and also for people to walk across the top of the wall without having to walk on the rocks, and do some land-based fishing out there. Projects that are currently underway. There's a new pontoon servicing Crobbery-Billabong that will allow easier access for loading and unloading boats. What that is, Member for Casuarina, is at Crobbery there's a relatively small boat ramp, and it's on the fresh water, and quite regularly there's lots of crocodiles that hang around there. In fact, I've been there and seen crocodiles on the ramp, and you've had to drive there to shoo them off. And they go under the water, and who knows where they go. And if you're trying to launch your boat, most people are in the boat when you shoot into the water, but the poor old driver's got to go and park the car and come back. The driver's then got to climb into the boat, and if you go down there with a 5 or a 6 metre boat, getting from the water into the front of the boat because people nose into the boat ramp is quite a big step. And unless you're super athletic, it's pretty hard, because most boats have got the motor guide at the front, the anchor, and some rails over the top. So to climb over all that on a slippery boat ramp can be quite dangerous. So what some people do is reverse in, because you've got some steps at the back of your boat, but that becomes also dangerous because you've got a large motor there. You know, it's sitting there, very sharp blades. I know they're in neutral, but the blades still spin just how they go. So what we're trying to do is put right beside the boat ramp, because right beside the boat ramp there's a dirt cliff at the moment, and people come in and they nose into that, and then that's how people get on and off. But that becomes slippery, becomes washed away, and as the water goes up and down through the rainy season, that washes away, so it becomes unstable. So what we're in the process of doing is putting a pontoon right beside the boat ramp, which will allow the driver to go and park the car and the trailer, come down, people will be able to nose into that pontoon, and climbing onto the front of the boat or the side of that boat will be a lot easier and a lot less dangerous, because the pontoon is going to be floating in the water, and that'll go up and down as the water goes up and down. So it allows access to those boats, noting there's literally crocodiles swimming right there in the water. So what we're trying to do, lots of people go to Crobbery fishing. Crobbery is a place where I take my friends and families out just to check out the bird life, the lilies, because it's non-tidal. It doesn't have to worry about wind, it doesn't get rough, and it's a really, really nice place to go down, and you just cruise down. And what a lot of people do is they put a couple of lines out, they're trawling, and they'll have people taking cameras taking bird life, just buffaloes, wild pigs, because it's just a really nice spot. So, and it's easy to get to. So we're going to making sure that getting in and out of that waterway is a lot safer by the pontoon. What we're also doing is designing all accessibility platforms for Dinah Beach, Shady Camp, and Crobbery-Billabong. And what that is allows people with a disability to be able to load into the boat onto the dry land. For example, if you've got someone with a disability who may be on crutches or have a disability or even a wheelchair, you can put them onto this concrete pontoon, drive the boat alongside it, and then they can go into the boat. And then once they're in the boat, and these pontoons are literally right next to the boat ramp, so then you just drive around, reverse straight in the water. And for example, I took my father out, and he's an old man, and he has a disability, but climbing in and out of a boat is very difficult for someone because just of old age and playing footy all his life and got a bung knee. So he can walk up a relatively easy ramp or up steps, wait on there, and what I did is we come alongside and they jump on and then you reverse them in the water. So there's more. And so now doing that at Shady Camp as well and at Corroboree. So there will be some work done there. Design is underway for a toilet facility at Point Stewart. Point Stewart boat ramp is past Shady Camp. I don't know if you've been there before, but that's a ramp where people go out into the Wildman, out that way, further out. Again, this is designed to make that access to that ramp better so more people use it to spread out the pressure. Because if we can reduce the pressure in, say, Darwin Harbour, and more people go fishing because there's better facilities at Shady Camp, at Corroboree and at Point Stewart, that will ease the pressure for people here. So as I mentioned earlier, some of the more serious people with the bigger boats go out overnight, put into that boat ramp, go out and they'll spend 1 or 2 nights on the water and come back. That boat ramp is a tidal boat ramp, so you need to come in and out on the high tide. And it just makes the pressure easier. So what we're trying to do is people come off the boat and there's no toilet there. So the owner of the land right now, Mr. Terry Holtz, at the moment has been talking to us about what they come onto his property. He has got a small caravan park there and use his toilet and mess it up. So we're in the process of putting a toilet in that facility. There's also $1.7 million being allocated for the design and construction and deployment of artificial reefs at the Charles Point protection area. The tender was released in March 26 and is currently under assessment, and the project's completion is expected in July 2027. These are all part of our program to make recreational fishing easier and more available for people right across the territory. Under the 25-26 Recreational Fishing Grant Program, $216,000 was awarded to 3 community projects in the Darwin rural area, East Arnhem region, and another $100,000 of grant funding applications are currently under assessment. So what we're trying to do in relation to recreational fishing is make it easier, and that's what the development plan does, make it easier for people to spread that pressure across our fishing areas. We know we've got some of the best fishing. If we can spread out the pressure, that'll help the pressure on the golden snapper. For example, if you put your boat in and went out the front of Point Stewart or in front of Shady Camp there, you normally get bigger goldies than you would in the harbour. But it's further to go. So we've got to make it easier for people and families to be able to have that experience of going out, not just for the day, overnight, or if they want to go for the day, they can as well. But, you know, when it comes to our tides, here we've got a lot of movement in our tides, so we need to make sure that you get the boat ramp in and out right, because if you've got a 5 or 6 metre boat and you try and come on when the tide's not right, very, very dangerous.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Blaine? Yeah, I'll come. So member for Blaine, and then I'll come to member for Johnston.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Just because we started talking about lumpy skin disease earlier, the cattle industry is very important to the Territory's economy and our farmers outside the towns and many of the businesses that are in the towns that service those areas. So earlier this year, lumpy skin disease was detected in barley. Can you provide an update on how the government is preparing against the possibility of this emergency animal disease entering the NT? Thank you.
Okay, so lumpy skin.
Minister, just your microphone, thank you.
Do you want me to start again? No, I'll just say lumpy skin is very important that we make sure it doesn't reach here. It will devastate our market, our cattle trade, our live export trade, which I said over 400,000 live cattle export, 18% increase. So we are working hard to make sure that that doesn't get here. And biosecurity is one of our key factors to ensure we've got to be ready for it if it does get, if there's an incursion. We've got a trailer called the Bart trailer, Bert, and I've gone and had a look at that. And that's a trailer which is set up and designed so Loren's team can go out, and if there's an incursion, they can take out there with their machines and all the gear they need to try and ensure they trap that incursion to or reduce it to a small area. So they're ready to go if that happens. I know that there was a test program over in WA, in Northern Territory border, where they went out and they pretended that there was an incursion to give the team some practice of what to do if that situation arises. Because we know that lumpy skin is airborne by mosquitoes. And if the mosquitoes come down from Indonesia in the wind, it's a long way, and hopefully they don't make it here. We need to be ready for that incursion. And foot and mouth, I don't think we have to talk too much about that. It's a very nasty disease. So we are making sure that the Territory and Australia is free of those diseases at the moment. So the team and Lauren's team are working very hard in relation to the work they do. I know they've been working with the feds about that as well, and also WA and Queensland. Because we take it seriously, because if we get lumpy skin or foot and mouth into the Territory, it will actually devastate our live cattle export and the cattle industry right across the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just let everyone know we will move to morning tea shortly, if anyone's holding on, but I will go to a member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just following up from the question before about protecting our recreational fish and our fish stocks, which minister ultimately has responsibility for ensuring the long-term sustainability of Northern Territory fish stocks and aquatic habitats?
That's us.
That's you. So
yep.
What statutory powers do you have to prevent activities that might damage fisheries? Fisheries resources, sorry.
Our department enforces the Fisheries Act. What I might do is pass down to Matt Osborne to give you an example of what that does. But we've got the compliance section. And as I said, the previous Labor government got the compliance section up and running but didn't fund it. So what we've done in this budget is given them $4 million over 2 years to become operational. Like I said, I've been out there, I've been with the boats. And why is that so important, you might ask? That's important because we want to go out there because generally people do the right thing. Some people do the wrong thing, and we want to catch those people so they don't damage the fish stock into the future. I've heard of stories of people going out and upsizing, or they might catch, their limit, and they'll just keep catching them, and they'll keep throwing, and they'll keep bring back the biggest 3 in the end. So we want to stop that. And by the compliance officers, that's what their role is, to go out onto the boat ramps, go out where people fish, such as Shady Camp or Point Stewart or Dundee or in the harbour, because that's where it's important. And I think people actually like seeing the compliant people out there because they know they're protecting the fish stock into the future. So
thank you. So just to expand on my question, I know you're going to hand over. So in relation, because you're talking about compliance here of people who are fishing, when a major development project has the potential to impact fish stocks, aquatic ecosystems or fisheries habitat, does the department also have a compliance role there?
I think Matt answered that question quite regularly before. I mean, I'll pass it back to him. But what he's saying is that those developments do their own environmental impact statements. They work with Department of Environment and working and make sure that those assessments are done correctly. But I'll pass over to Matt to expand, but in relation to that a bit more.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Matt Osborne, Senior Executive Director of Fisheries. Thank you, Member for Johnston, for the question. The Department of Agriculture and Fisheries is responsible for enforcing the Fisheries Act. The Fisheries Act outlines the Minister's powers and the Director of Fisheries powers in protecting and managing the use of aquatic resources. Fundamentally, that's through the establishment of management plans or regulations around the capture, use and sale or recreational use of fish and aquatic resources. So in terms of what the Minister and what the Department can do, we can establish management plans around how aquatic resources are used for those purposes.
And just because I think my initial question was who in the Territory is responsible for the long-term sustainability of our fish stocks, and I think you said it's yourself.
We're responsible for the fish stocks, that's right.
And so do fisheries around environmental impact statements, for example, do fisheries, when they undertake their own assessment, do fisheries then look at that? Do they verify it? Do they have any oversight of it?
You want to answer that question?
Thank you, Minister. Matt Osborne. So as those statements are then provided to the EPA as part of their obligations to assess the impacts of developments and other such activities, the EPA can and do provide us an opportunity to review the accuracy because of the technical expertise that resides within our agency.
And if fisheries gives advice that conflicts, for example, with the objectives of a development proposal, whose advice prevails? What happens in the approval process? Minister,
I think you're getting down like a hypothetical question here. You know, this is, I've said, case by case. We've got an opportunity, we respond. If you want to give an example, we don't want to just play hypotheticals here. If you've got a practical example, by all means, we'll answer it. But
Thank
we're
you,
not
Minister.
here just to guess and say this may happen, may not happen. We'd be here for hours. If you've got an actual example, by all means, fire away.
I'm interested in the sort of the legislative framework and the process. If there is conflicting advice, who has the final say? Is it fisheries?
Yeah, that doesn't come within our remit. That would be the Minister for Planning and Environment.
So if, but it comes within your remit to look after our fish.
Under the Fisheries Act.
Under the Fisheries Act. So if in your view something is not going to be looking after fish, do you have the final say there, or does another minister?
You're talking about developments. We've got the final say when it comes to the Fisheries Act. If you're talking about other legislation like planning or environment, that's with the Minister for Planning and Environment. We monitor the Fisheries Act and we enforce the Fisheries Act. That's what we do. That's our remit. And I must say that I think the department does it really well. And I'm really happy that the compliance officers have now got some operational money to go out there and do their job and make sure that we get our fish stock ready to go. Because, like I said, tomorrow's fishing starts today.
I'm sure they do, but I'm still not clear. Apologies through the chair.
The answer is you've got to ask the Minister for Environment.
But to be very clear, you are responsible as the Minister for fish.
For the Fisheries Act.
For the Fisheries Act, and you're responsible for the sustainability of fish under
the Fisheries Act.
Yeah. So are there limits to what that means in terms of how you are responsible for the long-term sustainability
I think
of fish?
you're barking up the wrong tree. If you've got questions about a development or environment, you need to talk to the Environment Minister.
My questions are about fish, which is why I'm talking to yourself, Minister.
We've answered that question.
Okay, I'll just ask, we can't go into hypotheticals, but if you have a direct question, Member for Johnston.
If in the Middle Arm development, the EIS found that it had conflicting outcomes to what the department thought
Member
in terms of the...
That's a hypothetical.
Sorry, Minister. Yeah, we're just not going to be able to go down that road. Member for Johnston.
I'll move on. Thank you.
That brings us to 10:30, so we will now break for morning tea for 15 minutes and we'll reconvene at 10:45. Thank you. We're here with Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries and Minister for Recreational Fishing, and we are on questions of the opening statement. Are there any further questions on the opening statement? There are no further questions. I'll put to the committee if there's any further questions at all on this portfolio. All right. That concludes consideration of all output groups and concludes considerations of outputs relating to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. On the behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all the officers who provided advice to the Minister. Minister, I'll give you a brief moment to thank your staff and before we do a changeover.
Thank you for that, Chair. I just do want to thank the staff. The amount of work that's done for preparing this brief is enormous, but I also want to thank the staff for the amount of work they do throughout the year. Day in, day out, turning up, doing what they do to help the Territory maintain what it is and be the place it is. And I think sometimes it goes underestimated how much work they all do. So thank you. And staff here especially, but the staff behind who are at the office doing all that work, thank you if they're listening for the work you do as well, because it's all really appreciated and I think it makes a difference.
Thank you, Minister. And on behalf of all the members of the committee, would like to echo that, both to the staff here and all the staff at the department that have been working. The committee will now move to consider outputs relating to the Department of Mining and Energy. And we will just rest in place while that handover occurs. Minister, I invite you as the Minister for Mining and Energy and the Minister for Renewables to introduce the officials accompanying you and to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Mining and Energy, and I'll give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. Minister.
Thank you.
Microphone. Yep.
Sorry. The Department of Mines and Energy plays a pivotal role in government's key priority of rebuilding the economy and contributes to the whole of government objectives aimed at supporting the territory's long-term economic growth, energy resilience and global competitiveness. The department is responsible for administering legislation, providing regulatory oversight and enables responsible mining exploration and production activities, supports industry growth by facilitating investment, maintaining geoscience data and advice, and ensuring compliance and operational standards across the mining, petroleum and energy sectors. Has a core focus in advancing the development of the territory's mineral, petroleum and energy sectors, and actively advocates for and positions the NT as a leading jurisdiction for exploration and investment by supporting industry growth, expanding energy supply and delivering initiatives across mineral development, renewables and energy systems. The territory's mining and energy sector is driving economic growth, creating thousands of local jobs and delivering the investment needed to build a stronger and more resilient Northern Territory economy. In our year of growth, certainty and security, the Finocchiaro government has been focused on restoring confidence in the territory by reducing red tape, backing private investment and ensuring the territory remains open for business and competitive on the national and global stage. As global demand grows for gas, critical minerals and reliable energy, the territory is well positioned to play a leading role in supporting Australia's energy security and economic future with significant opportunities emerging across the resource sector. In around 80 days, the Northern Territory's electricity grid will be powered by the Beetaloo, a landmark moment for the Territory's energy future. This will mark the first commercial sale of Beetaloo gas and the beginning of a new era of economic growth, investment and energy security for the Territory. It also represents an important step in positioning the Territory as a future nationally significant energy producer. In just 2 years, this government has unlocked the Beetaloo and laid the foundations for jobs and economic prosperity that will benefit Territorians for decades to come. We came to government saying that we will get the basin into production, and here we are. This has not happened by chance. It has been driven by a government focus on delivering the reform, certainty and investment confidence needed to grow the industry. Last month, we delivered major legislative reforms through the passage of the Pipelines and Petroleum Legislation Amendment Bill. These reforms streamline retention licence processes, provide great operational flexibility and support more efficient project development. Importantly, these changes send a strong signal that the Territory is open for business and is supportive of expansion of the gas industry in the Territory. Earlier this year, we released 4,000 square kilometres of new acreage in the Beetaloo, with expressions of interest open until the end of the next month. The interest so far has been strong and demonstrates confidence in the Beetaloo as a globally competitive gas region. That confidence is now being reflected in accelerating industry activity across the Beetaloo. The APA Group's Sturt Plateau pipeline is complete. Construction of the Shenandoah Processing and Compression Facility processing infrastructure is almost finished, and late last year, both Tamboran Resources and Beetaloo Energy were granted approval by this government to recover and use appraisal gas. Last month, Liberty Energy commenced fracture stimulating 3 of Tamboran's wells at its Shenandoah South 2 site on exploration permit 98. which are on the same well pad as the other two previously successfully wells tested Tambora and recently delivered. This activity will deliver gas to the wellhead by late August. This is the gas that will begin flowing to the Territory market within weeks and followed closely by Beetaloo Energy in December this year. Tambora will also commence drilling 2 new wells this year on exploration permit 117, just south of the current Shenandoah South 2 pad. In the last year, we've seen Beetaloo Energy complete the largest fracture simulation in Australia on its Carpentaria 5H well. Flow results are due this coming month. In the coming months. Still on the Beetaloo Energy, earlier this year they announced a $10 million investment into Territory Sands, led by Territorian Nigel Doyle, for a local frac sand plant and sand mining operation. This means Territory sand will be used to frac Territory wells, reducing the cost of drilling and, importantly, creating business opportunities for our service and supply industry, and, of course, more jobs for Territorians. Santos is set to commence exploration in the Beetaloo with their 12-well pilot program environment management plan recently approved, along with their well operations management plan. Santos will commence its initial 3-well program next month, with the aim to deliver appraisal gas to market following successful flow testing of those wells. Key infrastructure planning is progressing, including APA's proposed North East Australia pipeline, which will connect the Beetaloo gas to the East Coast and strengthen national security. And international investor confidence continues to grow, with INPEX entering into a farm-in agreement with Daly Waters Energy to acquire interest in the Beetaloo subbasis. This demonstrates the company's confidence in the Territory as a reliable investment destination and its strong support for the continued growth of the Territory economy. With industry continuing to back the Beetaloo, the NT government is focused on turning that investment into jobs, growth and long-term economic benefits for Territorians. The government has committed an additional $2.8 million over the next 2 years to strengthen the Beetaloo Project Management Office, ensuring the continued whole-of-government coordination and helping maximise the economy, the economic, jobs and regional development benefits from the Beetaloo. The Beetaloo Project Management Office is supporting delivery of crucial enabling projects across the government, including infrastructure planning, land availability and service industry facilitation, as well as strategic engagement with the Australian government and community and industry stakeholders. It is important development of a coordinated long-term approach to the Beetaloo through master planning, investor engagement and policy coordination to accelerate development while maximising the benefits for Territorians. Through its coordination role, the Project Management Office is working with our agency to ensure Territory businesses, workers and regional communities are well positioned to capture the opportunities created by the growth of the onshore gas industry. The Territory is also positioning itself as a future carbon capture and storage hub at Middle Arm, with companies like INPEX, Santos and Vopak advancing their development plans. Carbon capture and storage technologies safely inject over 6 million tonnes of CO2 annually through 44 global commercial operations, providing a proven method for large-scale industry for reducing large-scale industry emissions. By utilising appropriate rock formations deeper than 800 metres and continuous monitoring, these projects achieve permanent, secure containment that mimics nature and natural geologically storage. Established operations in Norway and Australia have demonstrated the safety of this technology over several decades, adhering to strict international standards to ensure secure CO2. Recent amendments to the pipeline legislation will allow for the transport of CO2 into pipelines, which is required for the INPEX and Santos offshore sequestration of the CO2. Both companies are planning CO2 processing facilities at the ENG sites in Middle Arm and will be seeking approval from the Commonwealth for the storage of CO2 in Commonwealth waters. Vopak is progressing plans for a major CO2 import and handling facility at Middle Arm. Late last year, the government provided investment for certainty for Vopak terminals, providing a do not deal commitment for a strategic allocation of 10 acres of land at Middle Arm. This proposed $1.6 billion multi-use carbon dioxide import and handling terminal will be able to store between 5 and 15 million tonnes of CO2 each year and generate around 1,000 jobs during construction. Importantly, the proposed Bofac development, which has targeted completion of construction by 2031, will underwrite an emerging new industry for the Northern Territory. The Territory's mineral sector is experiencing continued growth and strong investor confidence across the Territory, and we have expanded the mining development pipeline to more than 6.3 million. The clearest example of this growing confidence in the Territory's resource sector is Arafura's rare earth reaching final investment decision for the Nolans project. This is a major milestone for both the Territory and Australia's critical mineral industry, and it's exactly the kind of investment we are looking to attract. Projects to create jobs, grow the economy and unlock the Territory's full potential. The Nolans project will support the diversification of the Territory's economy and attract further investment into critical minerals. Located 135 kilometres north of Alice Springs, an integrated open-cut mine and rare earth processing plant will be the first project of this kind built in Australia. This hugely important project will produce pure, high-purity rare earth oxide products used in permanent magnets, with offtake agreements already in place with US, European and South Korean offtake partners. We're also seeing renewed confidence across the resource sector more broadly, with mining commencing at Core Lithium's Finniss River operations this year. Ore processing is expected to begin in September, with the first concentrate shipment targeted for December, making a key step in the staged return for production. And it's the latest in a growing line of mining and resource projects getting up and running across the Territory. Across the Territory, other projects continue to make progress. The Jarvis Copper Silver Gold project by KGL Resources in Central Australia recently raised $300 million to help fund project development as they move towards a final investment decision. Just over a year ago, large-scale gold mining returned to Tennant Creek for the first time in 20 years, with the opening of Tennant Mines' Noble Gold Mine. Tennant Mines are on track to produce 45,000 to 50,000 ounces of gold this financial year, and have plans for expansion of their operations this year as they move towards producing 100,000 ounces of gold per annum. As part of this expansion, Tennant Mines are progressing the White Devil Gold project, which achieved a significant milestone with the completion of a major resource upgrade, while the mining approvals process has also commenced. To support this continued growth, we passed the Minerals Title Legislation Amendment Bill last month, modernising and streamlining the approvals framework to make it easier to invest, explore and develop projects in the Territory. The reforms extend exploration licence renewal periods from 2 years to 6 years, removing the need for exploration licence holders to progressively reduce the size of their tenure during the initial grant period. The change also supports recreational fossicking by making permits available free of charge, encouraging greater participation and access to Territory's unique geological opportunities. While driving new investment and development, it is equally important that we continue to address a legacy of historic mining activities. Through the Legacy Mines program, significant progress has been made to remediate former mine sites and reduce environmental risk. In December last year, the NT Government awarded a $9.5 million tender to Ventia Australia for the first stage of remediation works at the Sandy Flat Legacy Copper Mine, located 300 kilometres southeast of Borroloola. This is the first major remediation project funded through the Mining Remediation Fund. This project is not only about fixing the mistakes of the past, but it's also about creating real jobs and economic prospects for the regions. At Rum Jungle, major projects have now been awarded for both water remediation services and site remediation works, marking a key step forward in the rehabilitation of the Territory's most historical significant sites. Construction of the pit water treatment program is now complete. Dewatering the main pit is around 50% complete, and Work is well underway on the groundwater treatment plant and associated site infrastructure, including the Hall Road network. Together, these efforts demonstrate that while we are supporting a strong and growing resource industry, we're also investing in responsible remediation of legacy sites. Our government remains firmly focused on stimulating and supporting long-term growth in the mineral exploration sites across the Territory. A key part of that work is the Northern Territory Geological Survey's resourcing the Territory program, which helps attract investment and de-risk exploration through high-quality geoscience data, industry promotion and targeted exploration grants. In 2026, the Geological Survey is delivering one of the largest geological survey programs ever undertaken in the Territory, including major airborne and gravity surveys across the top end and Barkly regions. We've expanded our exploration grants program to further stimulate industry and develop new sites across the Territory. The Northern Territory is driving major reform in the energy sector to deliver stable and well-managed energy, secure, reliable, while achieving the lowest sustainable cost for Territorians. The Darwin Energy Hub is a key part of the government's long-term planning for the Darwin-Catherine electricity network, ensuring it can meet future demand growth and enable new industry and private sector investment. Significant progress has been made to de-risk the project through detailed planning and approvals work, positioning it for the future investment while maintaining government's ability to determine the best delivery and investment approach to the Territory's future energy needs. Remote power industry communities have been developed to support essential services and economic participation in remote industries. It aims to reduce diesel dependency, improve energy security through future growth and strengthen long-term viability of essential services delivered to Indigenous communities. The department is also working closely with the Australian Government and other states and territories through the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council to provide priority national energy issues, including reform to the Australian energy market operator governance arrangements, policy settings and emerging data centres. I'm happy to take some questions, but I'd first like to say thank all the staff for what they do and all the work they've done in preparing this. It's a lot of work, and I know behind the scenes there's been a lot done. So I thank to all the staff, not only the ones here today, but all the ones back at the offices, because the amount of work put into preparing for the estimates and being open and transparent is tremendous. So thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now go to questions on the opening statement. Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, workers at Nathan River Resources raised questions about not being paid as far back as last year. When were you made aware of financial mismanagement concerns at the mine? What action did you take? And why was the situation left to get to this point?
We'll just go to that. The Northern Territory's mineral production value and mineral royalty returns are substantially influenced by fluctuations in commodity prices. These commodity prices are also crucial for financial viabilities of the pipeline of developing mining projects in the Territory. The Territory production production value released by the Department of Mining in September 25 with a total of 4.36 billion in 2024 to 25, up 2%. The production was substantially gold and bauxite prices, offsetting decreased manganese production due to long-term impacts of Cyclone Megan.
Chair, on relevance here.
I might and what I think the best way we could break this down, Member for Nightcliff, if you'd like to, there were 3 questions. If we just go through each one through
Thank you, Chair.
notification, and we'll break
First
it
question,
down.
Minister, when were you made aware of financial mismanagement at the Nathan River Resources mine?
I was made aware when it was made in the media, when the statement was made in the media.
When was that, Minister?
I couldn't give you an accurate date now, but when it was put out into the media, that's when I was made aware of it.
So, Minister, why weren't you made aware of that earlier?
You'd have to talk to that mining company. It's a private company, and they operate under their own means. So if you've got some questions about how that company operated, I suggest that you talk to them.
So, Minister, your department is responsible for regulating the mining industry, including this particular operation. When was your department made aware of it?
I'll just seek some advice and get back to that. I'll pass down to Scott Robertson, the Senior Executive Director of Mining Development.
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. Scott Robertson, Senior Executive Director for Mining Development. The Nathan River Resources and its control entities were placed into administration on the 26th of May. Prior to that point, there were ongoing discussions around the disruption which had been caused due to the flooding events and the price of diesel impacting their operational activities. They had reduced their operational activities to care and maintenance during that period of time while they were ensuring safety controls were in place. And during that time, there was a notification on ASIC, as I said, around that 26th of May period. And at that point in time, we communicated through around that change of status.
Through the Chair, thank you. So there was no notifications prior to the 26th of May that there were these financial mismanagement concerns?
The discussions were being held around the widely affected impact of the flooding events and the cost of diesel that was impacting industry more widely, and the direct effects that was having on operations, reducing their operational staffing and operational capability at that time.
So, Minister, why was the situation left to get to this point without your knowledge and only being aware of it through the media?
I'll pass that back to Stuart to...
I think Alistair Dreher, Chief Executive. I think with these things, a lot of these companies go through ups and downs, and so it's when they give an indication of going into administration, and there are stages to that. Whether that happens or not is a matter for the company. Our job is to regulate our job in regards to Nathan River Resources is administration of tenure. We kept a close eye on it, and as it entered into administration, we certainly provided advice up to the Minister, but that was when, as the Minister stated, and that was after it was made publicly announced.
Thank you. So, Minister, how closely do you follow these ups and downs of the cycles, financial performance, occupational health and safety? How regularly and how involved are you in managing these potential red flags that can result in an incident like this?
What I do, the department's role is, as the CEO just mentioned, they monitor up and down, and then if there's any decisions to be made under the requirements, it comes up to the Minister for the ministerial. So I don't follow every company in the Northern Territory, every company listed in Australia, ups and downs. What we do is we have an overarching role here in the ministerial's office, and we rely on information passed up by the department. So to answer your question is, I don't follow every particular company ups and downs, but what we do is make decisions relating to the best interests of the Northern Territory as we move forward.
Minister, can you advise how much Nathan River Resources owes the NT government in unpaid royalties, unpaid payroll tax and any other outstanding payments?
I think those questions you'd have to ask the Treasurer.
So as the mining department, you are
royalties
not aware
royalties go to the Treasurer, so you'd have to ask that question of the Treasurer.
So the Treasurer doesn't inform you of those aspects of your department?
I'll step in there, Minister. We'll keep questions to the relevant portfolio and not crossing over between ministers. Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, you can't advise any other outstanding debts that NRR is carrying?
I say you have to ask those questions of the Treasurer.
There is some also mining remediation levies, and they're a responsibility of the Department of Lands, Planning and the Environment.
Not for the mining department.
Not the mining department, that's for the Treasurer. The relevant department, sorry.
So, Minister, can you enlighten us on other aspects? Can you advise how much workers, contractors, small businesses, traditional owners are out of pocket, and what the NT government is doing to support them to recoup those unpaid wages, payments and superannuation?
Again, those questions are to the Treasurer, but I think the CEO is just going to give you some more information.
We are owed some rent and administration fees in the department. I apologise, I made an error there, I missed that, but there is an amount outstanding. At the point of going into administration, that was around $45,000.
$45,000?
Yep.
Thank you, CEO. Minister, do you have any comment on the out-of-pocket to workers, contractors, small business, traditional owners?
No, look,
Step in, Minister. Yeah. We won't be asking the Minister for opinions or to ask for unannounced comments or unannounced policy, but you can ask what is currently policy and its application.
Yep. So, Minister, are you aware of these out-of-pocket liabilities to all these stakeholders?
Look, what I'm aware of is what's been in the media cycle, and what I can say is, look, I am disappointed that a private company has gone bankrupt, owing workers money and whatever other outstanding debts are outstanding to traditional owners or to royalty, and that is upsetting. But you know, we've got to look at the big picture here. The private company, Nathan River Resources, have gone to administration. I understand that there was a creditors meeting on the 8th of June just recently. At that, the administrator will work out if there's any money left available to pay those outstanding debts, and if there is, maybe it might be at 50 cents and $1 or whatever it might be. So the work that you're talking about is still ongoing. We don't know what the final outstanding debts are going to be, because the administrator is still working through its job as in putting that company into administration, and there's a creditors meeting on the 8th of June. So I assume that they will continue to work with what's left of that company and provide any money, if there's any money available, to the creditors at some sort of rate. It could be 100%, could be 50, it could be 1 cent and $1. We don't know. But what I can say is that work is ongoing right now. So I think some of the questions that you're asking are very relevant because it affects Territorians, but we need to make sure that we let the process go to its full extent and the creditors work out what they're going to do, how much money is paid back, and then we can work out if there's any money outstanding.
I've just and this is on behalf of the committee, I'd just like to, the Minister's given figures that could be cents to the dollar. I don't think, on behalf of the committee, there is nothing this Parliament would know about what that could be, and that those figures shouldn't be taken, and I'd ask the media not to repeat any figures from the Minister. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff.
I can say I was only used as an example. Yeah. I went from 1 cent to 100 cents, so there's a very broad range in that.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Minister. So you reflected on that creditors meeting. So what's the role for yourself and the department following that meeting?
We now wait for the creditor to assess the information they obtain at that meeting, and then they'll take their job seriously and do their job in relation to what they'll look at in what they can do to sell Nathan River Resources. Can they find a new buyer? Can they break down the company to sell? Again, those questions are for the administrator.
So, Minister, is the department doing anything at the moment to support the workers, the contractors, the traditional owners that are in this boat?
That's not to do with this department. Those questions are for other departments.
Thank you, Minister. What is the quantum of the security bond the NT government holds for Nathan River Resources, and will it cover those outstanding debts and probably the remediation costs of the future?
I'll pass to the CEO to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question. So the security bond, I'll ask the Senior Executive Director to answer that in a sec. But the security bond is around environmental securities, and it's specifically to deal with the legacies of a mining operation at the point in time that something like this happens. Things that are outside of that are the things that are before the administrator, and those go through the administration process as just identified. But I'll just hand over to Scott Robinson. I apologise. So the security bond sits with the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment, and we don't have that figure.
Minister, this would be crucial information that would also be held by the department, would it not?
No, it's held by the Land Planning Minister.
So as the Mines Minister, when you're undertaking your duties and exercising your powers, you do not have oversight of what the bond is held?
I don't have oversight of what other departments manage, and you have to ask the Minister for Lands, Planning and Environment that question. One more thing.
Yeah. I guess sometimes there's a misunderstanding, and that is the Department of Mining and Energy, well, it has the names mines, and we have a very strong, and the Minister is very passionate about mines. Our administrative role is around administering tenure, and we have a project facilitation role. Environmental matters for mining sit with the Department of Environment.
So, Minister, can you tell us about how you coordinate? We've heard this yesterday and again today, that you've got very siloed approach to your departments. Can you explain how often do you catch up with the Lands Planning Minister and Lands Planning Environment Minister to have these kind of discussions?
So, Minister, I'll just come back to multiple previous rulings that we won't summarise any witnesses. We won't summarise in our own words any witness. Member for Nightcliff, please continue.
Do you want to restate the question?
Yes.
So, Minister, when was the last time you met with the Lands Planning Minister to discuss issues like the environmental remediation bonds?
The Cabinet meet regularly, and we discuss a whole range of issues at Cabinet, so we meet on a regular basis.
So you don't meet outside of Cabinet to discuss with your colleagues on these overlapping responsibilities?
We meet on a range of different meetings, but Cabinet is where decisions are made in relation to ministerials and decisions of government. So what I would stick to is that Cabinet meets regularly and we discuss all matters relevant to the operation of government at Cabinet.
So at government, you've got to make decisions on the agenda of the day, but do you have any other structures, working groups and the like, where you get together and coordinate on these issues?
There are a range of sub-cabinet meetings, and there are also a range of meetings between ministers and departments on various matters, as required and as time by time.
So is this issue of Nathan River Resources being discussed in Cabinet?
That's a commercial cabinet in confidence, and I'm not going to discuss what happens in Cabinet.
Minister, why was Nathan River Resources allowed to keep operating as a fit and proper person for months after these serious allegations were raised about financial mismanagement concerns at the mine?
Sorry, I missed that question.
Sorry, Minister. Why was the Nathan River Resources allowed to keep operating as a fit and proper person for months after these serious concerns were raised last year?
Can I pass to the CEO?
I think there's always a balance or a judgment here of where a mine continues to operate and when they go through difficult times. And so it is difficult to make a call that a mining operation should cease, and indeed you find even major mines go through issues from time to time. So it is, it's a difficult thing, and businesses right through industry have good times and some fail, and it's not for government to come in and step in when an industry or a business is having a hard time. Ours is to deal with our regulatory or administrative responsibilities.
Thank you, CEO. So in terms of, Minister, in terms of monitoring and mapping the ups and downs, what steps did you take in this specific situation with Nathan River Mines?
Like I said earlier, I don't follow each company that operates in the Northern Territory individually. We operate as whole of government decisions, and that's where we maintain our cabinet meetings. So the decisions that we make are whole of government.
Thank you, Minister. I'd now like to talk about mine remediation. Minister, what are the 8 remediation projects? What are the 8 remediation projects being progressed by the Mining Development Division, and what is the time frame for completing these works?
So you want the 9 projects listed
Is
specifically?
there 9? I had 8, but yeah, if there's 9.
We'll have to take that on notice. We've got the some overall arching information about the mine remediation fund, but if you want the list, we'll take that on notice.
Happy to. Yep.
Member for Nightcliff, please restate the question for the record.
Minister, what are the 8 or 9 remediation projects being progressed by the Mining Development Division, and what is the time frame for completing these works?
Minister, do you accept the question?
We do accept that question.
The question asked by the member for Nightcliff of the minister has been allocated the number 3.3.
Can we just go back to the question about the environmental bond? Can we take that on notice as well so we can get the information to you? Because we think we can, but we just want a bit of time. So just to...
Sure. Chair?
Member for Nightcliff, please restate the question for the record.
What is the quantum of the security bond the NT government holds for Nathan River Resources, and will it cover outstanding debts?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, we do.
The question asked by the member for Nightcliff of the minister has been allocated the number 3.4. Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what remediation projects are planned but not yet underway?
That's looking forward-looking question. So we're talking about last budget or this budget. So I think that question is outside the scope of the committee.
So there's nothing on the register now?
I can clarify this point. The member for Nightcliff can ask of anything current, just not for any new announcements or new or change in policy.
So we'll give you a list of what we've got now, and maybe if I can get Alistair Trier, the CEO, to answer that question.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff, Alistair Trier. So the main projects that we're working on are Rum Jungle, and that has a number of years to run. Sandy Flat, which is also a significant project with a number of years to run. Then we have a range of projects both in the Alice Springs region and the Tennant Creek region, and they're to deal with legacy mine sites. The Alice Springs and Tennant Creek are more focused on mining shafts and those sorts of things which present a danger to the public. The Sandy Flats and the Rum Jungle are more focused on environmental legacy issues.
Thank you, CEO. Minister, how much funding is in the Mining Remediation Fund?
I'll pass to Joanna. She's the Chief Financial Officer who better give the information.
Thank you for the question. Joanna Frankenfeld, CFO. As of the 31st of March 2026, the balance of the fund was $113.3 million.
Thank you. So $113.3 million. Minister, is this adequate for the remediation projects underway?
I'll just ask if we can rephrase that so it's not an opinion.
Minister, the $113 million for the Mining Remediation Fund, is that adequate to cover the projects that are currently underway?
Look, that's what's in the fund at the moment, and industry pay into that fund. In an ideal world, we'd like to fix every mining problem in the Northern Territory, but we're constrained with our budget, and we've got $113 million, and that's what we're going to use to remediate these mines as we move forward in the Territory. I'll get the CEO to add a bit more as well.
Thanks, Minister. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. way the MRF, the Mining Remediation Fund, operates is basically using the interest of the fund as the operational money, and as the fund accrues value, then so does the interest, and there's more funds available. But it's an agreed process with industry on how to fund a legacy program going forward, and they're very supportive of this process.
And I can say the interest earned from the fund in the financial year to 31 March was $3 million.
Thank you, Minister. So, for example, how much is it going to cost for the Rum Jungle remediation?
That's separate to this fund.
That's not funded out of that?
Not funded out of this one, no.
Okay. So, Minister, is this... We talked about some of those specific projects, but are you confident in the adequacy of this fund going forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Minister, keen to go on to sustainable energy development.
I might just, sorry, Member for Nightcliff. So as we change topics, I might just go to the rest of the committee. It'll help also the staff stay on. So Member for Johnston, do you have any? Okay. Are there any others while we're here? Member for Blaine.
Thank you, Minister. So growing up in Bachelor, I've got a bit of an interest in legacy mine remediation because that's close to Rum Jungle, which you mentioned before. So my question is, there's a number of legacy mines that require remediation work. Minister, can you please provide some information as to what work has been done? Thank you. Just in general, but if you want to be specific about Rum Jungle, please feel free.
I'll talk about Rum Jungle to start with. Rum Jungle, for people who don't understand, was a former uranium mine developed by the Commonwealth Government in the 1980s with the NT as a partnership, but it was generally a Commonwealth uranium mine. The work out there was done at this standard at the time. However, it doesn't meet the current environmental rehabilitation expectations. The property is under land claim at the moment, and since 2009, the NT government has, under the National Partnership Framework, been investigating the site and consulting with traditional owners to develop a rehabilitation strategy plan and construction-ready design for the site. I've been out there and I've been around that site, so it's essentially the old mine and the ore pits beside it, but the mine at the moment is full of water, and the top of the water, how they explained to me, it was okay. But as it gets deeper down in, they're not sure what could be in that water, so they need to treat that water. And as they get deeper to the bottom, the treatment, from my understanding, becomes more detailed. And then once the mine is down, out dewatered, they will then push the ore back into it with lime. I think they told me with a chemical. I'm sure it was lime they're going to add to it to neutralise anything. And then once they refill that mine with the ore, which is literally right beside it, so they'll have to push it in. And they were talking about pushing it from the top and just slowly filling that mine back up again. And then once it's to the top with all the ore, they will then coat it off to seal that mine in relation to environmental standards.
So small legacy mines.
Yeah, so that's in relation to the Rum Jungle one. The small legacy mines, a tender for remediation works for the Alice Springs region, namely the Harts Range and Altinga areas, has been finalised and expected to be advertised in Q3 2026. A safety audit of the Greater Alice Springs region, namely Halkita, Huckitta, and Iwonga, ILLOGWA areas is complete, and the work package is in preparation. The safety audit for Pine Creek is complete, and a study into threatened species, namely the ghost bats, is underway to inform future works and planning in that region. Audits have commenced at the Boney Well and the Few River areas, and audits are nearing completion in Katherine following land access challenges. Some key achievements for Sandy Flat is an award for the active water management tender, a $10 million 3-year contract supporting local industry participating, including establishment of a native title holder-led subcontracting business, award of ecology contracts with direct involvement of landholders, stakeholders, including native title holders and pastoralists, completion of a comprehensive water management plan providing a scientifically robust integrated program to manage site water risks, advertising a tender for a temporary camp accommodation. This is critical to establishing a safe work camp, active environmental risk reduction, including return to approximately 20 megalitres of contaminated water into the Sandy Flat pit to limit ongoing runoffs.
How long is, if we just have it concise, we will go to a toilet break shortly, Minister.
I'll take that. Otherwise, we're...
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Next question.
I'll have one more question, and I'll just let everyone know we will take a toilet break shortly for anyone needing to go. Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Minister, sustainable energy development was budgeted at $13.346 million in 25-26 and now is only $10.621 million for 26-27. Which sustainable energy projects have been delayed, reduced or abandoned with this budget reduction?
Okay, thank you for that. So the variation of $2.8 million, a revised budget figure is a result of reprioritization of the 25-26 budget to the outer years to better align with the work program for the government refresh priorities of the Darwin Energy Hub and the remote power for Indigenous community programs. So what we've done is spread it out because it's not going to get done in 1 year, and we're going to spread it out because we know that the Darwin Energy Hub is an ongoing project. And of course, as the member for Arafura would know, the remote power project for Indigenous communities is a program over, I think it's 54 communities who run on diesel power. And what we're trying to do is make up a hybrid type system to be able to reduce the reliance on diesel for those communities. Again, that's not going to happen in 1 year. So it's been spread out over to better align with the actual program, because otherwise it'll be a revote, I could imagine. And so what we're trying to say is these programs continued, and unlike the previous Labor government would just revote it, we're spreading out to more align with actually what's going to happen for the program.
So, Minister, why have these timelines been revised?
Because these projects aren't going to get done in 1 year.
No expectation they'll be done in 1 year, but why have they been pushed out?
Because the previous Labor government would program these things to happen in 1 year, which is not going to happen. So what we've done is, in reality, these programs take time. So instead of like the previous Labor government, and so they could put a media release out how good their infrastructure program was, we've put it out to reflect what's really going to happen in the real world, because these programs will take some time and spread out over the outer years to complete.
Minister, emission reduction through industry development falls from...
sorry, Member for Nightcliff. If we're going to just change the specific line of question, we will take the break. So we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll return at 11:43.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. here with the Minister for Mining and Energy and the Minister for Renewables, and we are on questions relating to the opening statement. I'll hand over to the member for Nightcliff, and then following his line of questioning, I'll go to the member for Johnston for her line of questioning. Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, emission reduction through industry development falls from $750,000 to $320,000 in this budget. Why is that being cut in half?
Can you give us some more information in relation to that? I think everyone's sort of like, where'd that come from?
Unfortunately, I don't have my budget paper right on me. Emission reduction through industry development is the title.
I'll pass over to James Pratt. He might be able to give you some answers for that question.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. James Pratt, Senior Executive Director of Energy Development. I'll just repeat the label of it because it's a little bit confusing, which is why everyone was scrambling here. Emissions reduction through industry development was money granted to look at an onshore carbon capture storage framework for the Northern Territory. That involves some funding for policy development and also Northern Territory Geological Survey, who were also looking at basin suitability for that activity. The money has been pushed out into different years, a bit like your the response earlier from the Minister about putting money into additional financial years to ensure programs are delivered. So that funding will be completely expended in the coming financial year.
Member for Johnston with a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what are the NT's emissions in the reporting period?
Can you repeat the question, sorry, Member for Johnston?
What are the Northern Territory's emissions in the reporting period?
I think that's an environmental, Department of Environment, not to do with our department.
So as Energy Minister, you don't know what the Northern Territory's emissions are?
I said that's a question for the Minister for Environment.
Member for Nightcliff. We will come back. Member for Johnston. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify that, so the program is going to finish in the 26-27 financial year?
James Pratt. Yes, Member for Nightcliff, the money that's been granted thus far from the Northern Territory Government will be expended in the coming financial year.
Thank you. Minister, can you table the list of sustainable energy projects that are in the budget with the original allocation, current allocation and date for completion?
What was the first part of the question again?
The sustainable energy projects.
We won't have the date of completion, so we'll take that question on notice.
Thank you, Minister. Chair.
Apologies. The member for Blaine was.
Sorry, I was.
Question on notice. Do you want me to read
yes.
the question?
Member for Nightcliff, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, will you table the list of sustainable energy projects in the budget with original allocation, current allocation and date for completion?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, we do.
The question asked by the member for Nightcliff of the Minister has been allocated.
Can I just say we'll take the best
3.5.
of our ability to answer that date of completion. We'll give you as much information as we can. If you need some more, we can follow up after that. But we'll do our best to answer that, yes.
Do you accept that note, member for Nightcliff?
Thank you, Minister.
Well, we accept the question.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you please provide an update, including timelines, for the Darwin Energy Hub?
4347.
4347. Our government is committed to delivering that secure, reliable electricity at the lowest cost to Territorians. The Darwin-Katherine electricity grid will require substantial investment in generation, storage and transmission infrastructure over the coming years to support the increasing demand and the progressive retirement of ageing thermal generators. Historical large-scale generation in NT has been largely occurred through a fragmented project-by-project development, creating challenges around systems and things weren't working together. The Darwin Energy Hub has been developed by the NT government to facilitate a project to support the coordinated generation, storage and transmission infrastructure while improving certainty and supporting future electricity requirements. What we're trying to do with the Energy Hub is make sure that that area is available to secure our electricity. The electricity on the previous Labor government was going up and down, and there was a very unsecure grid. So the Darwin Energy Hub is going to be developed to help us secure that grid to provide secure and reliable electricity. It's going to, the hub is the development of Core Energy producing between 180 to 210 megawatts of large-scale solar generation with approximately 100 megawatts of capacity and the connecting infrastructure to be able to help our government provide lower sustainable cost and reliable systems for the Territory.
Minister, could we particularly go to the timelines if we could?
Timeline, yeah. So the next step essentially is we've got to native title. We're going through a native title. We're doing a non-claimant application at the moment. And to explain what that is, there is no active native title claim over the area. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the A for the Larrakia with Part B was withdrawn. So what we're doing is just to make sure we deal with the native title by making a non-claimant application to give certainty to people who are going to invest there. So then it will be clarify exactly if native title exists, and if it is, who are the native title owners. So that's going through the process at the moment. Commercialisation, what exactly is going to be built there, is how it's going to be built and what it's going to look like. We're trying to work that out. And then once all that information is put together, that decision will go to Cabinet, because I can imagine that there will be different variations of power, different setup. And I might pass to Anne Tran to give us a bit more detail about that as we move forward to work out exactly what that 200 megawatts is, exactly what the connections look like. So I might ask Anne just to give a bit more exploration about that.
Thank you, Minister. Anne Tan, Deputy CEO, Department of Mining Energy. Member for Nightcliff, in terms of the Darwin Energy Hub, it forms part of the government's broader electricity market reforms. As the Minister has pointed out, we have undertaken a significant level of de-risking activities associated with the hub, and that's to prepare the hub for what potentially the future investment plan for the Darwin-Katherine electricity system could look like. In terms of what we have undertaken to date, we've sought Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority clearances. We've secured the authority certificates. We have submitted an environmental referral for the project. We received environmental approval late last year. We've completed a 30% concept design for the network connection infrastructure, which is a critical piece of being able to connect that site to the Darwin-Katherine electricity system. We've secured a level of Commonwealth Government funding under Rewiring the Nation to enable that project to proceed, the network connection infrastructure piece. As the Minister has indicated, we're in the midst of seeking to resolve native title issues that might arise associated with that site. There is then a significant level of work that needs to go into access and planning for how the site could be structured. As the Minister has indicated, the existing thinking is that it could accommodate up to 210 megawatts of solar capacity. The decision around how that solar capacity will be delivered has not yet been made. That will be contingent on then the electricity system plan that is being developed for the Darwin-Katherine region. That plan will dictate how the DEH is ultimately delivered and therefore what the timeframes associated for delivery will look like.
So that system plan, is that available?
I'll pass to Anne-Train to answer that.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Member for Nightcliff. The plan is currently being worked through. The expectation is that it should be available later this calendar year.
And so in terms of that timelines, I understand with native title processes, that also all takes time. But when do you expect this could potentially be operational?
I think that's a very hypothetical question because there's so many variables, but what I can say is we're working to make sure that that area of land becomes available as soon as possible because we want to ensure that we've got that low-cost, reliable energy, and the energy hub is going to be part of that mix to secure energy for the Darwin-Katherine connection. I've also got some answers for your questions on notice as well. For the 9 projects about the remediation, the 9 are Rum Jungle, Sandy Flat, Alice Springs Small Mine Safety Program, Halkita, HUKTITTA Small Mine Safety Program, Mount Bonnie, Goodall, Katherine Small Mine Safety Program, and Pine Creek Small Mine Safety Program. The timeframes ranges from approximately 1 year up to long-term projects depending on approvals, Land Council approvals, APR, and also climate restraints. So that question.
I'll just state for the record that was the question on notice 3.3, Minister.
Yeah, and question for 3.4, what was the quantum of the security bond? $6,287,010. $10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, for those.
And that figure's publicly available anyway if you need to look for it, but that's what it is.
Great, thank you. So in terms of the timelines of this, can you give us a timeline, if not for operational? So we've got the system plan by the end of the year. Can you give us any other timeline points for this project?
No, I can't.
Okay. Minister, we're seeing more extreme hot days as a result of climate change causing more power outages in remote communities. Many elderly and vulnerable Territorians are impacted by this. The Remote Power System Strategy aims to transition 72 remote communities from diesel-dependent power to 70% renewable by 2030. Minister, why is there only $1.3 million in the budget to progress this remote power strategy?
This is a strategy that, as I mentioned earlier, we have the climate restraints in relation to wet and dry season. Again, what we're trying to do is make sure we get this program spread out across when it can actually be delivered. Unlike the previous Labor government where they would just put the whole money up the front budget to be able to say we're spending X amount of money, knowing full well they can never spend in that year and then go to revotes and through. So what we're doing is we understand there is a problem and we're working towards it. And I think the rest of the question may be to the Essential Services Minister as well, but I'll give some more information from
Thanks very much, Minister, and thanks, Member for Nightcliff. And I will pass to Anne-Tan in a sec. But the money that's set aside for this year is for planning and designing, if you like, as I understand it, the program. So I think it's an adequate allocation for that. From there, it goes into understanding funding sources and how that and where they might be found and how they're applied. But I'll just check with Anne to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Thank you, Alistair. Currently the project itself, the what is now called the Remote Power for Indigenous Communities project, is not funded. It has never been funded. So RPSS, which was the inception of the project under the previous government, was not funded either. The funding that we have in the budget is to develop the project. So it's operational funding, not capital funding for project delivery. We recognise that because the project is unfunded, there will be a need to secure funding sources, and the conversations with the Commonwealth Government, particularly CEFC, are proceeding.
In that case, Minister, can you provide a timeline about when that planning project, the 1.3 million, will be complete?
I'll pass to Anne Tran, but remember we're talking about this budget in the future, so I think we've said it's going to be done this year. So the answer is this year.
It'll be complete this year. Great. Minister, what is your government doing to get more solar power installed on public housing and reduce costs to tenants and support the transition to renewables?
Well, as you know, we've had our battery program, which is now finished, needed an uptake of that. Our home and battery scheme commenced in 1 December 24 and closed in June 25. The home, we doubled the grant from 5K. I know that the previous Labor government dropped it from 6, and they were talking about how good their program was, but they actually cut the funding to that. We increased it to 12, and we doubled the pool from
Minister,
3 to $6 million.
Housing. Sorry, we're talking about public housing.
I'm just talking about, you asked the first part of the question, I'm just answering that about solar panels and rooftops. So I'm just going to answer that question, and then we'll move to that solar in a minute. So what we did is we doubled the pool from $3 million to $6 million to encourage more solar panels on rooftops in the territory. 577 homes and some 18 businesses were supported in that program. Over 11 megawatts of batteries were installed, and the average size increased from 13.4 up to 19.6. So the battery, our home and battery scheme was successful, and we know that the federal government have got their own scheme at the moment, and I think $350,000 has been spent in the Northern Territory off the federal Labor government scheme. So again, I suppose you could go and ask your colleagues how their program's going. We don't have the details of that because it's a Labor program. So you could talk to them. So we're really trying to make sure that that program worked well. In relation to public housing, I'll pass to the CEO.
Thanks very much, Minister, and thanks, Member for Nightcliff. So the previous question around the remote Indigenous power program, there's a lot of focus on public housing as a part of that program, but I'll go again to Anne Tan for further detail on that.
I'll just apologies to interrupt. I'll just ask all members present to make sure phones are on silent, and that includes the buzzing. Thank you. Ms. Tan.
Thank you. We do not have a specific funding program for public housing. The programs that the Northern Territory Government has put in place are for battery schemes that apply across housing. In terms of public housing and solar on rooftop for public housing, that's probably a question that's better referred to the Department of Housing in terms of their infrastructure development projects.
So from mining and energy point of view, there's no focus for renewables on public housing?
On public housing, yes. We've talked about the Indigenous power program.
Yes, Indigenous
so that's
power
part of they're all public houses, so we do have a program which is going to increase that.
So, Minister, the federal government has funded 16 community batteries on the Darwin-Catherine grid. Where are they being installed, and what is the time frame for their delivery?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Take that on notice.
Member for Nightcliff, please restate the question for the record.
Minister, the federal government has funded 16 community batteries on the Darwin-Catherine grid. Where are they being installed, and what is the time frame for delivery of this work?
Minister, do you accept the question?
We do accept the question.
The question asked by the member for Nightcliff of the Minister has been allocated the number 3.6. I'll hand back to the member for Nightcliff. Once we've finished on the battery line of question, I will hand over to the member for Johnston.
Have you been reading my questions? Minister, Nightcliff does have the highest uptake of renewable energy. Will you commit to a community battery for the electorate of Nightcliff?
I will just state. Apologies. We cannot ask the Minister to commit to new government policy. Member for Nightcliff.
Minister, do you have a plan for a community battery for Nightcliff?
What we plan is making sure the Territory has a secure, reliable power system, and we will take whatever it takes to make sure that happens. And if that ever falls into the plan, but unlikely at this stage because we don't focus on one area, we focus on governing the whole of the Territory, unlike some people. So we are focused on making sure the Territory is a better place.
Further questions, Chair?
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. Thank you, Minister. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just following up on my question earlier about emissions, I think you said that this is the responsibility of the Environment Minister. Does your department have emissions information?
No, I think that's the Environment Minister you need to ask that question of.
Thank you. I'm not asking about the emissions. I'm asking whether your department has them.
No.
So if not, as the Minister for Sustainable Energy Development, how are you making energy decisions without taking that into account?
We go back to our government policy of lowest cost reliable energy, and we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that the Territorians get that low cost reliable energy no matter where you live.
So you don't consider emissions information when you're making those decisions?
We consider secure, reliable, cheap energy.
Thank you, Minister. Do you also consider emissions information?
We consider all the factors in relation to making sure that we do have our low-cost, reliable energy.
It's a simple yes/no question, Minister. Do you consider emissions information?
We cannot direct the Minister on how he responds. The Minister gave his answer. Member for Johnston.
I'll take that as a no. Minister, can you please provide a breakdown of the Northern Territory's energy use, providing a percentage of gas, renewables and oil?
We'll just get the information for you as best we can. Okay, so for the period 30 December 24 to 28 December 25, fossil fuel 75.5%, biomass 0.3%, solar 14.2, utility solar 5.1. What's that one? Steam 4.8.
So what was the last?
Steam.
Steam. And what period was that for?
30 December 24 to 28 December 25.
Thank you. Is that the most updated figures you have?
Yes.
Thank you. Minister, what is the total gas and royalty revenue collected by the Northern Territory Government in the reporting period?
Yeah, that's a Treasury question in relation to royalty. The Treasurer could answer that question.
Thank you. Minister, in your annual report, we can see that there was a 1.8 million concessional payment made to INPEX. Can you explain what that payment was? Page 31.
Yeah, I'll get the CEO to answer that question for you. We'll pass to James Pratt.
Thanks, Member for Johnson. James Pratt, Senior Executive Director of Energy Development. Historically, the Northern Territory Government has had an arrangement with INPEX where it makes a concessional payment for, I'm just going to call them boats, but the fleet of boats coming in and out of the harbour. When INPEX does a shutdown, obviously, and does repairs and maintenance, that number of boats increases. And when they're just doing, I guess, normal duties and exporting LNG, that number's much lower. So this has been in place since the commencement of INPEX in operation, so many, many years. And government pays a concessional payment to INPEX to assist with the cost of utilising the harbour, hence the name concessional payment.
Thank you. So in plain terms, that's a subsidy to INPEX?
I'll call it a concessional payment.
Thank you. What's the total value of everything that we're giving the gas industry, whether it's cash, whether it's roads, whether it's pipelines, whether it's land?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. Can I just get you to repeat the question just so I'm clear, please?
Yeah. What's the total value of what the Northern Territory taxpayer is giving to the gas industry, whether in cash, roads, boats, pipelines, land?
It's an interesting question. I can't speak for the Northern Territory Government as a whole because I can only speak for the portfolios relevant to us here at the table.
Thank you.
The Department of Mining and Energy doesn't give the gas industry any money. It creates its own, it raises its own funds to deliver pipelines, wells, etc. The creation of roads sits with another department. So again, I can't answer that for you. You mentioned development of pipelines. The Northern Territory Government doesn't contribute any cash to industry to develop pipelines. Again, they raise their own funds to do that.
And so a payment like the concessional payment boats, where would you categorise that?
James Pratt, Senior Executive Director, Energy Development. That has been a contract in place since INPEX commenced in 2012, I think it was, from memory. I'm probably not at liberty to say why that was commenced. I wasn't involved with the process. However, government works with INPEX to, I guess, assist with projects, and if there's been an agreement put in place around concessional payments for use of harbours, that's a matter for Northern Territory Government. I can't answer your question, I'm sorry.
Thank you, appreciate. Minister, how many individual people are currently employed by gas extraction companies in the Northern Territory? Just to be clear, I'm not asking for FTE jobs, job years, mining combined with gas. I want to know specifically how many individual people are employed in the gas industry.
Look, that is like a hypothetical question. We couldn't answer that because you talk the gas industry. If you're a welder and you've got 50 people and you weld out there, is that included? Are you talking the gas companies? Are you talking the people who supply the toilet paper to the gas industry? That is a question which is, in my view, impossible to answer because it's so broad. You know, you could literally have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people employed by the gas industry, or you could have one person employed by the gas industry. There is a gas industry in the Northern Territory, and we are going to try and promote it. There's supply chains that work with the gas industry. I've talked myself with mechanics, with welders, with people, plant operators, people who supply plant machinery, people who supply toilet paper, people who supply cleaning products, people who supply the demountables to the work camps, people who supply the fuel to the work camps, people who grader the road, people who operate in the roadhouses who the gas companies use to put their workers. So literally thousands and thousands of people are involved in the gas industry.
Thank you, Minister. I'm interested in everyone who is specifically employed, not one-off contractors. Is that a figure that you have? You frequently quote how this industry is bringing so much employment to the Northern Territory.
Again, this is a hypothetical question.
It's not hypothetical,
you would have
Minister.
to be able to talk to the gas industry. They don't give us. I don't get invited to their board meetings, so I don't know their staffing numbers.
So I have research figures that say it employs less than 1% of the Northern Territory workforce. Do you dispute that?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's hypothetical.
Yeah, we're going into opinions on those facts. We can't. Yeah, Member for Johnston.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Sorry, one more line of questioning. Minister, it's my understanding that your government has recently entered into a number of gas supply agreements with Beetaloo gas frackers. Can you please provide information on how much money those contracts were?
Their contracts are from previous government and not in the reporting period. And their Treasury as well. So maybe we need to ask the mob over this to Labor because they did it.
So no information available on the amount of money in those contracts from yourself?
You need to talk to Treasury.
Understood. Thank you.
Before going back to the member for Nightcliff, does anyone hold? Member for Casuarina, you have a question? Member for Casuarina.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you provide example of support the government is providing to sustainable energy development in the Northern Territory?
I think we just spoke about the energy hub. That is going to be an area of land which is in Waddell, just south of Darwin, which is going to have 200 odd megawatts of solar type generation. So we're really keen to progress that. Sustainable energy is going to be part of the energy mix. There's no question about that. There's also a number of solar panels on roofs. I spoke about our battery scheme earlier as well, of how much we've $12 million into those batteries for people to be able to have their homes if they want to connect off the grid, where they have the solar panels during the day and their batteries at night, to allow them to reduce their cost of energy. But I think the energy hub is a great idea, and as well as that, the Aboriginal power plant process we spoke about, where we're going to reduce the reliance on diesel across the 54 Aboriginal communities. This is in planning process at the moment, so we're really keen to be able to progress that. Also, we've supported Sun Cable in helping them execute their Indigenous land use agreement. Sun Cable is a project in the Barkly, so we're supporting that project, and we're working with them to strengthen the project across the Northern Territory. I've met with them on a number of occasions. We've also supported the Whack Solar people, the TEH2 progressing their environmental referral submission. I've also spoken to the people from the Whack and got a briefing of what their plan is, and essentially they're going to put some solar panels down near Town End Road, down in the rural area, and they're going to bring that power up into the territory, up into our network, and it'll be available for connection if they find a buyer or someone a client who wants to sell that power to. We've supported Energy North to commence preparation for its primary approval for the project area, including early consideration of key stakeholders, representing an important step forward for securing future investment by improving those projects and having them ready and the fast-track approvals to be able to help them get those projects up and running.
I'll give member for Casuarina one last question, then we'll go back to the member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Also, Minister, can you please explain how does the department ensure proper compliance and monitoring occurs within our mining and energy sector?
But that's a great question, and it's a very detailed question. What I might do is go to James Pratt, because he has a great understanding of exactly how that works, because compliance is important for me as a minister. And I think I've spoken to many of those mining companies, and I was surprised how seriously they take compliance and environmental issues and workplace safety. They place a lot of emphasis on keeping their workers safe, keeping the environment safe, because they want their mine to continue. They want that social licence to continue, so they work hard in relation to that. So I might just get James to talk a little bit about that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member for Casuarina, for your question. Just want to be clear up front that the agency's responsibilities for regulating is not related to environmental matters. For both the mining side of things here under Scott and the energy side of things, those powers were transferred, or those functions were transferred to the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment several years ago, respectively. So our responsibility for compliance and monitoring starts with tenure. So for mining and energy, we issue tenure to companies to allow them exclusive access as a company to go on and undertake exploration and ultimately production. Our responsibilities for compliance and monitoring in the energy development space also extends on to land access agreements. It extends to well operation management plans and well integrity, reservoir management and resource recovery. So we have a range of officers who are trained and certified in compliance and monitoring. We have legal officers who also provide advice in regards to ourselves upholding our responsibilities and ensuring companies do the right thing.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back to my previous question, Minister, has your department signed any contracts in the reporting period with any beta lift fracking companies?
No.
Thank you. Minister, just following up from a question asked earlier by the member for Nightcliff, in relation to longer-term climate risk assessments, does the department undertake climate risk assessments when evaluating major mining, gas or energy projects?
Our department operate within the framework of the mining legislation. I might get James just to repeat that answer he just said, because we manage what we manage in relation to the mining. I'll get James to expand on that.
Member for Johnson, can I get you to repeat your question, please? I was just reading something.
Does the department undertake climate risk assessments when evaluating major mining, gas or energy projects?
Thanks for the question, Member for Johnson. In short, no, because the environmental management functions sit with the Department of Lands Planning and Environment. So when a mining company or a gas company puts in an application to develop a mine or develop a gas field or do exploration, the environmental risks that they have identified are, and how they mitigate those are assessed and considered by the Department of Lands Planning and Environment, and the respective minister makes a decision whether to grant those activities approval or not.
Thank you. So similar to my question in the previous portfolio, you're the Minister for Sustainable Energy Development. Is that the title? Renewable, energy development. So at the end of the day, around these kinds of questions, do you have the final call, or does it sit with another department?
Cabinet have the final call.
Thank you, Minister. And we'll find out what happens then in 30 years. Is that correct, Minister? That's actually a question. Is that? Oh, sorry. Sorry, my question was, what is the time frame for us for cabinet discussions to become public?
30 years.
Thank you, Minister.
Are there any further questions relating to the opening statement? Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just picking up on the home battery scheme again. Minister, why has this scheme been discontinued, seeing it was incredibly popular and it provided great cost savings, cost of living relief to households and businesses, to reduce the power bills and to switch on more solar? Why has this been discontinued?
Okay, for two reasons. One, that the federal government brought out their own scheme, which was very similar to that. So you could apply under the federal scheme. And I think $350,000 worth of federal money has come into the territory under the same battery, so we didn't want to duplicate it. And the second thing is we're in the process of planning our cheap, affordable, reliable energy and have secure energy, and that is where secure is very important. What we don't want to do is go and put in more solar panels, for example, and more batteries when it works out. They may not. I'm not a scientist and I don't know, I'm not an expert. What we're looking at the bigger picture here to make sure we give Territorians that cheap, reliable and affordable energy. And we're working on that plan at the moment, which includes the Darwin Energy Hub, includes looking at the WAC, what we just spoke about. It talks about, how can we look at the new batteries in Alice Springs or Tennant Creek, or there's the two batteries in Darwin, the second best, which is going to build into the Catherine Darwin network. So we're looking at the big picture, having some emergency planning, and as well as that in Tesmo, which is a group has come out, and they're going to be a standalone department to have a look at the big picture here to make sure that as we move forward, Territorians have that reliable, secure and affordable energy, as not a piecemeal here and a bit there just to try and get a few votes or something, whatever you want to say. We want to look at the big picture here so all Territorians can benefit from that detailed planning into the future.
So yes, Minister, batteries are a key part of that. What battery commitments do you currently have?
I'll pass over to Ann Tan about that in relation to we are doing a second big battery, and there's also one in Alice Springs that's moving on as well, but I'll give you some more details about that.
Thank you, Minister. At this stage, I think as previously discussed, we are preparing a whole of system plan, and that is an investment plan for the Darwin-Katherine electricity system. However, what has been identified by the Minister is urgent need for battery infrastructure to manage grid stability and security. In that regard, Territory Generation has advanced processes to secure, at this stage, batteries in Alice Springs and Katherine, and we'll also be then looking at a battery in the Darwin system. The first stage of that program is a 12 megawatt battery in Alice Springs. Territory Generation should be able to provide more information to the committee on that when they appear next week.
Thank you. Minister, retail electricity tariffs went from around 166 million in 25-26 to more than 224 million in 26-27, a massive $58 million increase. Surely incentivising more Territorians with solar power and batteries will reduce the need for these unsustainable increases in electricity tariffs.
First thing about tariffs, you need to talk to the Treasury about that. But what we just explained to you is we're looking at the big picture here to make sure that we get a secure, reliable and affordable energy system, and that we don't want to have a piecemeal attempt at it, which was the previous government were doing that. So we are stepping back to make sure that we provide that whole system security, reliability and affordability for Territorians' customers. And we'll get to the CEO to add a bit more as well.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks, Member for Nightcliff. Just building on what the Minister said, with electricity, solar is a very important part of the electricity mix, but solar does fluctuate, and you need to be able to manage for that fluctuation. So there's it's not as simple as just plugging more solar in and reducing the power. And I think in terms of the strategic planning that the Minister was talking to, and then earlier Anne about our planning to date, we really need to understand what energy types we need and supporting reliability, supporting mechanisms to sit beside that. So that's batteries and syncons and that sort of thing, where they're placed in a grid to sort of provide the best effect, I guess. And then the third thing is the timing of those things. As some assets change, what assets do we replace them with? Are they increased solar? Do we still need an underpinning thermal mix? And then what are the reliability mechanisms to sit beside those to ensure that there's a consistent supply of electricity as day goes to night, as we get monsoons, those sorts of things.
I can explain a bit further. If you've got 100 megawatts of solar, you essentially need 100 megawatts of firm power somewhere else sitting there for those fluctuations, whether a cloud comes over, whether there's a monsoon. So the question is, when you talk about affordability, 100 megawatts of solar is X amount of money, 100 megawatts of thermal is X amount of money, but can you run solar by itself? The answer is no, it needs to be firmed. Can you run diesel by itself or thermal? Yes, you can, but it gets expensive. So we've got to get that mix right so you can have the solar. And remember, our power usage in Darwin changes a lot as well. In the dry season, we don't use very much power. In fact, sometimes we have too much power. In the wet season, the build-up, we use a lot of power. So they're the factors that need to be considered. And if you just say we're going to go thermal, we're going to go solar, or we're going to go wind, you need to mix it all together, because things have their ups and downs, have their pros and cons. Having one type of power is, in my view, and is not going to give us that reliability we need. We need to have a mix to be able to deal with the seasons that are available, and more importantly, the usage of power that Territorians use as it goes up and down. We don't just have the same temperature every day. It changes a lot. So we need to manage that. And our system is getting old, and there's a lack of infrastructure spent for many, many years because I think it might have been just in a too hard basket, I'm not sure. But we are trying to make sure that as we move forward, we stick with our policy, which is that reliable, secure power at an affordable cost to Territorians.
A quick follow-up there.
Chair, could I suggest we wrap so we don't hold officials over lunch?
Yeah, this is my last question, just following up from you.
All right, we've got
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah. Minister, can the department does the department have modelling that shows that fossil fuels are the cheapest way to provide electricity in the Northern Territory?
Sorry, what was that question?
Does the department have modelling that shows that fossil fuels are the cheapest way to provide energy in the Northern Territory?
No, I just said we need a mix of things here.
Understood. Do you have modelling on the cost of those things?
Yes, we do. I'll pass to Anne.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Johnston, as I think we've previously discussed, the process that we're currently undertaking is taking a very much technology agnostic, evidence-based approach to determining what the optimal mix of generation and storage infrastructure is required to keep the grid secure, reliable, and at lower sustainable cost. So in terms of the modelling that's been undertaken, obviously the need is to try and target all three of those government priorities, and cost is one element of that, but that then has to be balanced against security and reliability. So in terms of developing the whole of system planning, the exercise that's currently being undertaken, cost is going to be one consideration.
Thank you. And when that plan's developed, will it be publicly available? Yeah. And is there a time frame for that?
I'm not going to stick to a time. We are in the process of doing now, and we're not going to be hurried. We're going to do it step by step. So when it's ready, it'll be ready.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. We will now pause for lunch. The time now is 12:30. We'll return at 1 p.m. and we will have a brief committee meeting in the Ormiston room. Thank you.
We're not wrapping, Chair?
Sorry?
Do you have to read the outputs?
Oh, outputs.
So they can go.
Very good point, Member for Nycliffe.
You've got to run through all that.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. I will pause that and we'll just get through this. The committee will now proceed to consider the estimates of proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2627 as they relate to the Department of Mining and Energy. Are there any agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies? That concludes consideration of agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. The committee will now take questions on Output Group 3, Mining and Energy, Output 3.1, Northern Territory Geological Survey. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 3.1. The committee will now consider Output 3.2, Mining Development. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 3.2. The committee will now proceed to Output 3.3, Energy Development. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 3.3. The committee will now move on to Output 3.4, Sustainable Energy Development. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 3.4. The committee will now consider Output 3.5, Beetaloo Project Management Office. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 3.5 and Output Group 3. The committee will now move on to Output Group 4, Corporate and Shared Services. Output 4.1, Corporate and Governance. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 4.1. The committee will now move on to Output 4.2, Shared Services Received. Are there any questions? That concludes consideration of Output 4.2 and Output Group 4. This concludes consideration of all outputs relating to mining and energy. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank department officers for attending today. Minister, I'll allow you a brief moment to thank your staff.
I take the opportunity to thank the staff, like I said at the beginning, not only the ones here, but also the ones back at the office who do all the work behind it, because we know the Territory is a place where you can dare to dream. You can go out there and you can dream what you want to do and what you want to make it. So I think the Territory is a place, and what we as a government want to do to make those dreams come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. On behalf of the committee, I thank all the staff at the department for both coming here today and the huge body of work that went into today from all department staff. We will now break for lunch before going on to considering outputs relating to the Department of Corrections, and we will return at 1:05 with a committee meeting to be held now in the Ormiston room. Thank you.
and everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of day 3 of estimates, and welcome to the member for Gwadja as the Shadow Minister. Your debut, I understand, for estimates. No. So, now be gentle. Unfortunately, the chairs had to step back just to get a bit of recovery. So, Minister, I invite you as the Minister for Corrections to introduce the officials accompanying you and to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Corrections. I'll give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. Minister.
Okay, thank you. I'll introduce Matthew Barley, the CEO, Alicia Brimson, Deputy Executive, Kate Chambers.
Sorry, Minister, can you put your phone on, please?
Sorry. So Matthew Barley, the Commissioner, Alicia Brimson, the Deputy Chief, Kate Chambers, the Deputy or Acting Deputy Chief, Stephen Tracker, the Chief Financial Officer, and also Sasha Dennis over there as Deputy Commissioner. So I'll just make a quick opening statement and then we'll take some questions from there. I've been joined by the senior staff here today, and other staff will join as required as we go through the questioning. Corrections is a central part of the Territory's law and order response. It also plays an important role in supporting the Territory's economy and helping restore the lifestyles Territorians deserve. When communities feel safe, people go to work, businesses invest, tourism grows, families get on with their life. The focus is clear: a strong correction system that protects the community, holds offenders accountable, and reduces reoffending. When this government came to office, the system was under pressure, increasing prisoner numbers, workforce strain, growing operational demand. That work has been followed and deliberate. Sorry, the work that has followed was deliberate. Strengthening the legislation to hold offenders to account, stabilising the system, investing in right infrastructure, strengthening the workforce, improving performance. Today, corrections operates as a connected system. Adult operations, community corrections, youth justice, and a system that is now more stable, more structured, more focused on outcomes. This year has been about stabilising and strengthening a system that was under significant pressure. We've moved corrections from a reactive crisis response to a more structured, modern and outcome-focused system. This is a system that is now more stable, better coordinated and delivering more consistent outcomes across custody and community. I want to give a practical example of what the system is delivering on the ground. Earlier this year, when communities across the Territory were responding to severe weather and flooding, the Department's Community Service Work Program stepped in to support recovery efforts across Darwin, Katherine and Alice Springs. Prisoner work crews were deployed to assist with the setup and operation of evacuation centres, clearing debris and restoring public spaces, and providing hands-on support to communities as they begin to recover. This was practical, visible work supporting Territorians when it mattered most. And that's not a one-off. In the most recent quarter alone, more than 24,000 hours of community work were delivered, generating over $600,000 in value to the Territory economy. That work includes supporting vulnerable households, including prisoners and people with disabilities, including pensioners and people with disabilities, retain community spaces and contributing to essential services right across the Territory. It is about building work ethic and discipline, developing practical skills and ensuring offenders are actively contributing back to the community. Importantly, it's not just about service delivery. This is about accountability in action and proof that the system is delivering practical value back to the community. This is what system reform looks like in practice: visible outcomes, practical contribution and safer communities. Rehabilitation is one of the clearest examples of that shift. We're not just doing more rehabilitation, we're doing it better. And we are now seeing, through stronger outcomes, higher completion rates and more targeted intervention. Programs are now more targeted, more evidence-based and more closely linked to reducing reoffending. The 2026 budget reflects that shift will deliver even more positive outcomes. Total funding of $524 million supports adult operations, community corrections and youth justice, prisoner health services and corporate services. Over the past year, there's been a significant shift from operation demand towards stabilisation. To date, the Infrastructure Master Plan has delivered 1,092 additional beds, with more planned through work camps in Darwin and Katherine. Targeted operational changes, including custody and transport support from G4S, are ensuring officers focused where they are most needed, inside facilities, maintaining safety, supporting rehabilitation. Importantly, this model is enabling more sustainable workforce approach and supporting operational delivery while longer-term arrangements are considered. In practical terms, thousands of prisoners' movements are managed each year. Court custody and transport demands are being met reliability. Officers remain focused on safety, security and rehabilitation inside facilities. This includes returning additional police officers from Alice Springs Court back to the front line in Alice Springs where they are needed. The operational model is managing thousands of prisoner movements each year and returning correctional officers to the front line where they are most needed. Taken together, these changes are stabilising the system because a stronger front line means a stronger correction system. The role of custodial operations is clear. Keep prisons safe, protect staff and maintain order. There has been a deliberate operational shift, stabilising workforce, improving deployment of staff, strengthening frontline presence. There were 157 correctional officer commencements in this reporting period, and the retention of uniform cohort has grown beyond 90%. The system is more stable because the frontline is more stable. Recruitment, retention, and smarter deployment are ensuring officers are focused on core custodial work. A key question people ask is whether enough is being done on programs. There's been a significant growth in delivery, but more importantly, a shift to better outcomes. Prisoners assured for clinical treatments, clinicals assessed for clinical treatment programs increased from 30 the previous year to 233, an increase of 640%. 98% of prisoners enrolled in these clinical programs completed them successfully. With a clear focus on family violence and remand prisoners, attendance at psychoeducational programs increased by 47.2%. Rehabilitation is now not just a program, it's a coordinated system response spanning custody programs and reintegration. The system is now structured around assessment, targeted intervention, rehabilitation pathways. This ensures intervention happens earlier and is matched to individual risk and need. This is supported by the Rehabilitation and Reintegration Framework, which embeds evidence-based programs, improves coordination across custody and community, strengthens outcomes trackings, focused on reducing reoffending. Programs are no longer standalone, they are part of a connected system response. This includes education and training, behaviour change programs, employment pathways, reintegration support. The focus is clear. Practical, targeted programs that change behaviour and reduce reoffending. So the answer is not just why we're doing more, it is that we are doing it better with clearer outcomes. There is more to do, and we will continue to build on this progress. But we are seeing a step change in both scale and effectiveness of rehabilitation across the system. In particular, this year has been focused on strengthening services for women in custody. This includes more targeted, women-specific programs and more tailored support pathways that respond to the needs of women in the system. The work is improving engagement, strengthening rehabilitation outcomes, and contributing to more stable and safer environments. This includes increased engagement in structured programs and more stable day-to-day custodial environments. It reflects a broader shift ensuring the system is responsive to different cohorts and delivers more effective targeting support. We're building real pathways from custody to skills and from skills to jobs. This has been driven through a focus on correctional industries, skills development and employment pathways. Participation in education training has increased significantly, with engagement opportunities growing by 54% compared with the previous year. There were 1,190 prisoners engagements in education and training, up from 761 the previous year, with 891 completions and an 83% completion rate. In the last reporting period, over 1,700 prisoner engagements in industries and employment programs have been delivered, generating approximately 2.7 million in value to the community. This is not simply work activity. These programs are designed to build practical skills, work discipline, and job readiness. Importantly, these efforts are now aligned to a more structured, system-wide approach, linking education, training, and employment programs. Partnerships are central to this approach. The Ready to Work program, delivered with Work Skill Australia, is a key example. It begins in custody and continues post-release for up to 12 months, ensuring support at the point where people are most at risk of reoffending. As of 31 March 26, 165 referrals have been made, with individuals actively engaged in transitional planning. This is about connecting people to employment before they leave custody, not after. It reflects a broader shift from program delivery to end-to-end pathways from custody to community into work. This creates continuous pathway from assessment to training to employment and into the community. Because employment is one of the strongest factors in reducing reoffending. It builds stability, supports reintegration, and reduces the likelihood of returning to custody. That is good for rehabilitation, good for industry, and good for the community safety. Community corrections is a key part of the department's approach to reducing offending and strengthening community safety. Across the NT, community correction supervises 1,780 offenders. Some of them transitioning from custody back into community, others being managed in a community to prevent escalation into the custodial system. The focus is on case management and behavioural change. Officers work with communities, family, Aboriginal organisations and NGOs to provide coordinated support and supervision. The aim is to support individuals to make better choices, stay connected to community, and avoid behaviours that lead to further reoffending. This is about intervention at the right point in the system, not just enforcement. This is about enforcing accountability in the community, not just managing it. Compliance tools support this work. They are not the centre of it. Random breath testing, urine and electric monitoring are used where appropriate to enforce accountability and community safety. Electronic monitoring continues to expand. 827 individuals monitored, up from 718 the previous year. 578 supervised through community corrections. Importantly, completion of supervised community corrections orders was 70% against the target of 70% between July 1, 25 and 30 March 26, reinforcing accountability in the community. By supporting people to stabilise, reconnect and rebuild, community corrections strengthen community safety, reduce the future demand on custodial system and improves long-term outcomes. In youth justice, we are intervening earlier and more effectively. This reflects a system focused on early intervention, structured support and preventing escalation. Youth justice must be firm and effective. It must protect the community and it must intervene early to prevent escalation into more serious offending. Over the past year, there has been a strong focus on targeted intervention, structured programs and rehabilitation pathways that address the causes of offending behaviour. Diversion pathways have been strengthened, ensuring more young people are redirected away from the formal justice system and into supports that address underlying drivers of offending. Bail support services have expanded, providing structured supervision and stability at a crucial intervention point. 132 young people have been supported, over 5,400 bed nights and 67 successful exits. Youth boot camps continue to be a key behavioural change intervention. 2.2 million invested, 20 camps delivered, 80 young people participated. Detention across the community-based programs, there is an increased focus on education and training, structured daily routines, therapeutic support, reintegration planning from the earliest point. This reflects a system that is shifting from reactive to structured intervention, to rehabilitation and reintegration that reduces offending. Because preventing youth offenders becoming an adult offender reduces crime, reduces long-term prison demand, improves life outcomes and strengthens community safety. This is about reducing escalation and stopping youth offending becoming adult offending. Corrections is now more stable, structured and outcome focused, and that is making a real difference to community safety. The focus remains on stronger safety, stronger accountability, reduced offending. The stability has been driven by a stronger workforce capability, more effective programs and better targeted interventions across the system. Work is delivered by staff in demanding environments every day. Their professionalism is recognised and their work is making a real difference to the community safety. And I want to have a big shout out to the staff, Mr Chair, because I think the work they do, and not just people here, but the people behind the scenes does go unnoticed sometimes. And I want to make sure I put on record that I thank everyone for the work they do in corrections, whether you're frontline or you're admin person. Thank you for the work you do. Any questions?
Thank you, Minister, and may I say you took 14 minutes, so I don't get to ring the bell, unfortunately.
I thought I heard the bell ring.
No.
Well, that story's finished
look,
anyway.
Just as a reminder, the order of questioning is I'll refer to the Shadow Minister first, then we'll go to the crossbenchers and then the other committee members and then any other members after that. Are there any questions of the Minister's statement?
Yes.
Minister for Gorge. Member for Gorge, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, could you just confirm what the current number of people inside the Northern Territory Correctional system are today, but break down by prison number and by those in community corrections?
Commissioner, I'll pass to the Commissioner to give you the information.
Thank you, Member for Gorge. And just for the record, Matthew Barley for the Department of Corrections. Thank you, Minister. Today we have 2,772 in corrections custody, breaking down by site.
Yes.
Member for Gorge. Thank you. Excuse me, Darwin Correctional Precinct, 1,263. Alice Springs Correctional Precinct, 784. Berrima Correctional Centre, 584. We had 70 in Barclay Work Camp, 49 in Datchala Work Camp, and we had 17 in the Darwin Transitional Custody Centre. I think 2 in hospital in Darwin today, and I think that's about it, actually.
And what about in community corrections?
I don't know if I have today's number in community corrections, but I certainly have it in terms of average. It's around 1,850 people under supervision.
Okay, great. And of your current number, what's the current rate of recidivism across the Northern Territory Correctional Services at the moment?
Yes, Member for Gorge. So the recidivism rate, as we all know, is measured according to those national definitions under the Report on Government Services. I think at last memory, the result for 24-25 was 59.6% within 2 years.
Within 2 years?
Yes.
Yep. And what's the recidivism rate for children or youth in youth detention?
We don't have that one. I'm sorry, I'd have to take that question on notice.
Can you take it on notice?
Oh, we don't have that data?
So just to be clear, you don't monitor, you don't have any data on youth recidivism rate?
Not to the same level of metrics that we do for the adults, Member for Quadra, and I think the answer to that is the way in which the data is counted. And the other thing I would check, and I'd need to defer to my Deputy Commissioner here, is there are some differences in the way our population in youth justice is managed and calculated, and that also relates to the remand rates of children being higher.
Sure, but given we're talking about such a small number of people in the Territory, surely you would know when a young person has come back in within 2 years.
I think we don't keep that data is the answer to the question.
So you don't keep the data?
That's correct.
But does the data exist?
Yeah, please.
Sasha Dennis, Deputy Commissioner, Youth Justice, Community Corrections. In youth justice, there is no national minimum standard or approach for recidivism. In the Northern Territory, that is not possible at this time because the 3 systems of Odyssey for AGD, Serpro for police, and Care for youth justice do not integrate. Though we are aware, Member for Goyja, of young people when they return under community supervision or if they return to detention. But if they are not underneath the youth justice portfolio and they may reoffend, we do not know that they have continued to reoffend unless they come into our supervision. Hence why we're unable to triangulate the data. The data exists, but it exists in 3 separate systems.
Yeah.
It is a piece of work that is being undertaken, but currently in the Northern Territory, as many other states, it is not possible for youth justice.
So just to be clear, the data does exist. It's aggregated across 3 different systems. So someone could get that data to determine what the recidivism rate is for a young person in youth detention. Okay.
Just to follow up
Sorry,
through the chair.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Did you say that work is being done, Ms Dennis?
Member for Johnson, sorry, I forgot to put my glasses on. That is correct at a national level, and then that will come down into each jurisdiction.
And when will that happen?
It's been underway for the past 3 years. It is quite difficult and complex, and each jurisdiction has a different reporting methodology, which is why it's quite difficult to be able to have one set algorithm to be able to answer the question from Member for Goja.
So, Minister, I just want to confirm, in 2024, you publicly stated that jailing was failing, along did the Treasurer and along did I. Given that the recidivism rate is still so high, do you still agree that jailing alone is failing, given those horrific recidivism rates?
Look, what we know about putting people into custody is about putting someone into a prison cell, like the previous Labor government did, of no rehabilitation is failing. Putting someone in there and offering them skills, education, rehabilitation and reintegration, that is the key to break down and stop that reoffending. And as I said in my opening, and you can probably ask some questions, there's been a lot of work done, Member for Goja, on rehabilitation, training, skills and reintegration. In fact, well, that's one of my main focuses, and I think many times I've met with the people here today, we've always talked about how can we do that better, how can we make these young people, young offenders, adult offenders be able to less likely to come back into detention. And I think it's a given, and I think everyone can agree that putting them in a cell and not doing anything is the worst possible outcome. Yeah. Offering rehabilitation, integration, skills, education is the key, and that's why, as I read out some of those figures in my opening, those numbers are going up. They're going in the right direction because we, on this side of the government, are really focused on increasing those education training programs to be able to break that cycle of reoffending, to allow some of these people to go back into the community, no matter where that is in the Territory, to have better lives, go back to be mums and dads and brothers and sisters, to ensure that the Territory is a safer place.
Thanks, that's a great story, but you just said that you don't have any data on the youth justice recidivism rates. So can you identify a single new program, residential program, rehab program, alternative to custody, that your government has delivered that is proven to be reducing recidivism in the Northern Territory?
I'll pass to the Commissioner, because as I mentioned, the work skills program, the reintegration program is a new program. There's a whole range of programs, so I'm not sure how detailed you want. Do you want us to go through each program we do?
No, I want you to tell me what programs are working and that how you're determining that they're reducing recidivism.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Guadra, thanks for your question. As we all know, the recidivism rate recorded nationally by the Australian Bureau of Statistics has not materially changed much over the last many years in the Northern Territory, and it remains one of the things that is stubbornly high and is well beyond the national average. That's obviously well recorded and something that we have continued to always focus on in corrections over many years. And in fact, much of our reform for corrections has been focused on trying to identify and ensure that our resources and our efforts are best directed to addressing the causes of offending and the criminogenic factors that bring people to custody. It remains stubbornly high. There's no doubt about that. Which is why we have done a substantial amount of work over the last 18 months through our rehabilitation and reintegration portfolio, and I'm very pleased that Deputy Commissioner Chambers is here with me. She's led that work over the last 18 months to do a lot of research and revision on what our rehabilitation framework should be, and I would happily talk to committee members about some of the work we're doing in terms of uplifting our program delivery and our psychoeducational capacity, our clinical treatment capacity. Also, I think a significant piece of work is being done and has continued to be done to upgrade and expand our industry skills and employment work. All of
Can
which...
I just point?
Yes.
I'm asking a question.
Yes.
I'm asking for what new programs has the prison delivered that have proven track records to reduce recidivism?
Excuse me, Chair. We're answering the question. Really interrupted.
Yes.
Can you please ensure that doesn't happen?
No, I agree. Please let the Commissioner finish the
Well, I'm
answer.
asking for him to be direct.
I'm out.
No,
Excuse
you
me,
need to be quiet.
Roger, can we just respect, get the full answer?
Yeah, well,
Because you
when
can have another question.
point of order, respect goes two ways. The Deputy Chief Minister's screaming to throw
Member
me
for
out.
Roger, I know you want to get there, and I want you to ask all the questions you do, but you will direct questions from me, and you will adhere to my rulings.
And I'm asking for your
please,
ruling on the point of order.
And I have said, let the Commissioner continue, uninterrupted. Commissioner.
I think the best answer to your question, member for Gwodja, is in two parts. We are delivering enhanced programs that you know well, and we're grateful for your long-term support to many of those programs. We are delivering new programs, and Deputy Commissioner Chambers can talk to you about some of that new work that we've been doing under the strategy. The question in the second part, though, is, are they proven to reduce recidivism? The answer to that is no. And the reason for that is because our recidivism rate obviously remains stubbornly high. I can't point to evidence that would answer your question, and that's being perfectly frank, and I think we all know that challenge, and the reason for that is there are many factors contributing to criminogenic offending. What we are focused on is ensuring, A, that our programs are evaluated and are delivered according to best practice, and we've done some significant work on that, particularly in the family violence space. The second part that we are working on is ensuring that our entire rehabilitation framework and strategy, which incorporates not just programs, but education through care services, post-release services, employment services, all stitched together in an effort to provide us as Territorians the most sophisticated model that we can potentially deliver to hope and pray that people don't come back to prison. That's not to say, though, that we're just throwing resources into the wind. In fact, many of our programs, and I'll point to one in a moment, have been designed based on proven methodology that works interstate, and we hope to replicate some of their success in reducing recidivism. And the best example I could point to on that, and it is a piece of work that I also know, Member for Gwodja, that you have supported in the past, is the work we are doing for supporting prisoners to access the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And I think that's something we can all agree on, is demonstrated, particularly in South Australia, to produce results that when we can engage people who have known and assessed disabilities to access the services they need when they exit custody, they are less likely to come back. That has been demonstrated in South Australia. We have replicated our Northern Territory model based on that model, and we hope to see some similarity in results. But in that particular program, it's too early. But I take your point. We are working to ensure that all of our efforts and our resources that Deputy Commissioner Chambers and her team have at their disposal is targeted towards better outcomes for people when they exit custody. I wish the recidivism rate was lower. We're going to keep trying to reduce it. It's a stubborn and difficult and complex problem. It certainly doesn't mean we're not trying. And there have been some marginal differences over time with the recidivism rate. And the Minister's just reminded me that our ROGS data has demonstrated just under a 1% decline from 24 down to 25, where I said it was 59.5%. I misled you earlier. I said 59.6.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up question?
No, I haven't finished my line of questioning.
Follow-up question is allowed. Thank you.
I'll remember that.
Member for Blaine.
Minister, given that we're talking about practical programs, would you be able to outline to the committee, and I understand there's a few facilities around Palmerston and Yarrawonga that fit into this, practical skills programs, cultural and community activities and external partnerships are currently being delivered in youth detention centres to support rehabilitation and reintegration?
Thanks for the question. What I might do is pass down to Sasha and talk about what we're offering in relation to these young offenders. Previously, under the previous government, weren't given the support they needed, and the programs that they were engaging in were extremely expensive. For example, I know the member for Gorgia knows Back on Track quite well. $35 million for 35 participants, and we're not even sure if they passed or failed. So that's effectively $1 million per child. So what we're doing now is we're making sure that we support those young offenders better, give them services that are actually needed to help them go out into the community and become better people. And that is through these boot camps and programs, which I'll get Sasha Dennis to talk about. So we are making sure that we offer the services to these young offenders in an area they need it, targeted intervention. I think I mentioned it multiple times in my opening statement. I think we can agree that there's one size fit all, like the previous Labor government tried to do, doesn't work. And what we're doing is that targeted intervention to make these young offenders, and when I say young offenders, I'm talking youth and also, 18, 19, the young people have a better opportunity to have those services they need to make their lives better and make better decisions as we move forward.
Thank you, Sasha Dennis, Deputy Commissioner. Member for Blaine, what the Department of Corrections have increased is our diversion pathways across the Northern Territory, but also the number of providers across each major region. We've also expanded bail support services, and our youth boot camps are also creating a clear early intervention pathway that diverts young people from continuing to offend or increase the seriousness of their offences. So in 25-26, 80 young people participated across 20 camps for youth boot camps. They are run out of the youth bail facilities and with external providers, but supported, and young people are supervised by the bail support staff. That is the difference in terms of how we run these camps. 72 of those 80 young people achieved successful outcomes and completed the 3 to 5 day camp period. That provides us with a 90% success rate since these camps commenced from the 1st of July 2025. Importantly, 66 of those participants were referred while they were on bail. That demonstrates that boot camps are also being used as an alternative to detention, which keeps the number of young people in detention down from what it would be if we did not have the bail support facilities or the youth boot camps. In terms of the bail support facilities here in Darwin, that program is operated from Yera House. It has capacity for 16 young people, depending on the cohort. If there is a female, it has capacity for 14 young people. Those young people all receive structured programs, continuation of their through care plan if they have been in detention, and also a focus on reintegration to community. We have had 82 successful young people exit from bail support facilities. Those exits have included attendance at school, completion of bail conditions, which may be a community work program, attendance at an alcohol or other drug program, or cultural competency support programs. We also ensure that while there are still incidents and breaches in our bail facilities, which is expected with a high-risk cohort, that we have risk escalation protocols and there are structured supports which have reduced the number of incidents in bail facilities in 25-26 in comparison to 24-25. I would also like to state that the diversion pathways are a success. The new youth diversion program, which replaced the previous Back on Track that the Minister referred to in community youth diversion, has significantly increased the number of young people on community youth diversion. There are 380 young people just since the 1st of July 2025 that have been referred by police or by courts to the youth diversion programs, and of those programs we've already had 130 young people successfully complete diversion. That is a huge success when we compare it to the previous program that we provided young people. The strong focus is on early intervention in Tier 1 and Tier 2, and over those 380 young people that have been referred. We currently, as of today, have 144 still completing diversion. It is a huge success in the way that young people are completing supervised orders in community or participating in other programs linked to across various agencies, such as the Crossover Support Unit and Circuit Breaker in DCF.
Minister, I had a follow-up question to that, just in relation to that.
Member for Daly, follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your answer, Deputy Commissioner. And Minister, I just wanted to understand how many youth diversion programs or how many youth programs are currently funded in what area and who are the providers?
I'll pass to Sasha Dennis to answer that question for you.
And I've just got a follow-up from this. Yeah.
And then we're going back to me. Yeah, well, I've got a lot of questions to ask you, so
I want the questions.
I don't want to miss out.
You could put them in writing.
As I said,
Well, you could get your colleagues to ask
excuse
outside
me,
of here.
Member for Gwadger, follow-up questions are allowed. I've just done the member for Blaine. I'm doing the member for Daly. And the member for Johnson has indicated she would also like to do a follow-up question. We will do that and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, well, we're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner for Youth Justice Community Corrections. So in the top end, we provide youth diversion programs through Michael Coombs, who delivers programs in Milkakapiti,
Sorry, it's just for what
Warringah.
Just for what I.
That also provides support when Tamara requires additional support when young people are transitioning across the West Daly region. So we also fund Tamara to do youth diversion and sentence to a skill.
Sentence to a skill. Okay, and how many people have been referred to sentencing to a skill program, just in what area particularly?
Just in what area? Our sentence to a skill numbers. I'll just go for that. In Wadair, there have been 0 young people sentenced to a skill, as no young people have been sentenced that have come before the courts.
Well, my understanding is there's been no referrals through the courts. So the Minister stated earlier that we're not just doing more rehabilitation, we're doing it better. So how can you say that, Minister, when we haven't seen any referrals to a sentencing program in Wadair alone?
I think you have to talk to the Attorney General, because I think the referrals by the court, if you want to ask the court how many referrals they do, it's a matter for the court.
So are you wrong in your statement, in your opening statement?
Can I finish my question? I'm not sure if you understand the separation of powers principle, but the courts have the right to make their own decisions, and they infer orders and sentences as they see fit. And you really have to ask that question to the Attorney General, which would probably say the same thing. That's a question for the court.
But there's been no referrals to a rehabilitation program for young people
from the
in
court.
So,
Okay, I think we'll move on. Member for Johnson. Follow-up question.
Thank you. Minister, this is probably a question for the Deputy Commissioner. You just talked about increased numbers of diversion. In a previous portfolio in the budget, diversion events for youth has almost halved. I just wonder how those two figures fit together.
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure, and it's in a different portfolio, but it's related to diversion. For diversion events for youth, this is under police. The target was 45%. It's actually 27%, and the target now is 30%. So significantly lower. I heard you say that there's increased diversion happening. I just wondered that. I had a question around that.
Yes, I can explain that. Thank you for clarifying, Member for Johnston. So from the 4th of September 2025, with the amendments to the Youth Justice Act, we opened further referral pathways for young people to commence diversion. Previously, it was through Section 38, which was through police, but we also made amendments to Section 64, so the courts can also refer to diversion, and then through Section 83, which could be compulsory diversion. It also increased because we have other referrals, which may be from local community or a local provider. We also made changes, Member for Johnston, that it was no longer voluntary and that all young people and families participate with a local provider, pending on what their offence is based on the tier. That's why there has been an increase. It may not be through police, but through other pathway referrals that we created as part of the amendments to the Act.
Thank you for the clarification. And I just have a follow-up on a previous question. Can I put that in here? Yeah. As part of the follow-up, but it's in relation to a previous question. This is about recidivism data. So I think you referenced return to youth justice supervision. So what's the data on that over the last 12 months? Because I understand that's something that's meant to be reported to ROGS.
Sasha Dennis, Deputy Commissioner. Member for Johnston, we report the young people, the data for young people who are under the community supervision of Department of Corrections. However, due to the inability in care for that to be verified, we're unable to actually report against the completion of community supervision. We monitor that based off Excel spreadsheets and our involvement with young people. It is not an accurate number that we would provide, but we sit around 45 to 50% of all young people completing their community supervision. We do not report on it in the report on government services due to the inability in our reporting system. That hopefully will be addressed by the end of this year.
So currently, is any data provided to the Productivity Commission in relation to young people returning to prison or to supervision within 12 months?
No, we're unable to. As I said, our reporting system does not provide us that ability. It is something that is being worked on. Community youth justice supervision has not been reported to ROGS since March 2023, when we left the IOM system and started using the CARE system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. My question, Minister, is probably to your Deputy Commissioner. You spoke about the successful completion rate of your youth diversion programs. How many of those young children or youth who have done that program have since spent a night in detention?
Sasha Dennis, Deputy Commissioner. Member for Gwadja, we're unable to provide you that information. That is not data that we're able to triangulate.
But you, again, the systems, one end would know that they're in and then another system would record that they've been in. Okay. So I just wanted to understand, you talked about your boot camp, and how long do your boot camps go for?
Member for Gwadja, they range between 3 to 5 days.
Okay. And what type of programs or activities would occur over those 3 days?
So it is dependent on a risk assessment undertaken with the young person and their family as to the appropriate boot camp that they participate in, and also the therapeutic supports that are involved by the provider. So we do an assessment. Then if a young person requires cultural assistance, healing, a more therapeutic approach, we will work with a provider who is focused on that, and we'll do those programs as such. If they require an intervention, such as alcohol and other drugs, then we would work with a DASA, for example, in Central Australia, who the young person would visit and do programs with. But then there is also, every young person participates in an employment program to identify a career that they may be interested in. That is dependent again on the local provider. They also participate in counselling program. They also do additional programs to do physical, mental and social wellbeing and strengthening that process. So, if, for example, if you are in Tennant Creek and you participated in the youth boot camp, that is with balanced choice, and the focus is on employment pathways, local employment pathways, and also through developing social emotional wellbeing programs in partnership with Anningi and the Languages Centre, and then local family programs.
So what's the flow on work? Because we expect adults to do long programs. 3 days is not going to change anyone's behaviours or attitudes. So a 3-day boot camp is not going to change anything. So what's the flow on of that?
I can answer that because they can do multiple boot camps. They do one for 3 or 5 days, and then these targeted intervention or training, and then I'll do another one. So you don't just do one and that's it. You continue to do boot camps, and they continue to have different skills as that targeted I spoke about earlier, to make sure that those boot camps that you do are targeted to what skills you need or what intervention you need in relation to that. So it's not just 3 days and you're done. It's like multiple boot camps, and they progress as they go down the line.
So do you have a de-identified account of an individual who's done that, or have they just done one boot camp?
Yeah, we have got that information.
Yeah, can I ask you to take that on notice?
What would you like to know?
Well, I want you saying that young people are doing multiple boot camps. Well, I want to know if that's actually true or if it's just being said by the department that that's happening. Do you record how many boot camps an individual does? Does it go on a case file?
Yes, it does. We have might have the information now.
Not on me for the multiple unique young people, but we can definitely source it.
Member for Gwadja, would you like to pose a question?
Yes.
Yep.
Member for Gwadja, can you restate the question?
Thank you. My question to the Minister is, I'd like to understand through a de-identified process of the last reporting period, how many young people have had boot camps for each individual?
The question is 3.7. Minister, do you accept the question?
We accept that, and we should be able to get information by end of day for you.
Thank you very much. Minister, how many children have been referred to youth diversion programs? Can I have that broken down, Minister, through sections 39, 65 and 83?
Yeah, would you get information for you, Member for Gwadja, or just...
Can I do a follow-up? I might say.
So the information you're after is, I just got to read on the right side here. The total, yeah. So section 39, 260. Section 39 and section 64 is 4. Section 64 is 52. Section 83 is 33. And there's also a non-applicable of 15, so there's a total of 380.
So just to be clear, Minister, non-applicable, can you provide me with the definition for why that's not applicable?
Yes, it's right there. Yeah. Okay. Closed duplicate did not get sentenced to MAP, or the charges were dismissed.
Okay. So under section 64, I just want to understand how many young children or youth have been found unsuitable under section 34 for diversion.
34 or 64?
Oh, what did I say?
34.
64.
64. So who were unsuccessful?
Yes.
None. None.
0. Thank you. And Minister, again, we're just talking about the programs. How many children have been involved with the Elders Visiting Program or the Indigenous Mentoring Program?
We'll just get the information for you.
What was that, sorry?
We're just getting it now. So there's been 8 visits.
8 visits. Thank you. And just following on from that, Minister, how many children have been sentenced to a skill or alternative detention order under the Youth Justice Act within the reporting period?
So you saying referring to by the court? Because if you're in the court and the court refer you to programs, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, what I'm asking is how many youth that have been in detention have then gone on to sentenced to a job or an alternative program?
6.
6, and that's to a job, not an alternative program? Yep, thank you.
So, Member for Gwadja, a sentence to a skill is sentenced to a program to learn a skill with that provider. It is not to a specific job. So, for example, in Central Australia, we work with CALIS, who work with the Southern Tanami Kudiji. The young people, and there has been 2 young people sentenced to a skill with that provider. They are there, and part of that program is to learn the skills of a ranger.
Okay.
And then they complete the period of time, and then they exit. It is not to a job, it's to learn the skills of that job. If they go on to acquire employment, even better outcome.
Okay. So just to help me understand in this space, over the reporting period, how many young people have been enrolled in a program and education?
Pass that to Sasha for the detail.
So, and I'm sorry, I'm facing Sasha because I know you're going to go to her anyway.
Member for Goyder, can I clarify, is this in youth detention?
Yes.
In youth detention. So in youth detention 25-26, there has been an increase of programs. All young people participate in programs. There is not an enrolment process. There are programs that are offered as part of the structured day. What I can share with you is in 2025-26, 4,153 separate episodes were offered to young people in detention by 58 providers. They range from art and music, cultural, social and emotional, criminogenic and so forth. In terms of education, what we provide is outside of the Department of Education and Training. We provide extracurricular educational opportunities, often through the leave of absence, where we take young people to the Palmerston Try a Trade, to the Flexible Learning Centre at Malac. In Alice Springs, we may do that at Alice Outcomes.
So I'm just picking up on what you said here, offered. So do you record the non-completion rate of young people in these programs?
That is correct. So there is a separation. We have the 4,153 activities, and then we also have the assessment, treatment and counselling programs. The activities, they may choose to participate, and we take participation rates, which is over 90% of young people participate in those programs. Of the internal assessment and counselling dedicated programs, I can provide you that information as well. So they are programs such as alcohol and other drugs. There's changing habits and reaching targets, but that is only for young people who are sentenced. So in 25-26, we provided 1,645 specific treatment rehabilitation focused programs for young people, and we do map completion rates. We have an 87% completion of those programs.
Okay. And some of the non-completion rates would be largely driven to staff shortages or a lockdown, or the young person unwilling or not wanting to participate?
It is the young person unwilling to participate, or the young person is released prior to completion of the program.
Right. And can I just confirm, of your boot camps, how many children per boot camp is there normally?
That may change, Member for Goyder. For the boot camps that we provide young people who are in youth detention, we take no more than 3 young people at a time, but it is dependent on the young people in the bail support facility, and also if there has been a referral from the courts. So just recently, not recently, I apologise, but for example in February, from the Yera House, there were 8 young people who participated in the youth boot camp program. In Alice Springs, there were 4 young people who participated in the youth boot camp program in April because of the assessment that was undertaken. So the numbers change depending on the cohort and the assessment.
Right, okay.
Follow up here.
Sorry, Member for Johnson, follow up?
Yeah, thank you. Follow up. Through the Minister, if you're not tracking what happens to kids after diversion, you haven't got the recidivism rates, how do you know whether any of this is actually working? And I guess more broadly, what's success looking like in the youth justice portfolio? And my final question to that is who's responsible for monitoring that?
I'll get Sasha to keep going.
Minister for Johnson, we are tracking. Member for Johnston. We are tracking the data. It is not a formal process, so we cannot use that information to contribute to the report on government services. We have a number of spreadsheets, so we do know if a young person has completed diversion and then they return into the youth detention centres, because the cohort that enters into a detention centre is quite small in the Northern Territory. So we manually track our young people, but we will not provide that information because we cannot verify it.
And so what is the measure of success for the department around these programs?
So for our measure for success for youth diversion is that a young person successfully completes the diversion based on the tier, and then we monitor to hopefully see that they do not reoffend. In terms of, to be clear, why we cannot share that, we aren't aware if a young person comes into police contact and receives a verbal or written diversion. That is a contact and it is offending, but we do not receive that information. So our intelligence is based off their contact with us when we become aware of that young person, which is why we do not provide the data externally. Our success rate is that we have 60% completion of young people in our diversion program. Currently, we are tracking at 55%. We also have for our bail support facilities that we have a 70% successful exit rate. At this time, we're at 60%. We're hoping to see that increase. We have some additional programs to introduce in Alice Springs to support the increase in completion rates. But we also have for our youth boot camps monitoring to see if a young person completes the camp, completes a successful exit from bail, and then we do not receive back into youth detention.
So through the chair, how many young people have been through the youth detention facility within the reporting period? I'm asking two questions here. One, as a young person.
269. 296.
69.
296.
Yep. 96.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And are those 296, do you have data that determines whether that might be the same person coming in multiple times?
No, that's unique.
Unique, no.
That's unique. So that's 296 different people over the reporting period. Okay, great. So I just want to ask you now, when it comes to youth, because we're on a roll, how many rotational lockdowns have occurred per accommodation block in Holt's Youth Justice Centre each month for the reporting period?
We'll get that information for you.
Thank you.
Can I follow up, please?
Sorry, what was that? We're just getting information now for the follow-up.
There's a lockdown time.
And then I'll go to a follow-up by the member for Casuarina, who's I missed.
Thank you.
On lockdowns?
Unscheduled. So the reporting period averaged 35.8 rotational lockdowns due to a range of factors such as unscheduled hospital escorts, unscheduled court appearances, last-minute court-ordered repatriations, and staff sickness and constraints.
So just to confirm, staff shortages are a part of the reason for those rotational lockdowns? Yes?
Staff sicknesses, yes.
Okay. So of those lockdowns, what's the average time off block? And by off block, I mean outside the accommodation block, not just outside the cell.
Two.
Thank you. Member for Goyja, the average period of a rotational lockdown is no longer than 45 minutes per day. Young people exit their cell and the structured day begins from 7 a.m. They may remain in their block because they have breakfast in their block. Then they shift to education. Education also has a structured day, and young people are not returned physically to their cell until 6:30 when we start a lockdown. We don't monitor specific time of a young person out of their cell because we use the blocks as part of their residential program and also where we deliver some of those counselling programs. But the rotational lockdowns are no longer than 45 minutes, and often that is so that our staff can take their staff breaks when we do not have sufficient staff due to those operational impacts.
Member for Gorja, I will go back to the member for Casuarina.
Well, is it on lockdowns?
I said I missed previously.
Oh, absolutely
and
ridiculous.
so I will go back to you, and then I'll come back to the member for Gorja.
Thank you, Chair.
Dorothy Dixon.
Minister, it's good to know that we have a stronger diversion pathways, expanded bail support and youth boot camps, preventing young people from progressing into the adult correction system. What I would like to know, if you can explain and provide the positive trends that you are seeing in youth behaviour and engagement?
I thank the member for Casuarina because I think the boot camp and the bail support is a very important part of the youth justice. We do want to break that cycle of reoffending, and we do know that some of these young offenders come from family backgrounds and communities which are lacking in some of that support. So the stronger diversion pathways and expanded bail support create an early intervention pathway that diverts young people away from the deeper system involvement. As I said at the beginning, if we can get these young offenders diverted into wraparound services and some programs and some help with their lives before they offend and get into the more serious offending, maybe we can change the way they think or the way they behave so they don't end up in custody. I think you've all heard stories where young offenders are in youth justice and then they go out and then they go into adult care and they just into that cycle. So what we want to do is break that cycle. And for boot camps, member for Casuarina, it's 25 to 26, 80 young people participated across 20 camps with 72 successful outcomes. So those figures by themselves, which is about a 90% success rate. This is about trying to get those young people to have those diversion programs, to learn what it is to get up in the morning, go away and do some fitness or have a structured day in their life to be able to come back, as Sasha spoke about, have that structure in your life, go to school. I've spoken to some of these young offenders. Going to school is the first time they've been to school on a regular occasion, and they go while they're in custody, which is
Point of order.
Is a shame, but we are working for
110 relevance. You've said this already before. This information's been spoken about.
Unless you want to expand about what air.
Excuse me, I'll let the Minister finish. Continue on. He's answering the question that was asked.
I'll keep going because... So in 25-26, 132 young people assessed bail support with, as I said, 5,400 bed nights. Some of these young offenders use this bail support facility because if the court's going to give them bail, the court have got a choice of remand him in custody or give someone bail. If that young offender hasn't got a safe place to go to, hasn't got those wraparound services, it leaves the court with very little, almost no choice but to remain in custody. And what we're trying to do in these programs is make sure that these young offenders have got somewhere they go so the court can say, we're going to give you conditions, and it may be reporting to the police Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It may be hang out with certain people or not hang out with certain people, depending on what the court order. But also, more importantly, where you're going to live, where you're going to stay to keep away from that trouble. Sometimes people hang out in groups and there's maybe a ringleader and someone gets caught up in the night, caught up in the event, and they end up in custody. So if we can break that cycle and give them somewhere to stay, which is this bail support, we are able to give the courts an alternative to custody. So what we don't want to do is just say the courts have got no choice, bang, you're in remand. You know, remand is the last point for us. We want to try and break that cycle. And this is where the bail support facilities come into play. Because whilst they're there, member for Casuarina, they can have some counselling. They can have those wraparound services to try and see what else can we do, what can we unpick to be able to make sure you don't end up in the next stage, which may be in custody by a court order, where there's no choice about bail, you're remanded in custody. Maybe you're sentenced because you committed a crime and you've been found guilty. So what we're trying to do is break that cycle and give these young people an opportunity to have those wraparound services early before they end up in custody, in either youth justice or into the adult prison. So it's really about giving those wraparound services to try and break that cycle and intervene early and give some of the young people some choices. Some of the young people that I've met through this job and from my previous job have never really had that structure, haven't really had that family support. Yeah. They go home and there's no food
we're not
in the
here
fridge.
For story time.
There's no support around home. There's no clean sheets. There's people. I know Mr. Mifagorda would like to hear this because he's really supportive of how we're supporting young people. And I'm giving you examples
I know, you've
of how
told
we
me
do
about
that.
7 times already.
So we are making sure, and the more they interject, the more I'll keep talking, so that I'm happy to keep going, because we're about trying to break that cycle. And I think if we can do this and offer those services, offer around those wraparound services, that is where the key to keeping those young people out of the court system and the correctional system as they get older.
Thank you, Minister. We'll move on to the next question. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I want to know how many young children in custody have neurological and neurodevelopmental impairments or disabilities as of the 31st of March 2026, and on average per day across the reporting period.
I'll pass that down to Sasha and see if we've got. If not, we'll have to take that on notice.
Deputy Commissioner for Youth Justice Community Corrections. Member for Goyja, on the 31st of March, there were 16 young people in youth detention who had a diagnosis. There were a large number of young people who were under assessment but did not have a diagnosis. So the answer is 16.
Okay. And that's 16. The ones that were under diagnosis, if they've left, then that's been cancelled and hasn't been completed.
It may not have been completed. So I can provide you the number of assessments that were referred external. So we undertake the assessments when they are in detention with us. If they are released, we do do a referral to an external provider. I can provide that to you under our programs. What we also do is follow up with the providers, Member for Goyja, if we do not receive the report back, and we monitor why we do not have those reports completed. So we referred 26 young people to an external provider to complete their assessment, and of that 26, 7 were not completed due to the matter either being cancelled in court and the report no longer required, or 3 they were unable to locate the young person. And then there was other, and that may be because of failure to participate or attend an appointment.
Okay, so just following on from that, how many young people, remanded or sentenced, how many were having these reports done, I guess is the main question, under the Section 67?
So the Section 67s, that's the only time that we actually do
it, right.
that report. So we received in 24, 25, 12 Section 67 reports from the court, and in 25, 26, 26.
26, okay. And what's the average time for a 67, I can't talk now, a 67 report to be completed?
So it is dependent if that is a new offender and there has not been any previous reports or collation across agencies, it can take up to 3 to 4 months. It is also around availability of providers, and there are not a large number of providers in the top end. In Central Australia, there is Congress, who is funded to prioritise young people in care who are also in the youth justice system. But in the top end, it is quite difficult to be able to have a provider complete the report. It is also difficult if the young person is released from detention, returns to a community such as Larger Manu because of travel time and so forth. So on average, it is 3 to 4 months.
3 to 4 months, right. And you've got a small facility in Alice Springs where Paperbark was. So majority of the people who need this screening are in the top end, and there's currently a bottleneck there because there's not the external providers to kind of do the 67 screening.
Member for Goyja, I will clarify, if a young person is from Alice Springs, they continue their assessment with Congress in Alice Springs.
Even if they're moved here?
That we return them often to complete that assessment, and we work very closely with Congress.
Right.
And the staff will come out and undertake that, or we will take the young person into the clinic to complete that assessment.
Thank you, Member for Goyja. And I know you did have the imprimatur of the Minister to talk directly to the Deputy Chief Minister, but I think every now and then you should refer back to the Minister and just...
Oh, I'm still giving him a look.
So the procedure is you normally come through me to the Minister.
Right,
so
okay. Through the Chair, Minister, I'm just wanting to understand, we're now talking about how we'll send children back to have those assessments and done. I just want to understand, what is the cost to transfer a young person from Alice Springs up here? Is it done by charter? Is it done by commercial flight? And I just want to understand, what is the cost for the flight, for the staff, for the incidentals?
Thank you. I'll pass to Sasha Dennis.
6.2.2.
As I said, if the minister gives you the imprimatur, that's fine, but we just got to reconfirm.
Was that good? Excellent. Oh, thank you.
Member for Goyja, I can provide you with the total amount for travel expenses. This is inclusive of the cost of the flight for the young person, costs of the youth justice officers escorting, incidentals such as travel allowance and so forth. So the total cost in the reporting period was 1.24 million. On average, we transfer 20 young people between the facilities per month.
20 people, and that could be for a Congress assessment.
That is correct.
Yeah, and
so we return them for court purposes. We also return them to ensure that assessments are completed.
Okay, thank you. Minister, just while we're talking about this repatriation and through care, how many young people from Central Australia and the Barkly have been held in the Holtz Youth Detention Centre in the last 12 months? And how many of this number on release, on bail, and finalised their matter by way of sentenced or not guilty?
Thank you, Member for Goyja, for the question. I'll pass to Sasha Dennis.
So in terms, Member for Goyja, of young people from the Barkly and Central Australia was your question. So from the Barkly in the reporting period, there were 140 admissions, of which there were 39 unique individuals. And in Central Australia, there were 285 admissions, of which 81 unique individuals.
Okay. So I'm wanting to just understand here, Minister, through the chair, how's that? For young people and for adults, what do you do when they are released? Are you still dropping people off at the...
Mr. Chair?
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, we seem to be getting into one of the outputs. Are we still on? Can you
No, it's
clarify, are
not.
we still
They've
on
talked
the-
about repatriation. Are you trying to shut me down?
I think the minister's taken the question, so I'll let it go.
Opening statement, not in outputs.
Yeah. I'm sure you're very capable. You know, you are the deputy leader. I just want to understand, when we're releasing a young person, whether they've served their time or whether they've been on remand, and I'll extend this for an adult as well. So it's to probably for two sections. So let's break it into two. Let's go to young people first and then older people. When a young person's released from a youth or mature person, how's that? So I just want to know, when a young person served their time or they've been held and then they've been released because they've been found not guilty or the charge has been withdrawn, what's the process?
Okay, we'll just find the information. Okay, we're ready to go.
Member for Goyja, when a young person is released from youth detention, if they are in Darwin but their residence is outside of the Greater Darwin region, we work with their defence lawyer on a repatriation plan or return to home. That will often include, if there is not appropriate transport due to the release date and time, they are accommodated at the Yira Bail Support Facility. So there is no overnight stays in detention. There is no hotel rooms. The young people are supervised and supported. There is contact with family, and then we will facilitate their return home. When they return home, there is contact made with the local provider if there is a youth diversion provider, because they do follow-up support and through care. We also advise the Department of Education that the young person is returning, and the school, the Tivendale School, will also do that work. We will also work with, if there is an ACPO, to advise that the young person may have been released, but if they have a good behaviour order or so forth, to assist with that community supervision. There is also contact made with the health services if the young person is on an NDIS plan, and we also advise the NDIS provider that the young person has been released. Where the young person is here in Darwin, we will do the exact same thing. Obviously, we don't need to facilitate the transportation. If the young person is under 14, a youth justice officer or an appropriate member of the youth justice workforce, such as our cultural mentors or case manager, if they're not under our supervision, will travel with the young person to support their return home. There are also funded providers in Central Australia who do additional work with us to support young people to return home and ensure that they have a dignity pack, they have sleeping items and so forth, or it may be that they fund mum and dad to be able to travel in to collect their young person if they live outside of Alice Springs.
Right. Minister, now I am conscious that we're still on the opening statement. We do have specific outputs around youth justice and all that stuff.
He's doing a good job.
You've been happy to take them on? Okay, I just want to confirm.
Yeah, I want to understand.
Can we move on to the outputs, maybe?
Oh, well, he's doing a good job right now.
We'll just go. We'll just take some time to go back and forth.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm happy if you're happy. You happy? Oh, that's good.
You make the choice. I'm happy to do it. Okay, Member for Gorja.
So we've got a question here.
Yes.
Now, of the process for, I'm paraphrasing.
Can you tell me the number? Which question number?
No, it's just in response to my question.
Yeah, I think the question is, we've just had to explain to us what happens when a young offender is released. Now we're going to have the same answer from a person from an adult.
Yep.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Minister. Member for Guadja, the process for adults continues to be varied. We have thousands of discharges a year. We do some planned repatriations, particularly to remote communities where we'll organise flights, accommodation and transfers. Sometimes that's escorted, sometimes it's not. Other times we arrange people to have public transport, bus delivery. We also have some minibuses that we fund and service through a couple of providers. And then, of course, people are able to make their own arrangements if they so choose. So we do provide a range of repatriation services. I don't have a lot of data for you right now because, as you can imagine, in the adult space, it's quite a lot of people.
So I'm just wanting to be clear, if an offender is being released, time served or remand, free to go, if they nominate they want to go to a particular location, is that part of the consideration, or does it have to be from where they were potentially arrested?
No, not at all. It would be usually either a place in which they've been ordered to reside at if they were subject to continuing orders, or their home location or community.
Okay. And does Northern Territory Correctional Services still drop people off at the Palmerston bus station?
Yes.
Yes. And how many have been dropped off over the reporting period?
I don't know the answer to your question, but it would be in the order of hundreds.
But you would have the data when you're releasing someone where they're going?
Yes, we do. The question would be, I would be able to tell you who was discharged to which locations on what dates, but as to whether or not we record their intended residence versus where they actually go to, I just need to check the question and I'd need to take that on notice. I guess what I'm saying is there are thousands of discharges. I'm trying not to mislead you, but yes, we tabulate data about where we think people are being released to, but of course if they are leaving of their own free will, then that's a matter for them.
I'd like that on notice, please, Chair.
Okay, Member for Guadja, could you please restate? Member for Guadja, can you please restate the question for the record?
Thank you. Minister, could you please provide a breakdown of where people leaving the Northern Territory Correctional Services facilities are being dropped off to or being sent to?
Is that just the Darwin one, or where you talk?
For Darwin and for Alice Springs.
Okay. The question has been allocated 3.8. Minister, are you happy to take the question as discussed?
Just that it's been Alice Springs is included now, so just information.
I'm happy to withdraw Alice Springs if that's easier for you.
Okay, we'll withdraw Alice Springs, yep.
Yep, okay. So what I'm asking is, how many people have been dropped off at the Palmerston bus station over the reporting period from the Northern Territory Correctional Services in Darwin?
Thank you, Member for Guadja. And just to clarify, that is a very specific question. The difference there is, yes, we can take that question on notice. If you're asking the locations that other people have been sent to, that's quite a different proposition because we wouldn't necessarily record all of that data if someone is time served.
Okay. Member Guadja, just to clarify again, can you restate the question exactly now?
Yes, I can. Minister, could you please provide a breakdown of how many people have been dropped off or released to the Palmerston bus station over the reporting period?
Question has been allocated 3.8. Minister, are you happy to take the question?
Happy to take that on. Yeah.
And following on from that, when an individual is dropped off, whether it's Alice Springs, Palmerston, Darwin, to a bus station to get on a bus, are they supervised until they get on that mode of transport?
I'll let the Commissioner answer that question.
Generally, the answer, Member for Guadja, is no, and that is because they've been released from custody, so they would be subject to either their own freedom or the recognizance of taking up a parole or a community corrections or court order, subject to them meeting those various conditions. So no, there's no requirement for us to supervise a person. That said, we sometimes do it. As I said earlier, we sometimes also support and escort prisoners who are released to various locations if we think there is a merit in us doing that to support them to engage with community corrections or comply with their parole order.
So just to be clear, when you're dropping someone off, how does that intersect with the through care that you're supposed to be providing them? So of the population that you're releasing, how many of those has Correctional Services managed to find secure accommodation for? Or is that not the role of Correctional Services?
Well, that again is another different question. So if I can step back a bit with your indulgence, Member for Guadja, the role of our rehabilitation and reintegration services and our case managers is to connect people exiting prison to the appropriate support services or essentially a life plan so that when they exit, they have a better chance at getting back on their feet and not reoffending. That's why we do what we do. Added to that, people can be released in a number of different ways, including, as we all know, to parole orders where they're subject to very stringent conditions ordered by the parole board. They could be subject to a suspended sentence or a court order or a community corrections order, or a range of different conditions whereby the prison would hand over essentially supervision of that person to the requisite community corrections office. Alongside that, then there are other support services that we engage with, such as community-based services like Narja Through Care. We also have our open house program with the Salvation Army. So that's an example of where people can exit custody and go to a supported living arrangement for a period of time. So I guess what I am trying to explain is because of the volume of people we engage with, there are multiple scenarios that could play out. But in many cases, particularly where people are subject to a continuing order of supervision, and community corrections do a great job with that, then yes, we do provide facilitated handover, if you like, of those individuals.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question while we're talking about
Member for
people being
Blaine,
released from
follow-up
custody.
question.
So, Minister, while we're talking about people being released from custody, I'm aware of a few businesses in Palmerston that are very eager to get into the Sentence to a Job program. So can I ask you, how are employment pathways like Ready to Work and expanded industry and skills programs operating from custody into community? And what evidence shows they're keeping people in work and out of prison?
I might pass to the Commissioner to answer that question.
Can you put your microphone on, please, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'll start by saying that we know that our education and employment programs is something we've been upgrading and building on over time, and this is why we launched our partnership with WorkSkill Australia to connect people exiting custody to real job opportunities and placement support with employers. Again, a model that we borrowed, Member for Blaine, from some learnings interstate. And we announced that earlier this year. But I can't talk about I can't talk about employment placement out of custody without explaining the overall context of industries and employment and education services in prisons, because we want to see people getting job-ready skills tickets and opportunities inside custody. We then, through their case management program, hope to be able to position and place them with employers ready to take on a supported employment arrangement with a person exiting custody when they leave, and that's why we've engaged with WorkSkill. So it's all part of a connected system, and I'm just pulling up a figure for you, but we know that, for example, inside the industries piece, we've had 1,700 prisoners employed over the reporting period. In the overall community support workspace, you heard earlier about the thousands of hours that we've contributed to the community. And then, of course, the work we're doing with WorkSkill, I think we already have had several hundred prisoners referred from inside our case management system to WorkSkill for potential placement. I guess the shout out I would give to businesses in the community is if you want to be part of that program, please connect with WorkSkill and the department, and we'd be happy to hear from you.
Thank you.
Member Johnson, follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of follow-ups. One is just in relation to release, going to release of children. First of all, what's the total amount spent transporting young people, including cost of staff, around the Northern Territory? So both on release, but also for other. I mean, you've out. Well, actually, first of all, sorry, can I just take that on release? What's the total cost?
I'll pass that question down to Sasha Dennis.
Thank you. Sorry. Thanks, Minister.
Member for Johnson, the total cost for travel expenses is 1.24 million for the reporting period. Of that, 20,000 was for repatriation, 192,000 were for detainee transfers. That's when the young person was returned due to needing to complete an assessment, as discussed with Member for Goyja, and the remaining costs were all for staff travel, the young person's flights and so forth, to return to be released.
So the repatriation is when someone's released and goes home?
That is correct.
Yeah. And does the department pay those costs for
That
all
is
young
correct.
people?
We do, unless the young person is in the care of the Chief Executive Officer with the Department of Children and Families.
Thank you. And we're just talking about through care plans. How many young people currently in detention have a current through care plan in place?
So currently for through care, we have, of the 50, there is 50 young people in detention as of today. Did you ask for the number for today?
Yeah,
Member for Johnson?
Yeah.
So there are 6 young people in Alice Springs. Of the 6 young people in Alice Springs, there are 3 with a current through care plan. And at Holtz, there are 44 young people. And of that, there are 31 with a current through care plan.
Thank you. And through the Minister, what's the departmental policy in terms of through care planning? Is it from the day they're admitted? Does it apply to young people on remand?
Sasha?
Yep. Member for Johnston, our procedure for a through care plan is that it commences as soon as we have contact with a young person. So if there is a young person who is admitted, we commence that process. A large majority of the young people who enter youth detention already have a through care plan that we will continue. We review and we continue. There is a 4-week period for that through care plan to be finalised. If a young person is released and goes to community youth justice supervision, our community youth justice officers continue that through care planning. If they are released and there is no statutory involvement, we do not continue any further work with that young person.
Thank you. So that includes young people on remand?
That is correct. All young people in bail facilities as well. And if they have been in a bail facility or on remand and they are released, then they do have a through care plan that at times will also be provided to providers if there is ongoing support.
Thank you. And today, how many young people in detention are on remand today?
Today on remand, $39 young people.
Thank you. And one final question on that. Are young people on remand able to access all the same therapeutic services and programs as young people who've been sentenced?
That is correct. They have access to all programs, but they cannot access CHART. CHART is only for young people who have been sentenced.
CHART is?
CHART, CHART, so changing habits and reaching targets. It is focused on criminogenic behaviours, and young people are only allowed to participate in the program once sentenced.
And just one final question in relation to Holtz. Is there currently a psychologist based at Holtz?
We have a senior psychologist. We also have 3 other psychologists, so there are 4.
Working out of Holtz?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Look, I think we might just take a short break. If we can all come back at 2:45.
Yeah.
And
then when we come back, I've got a question on prisoner employment following on from the member for Blaine.
various members. It's really going to be up to you. I know some members have very specific questions on specific outputs. Do you still want to continue on the opening statement and do it that way, or do you want to move on to the outputs?
I'm happy to continue opening statement if everyone else is. Everyone happy? I'm happy to continue on the opening statement.
Right.
It just means that we have to shuffle around a bit more, but if you're happy with that, we're
You're
happy.
good at shuffling, mate.
Yeah. Good at that.
Okay, well, that's, I've given you the option.
Thank you, but no, thank you, but we'll continue how we're going.
Okay, thank you. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you, Minister. I just wanted to ask, following on, the member for Blaine was talking about employment, and I just wanted to understand that less than 1% of the corrections budget is dedicated towards prisoner employment. Is that for a particular reason?
You're talking about the adult
Yes.
estate? All right, I might pass to the Commissioner to answer that question.
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I'm happy to answer the question, but I'm not sure about the 1% piece. Is there a particular figure that you can refer me to?
I'm just understanding your overall global budget for corrections. I can only see what I can see as potentially less than 1% allocated towards allowing the transition of that employment opportunity to happen.
Okay, thank you. I think you might, and just checking my BP3 papers, but I think you might be referring to the funding we provide to WorkSkill Australia as part of that grant model, because certainly our employment system is large and incorporates our industries and educational system as well. So happy to talk you through the scope and scale of that, but we have certainly funded this year WorkSkill Australia. I think it's I'll correct myself, $800,000 in their first year, growing to I think about 1.25 in the next year for employment placement programs.
Okay.
Can you explain that program and what it is? Because that's the one with the reintegration.
Microphone.
Sorry, that's the reintegration after they. So can you maybe explain a bit more about this? Because I really like this program. I think it's going to be a winner because it helps these offenders when they get out, give them an opportunity to have that care and support in that first year they've been released.
This is the Work Ready one.
Yes, correct.
Yes, Work Skills.
So Work Ready is the name of our program. WorkSkill is the name of a provider. They're a national provider who specialise in supported placements into employment, and we've implemented that program after learning from South Australian Correctional Services. And I do want to give a shout out to Deputy Commissioner Kim McKay, who this is his brainchild and he's unable to be here today, but he has done the work to design this program, particularly for the Northern Territory context. And a key part of this is a 2-year trial of a staged case management program to support offenders who are preparing for release and then after release for a period of up to 18 months. We're rolling that program out for prisoners both in Darwin and in Alice Springs from mid this year. And the idea is that that program will provide prisoners not only with a job match, but a safety net of services that link them to support and assistance to make sure that they can make a success of that new job. And as I said, it's got an 18-month wraparound service plan. And that links, of course, to our ability for people to enter into paid employment, as we know, not just about getting a job, but remaining supported by your employer to stay in that job, to manage the adaptation of exiting custody and becoming a productive employee. So that adds on to the work we've been doing with our work camps in Barclay and Datchler, of course, Berrima, and our future Catherine work camp as well.
So through the Chair, Minister, your Ready to Work program, I think you put a media press release out on the 26th of March about it, and you said it was for 350 people. So I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for the rest of the prison population? Because we are talking about in excess of 2,800 people.
This is a trial program. So what we're doing is assessing to see how it works and how it's suited for the Territory. Because as the Commissioner says, it is based off a South Australian program. And when I spoke to the provider, and I can't remember her name, but she was a very enthusiastic lady about how well it worked in South Australia, which is similar to Darwin, but not exactly the same. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that this program is a pilot program. And I can't remember where the 350 came from, but we're not offering it to everyone because it's a pilot program at the moment. And maybe the Commissioner can add a bit more to that. But I just want to emphasise it's a pilot program. It's designed to see if it works and make sure it has been adapted to the Northern Territory. And once that program or that trial period finishes, there will be a full assessment to work forward to see whether it continues or does it need to be tweaked or changed or managed differently to be able to get those outcomes. And remember, the outcome is when someone's out of custody and remember, they're being released, so there's no longer, you can't force someone to do anything. They're a free person. But what I think is they miss an opportunity to have some of those wraparound services, someone they can ring up or someone can go and check on them. So this program provides those services just to try and keep them back into a job or keep them on a job or keep them looking for a job, keep them motivated. Because, again, in my view, and I could be wrong by the experts, that first year is very difficult sometimes to reintegrate, back into the community, go back into your own community and your family to be able to make sure that you don't stray down the path where you were before. So this program helps them with that, and it's a pilot program, so that's where that 350 would come from. It's not available to everyone because we're just programming. Commissioner, is that accurate?
That's right, Minister. And just to add, Member for Gwadger, it is early days. As at 31 March, and I'd suggest the number behind now, of course, we've had 165 individuals referred internally to that program, and those people undergo, obviously, job readiness assessments and planning for their release. And then, if they're successfully placed, they can access that employment support when they exit. Obviously, as I mentioned before in my answer for the member for Blaine, we need employers to sign up for that program as well. And if people Google the program, you'll be able to see how employers can sign up and participate. I do want to make the point, though, and to your question, 165 is a good start, but it's not the totality of our system because our system is based on our internal industries, our work parties, of course, our paid and volunteer employment programs that already exist in the prisons. And on any given year, and I think this year, if I'm right, I think the number was about 1,749 people engaged in internal industries. I should say a combination of internal industries, paid and volunteer employment. And that's separate again to the CSWP work.
Yep. So while we're talking about employment, can you just confirm for me how many frontline correctional workers are currently employed?
Thank you. We'll pass that down the line. No, I can do that.
The Commissioner can do that for you.
Borrow that. Sorry. I've got too many pieces of paper. I knew you'd ask me this question, Member for Gwadger, so as always, you know that I like my data. So as of today, or what I call today, which is most recent pay period, we have 847 correctional officers employed in the department.
Okay, and what's your vacancy rate as of the 31st of March 2026?
So to answer that question, I'll go back to the estimates number. So at the 31st of March, we had 825 officers employed against a budgeted establishment of 838. So the variance there was, if my maths is right, 13. But as I've said today, our headcount is 847 because we've continued to recruit in that intervening time. The answer to that at the moment is I don't have vacancies in terms of my establishment, but what that does not show is what I intend to grow to in the year ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to understand what are the current operational staffing minimum standards for Darwin and Alice Springs and Birrama?
It's a very interesting question because that is subject to our current negotiations with our union representatives, and it's work that we have been doing intensively over the last 2 or 3 months to work towards finalisation of our enterprise bargaining agreement or dispute, depending on which way you look at it.
So I'm just wondering, should we go down this path considering it is in a dispute in relation to staffing?
Well, that's your call. You're the minister. You can say no to me if you want.
Okay, we'll answer.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Guadja, the operating models that currently exist for our prisons prescribe around 629 correctional officer posts within that roster. It does not include factoring in relief and CBU 20F, which you might recall. We've just shut that site down, so we're calculating off 629. We've then done new work to negotiate a model for a full establishment of Berrima, which would move us to an establishment of Berrima at 192 officers plus relief. So again, as our roster model builds out and our employment model grows and we establish Berrima at full capacity and we establish Alice Springs Women's Correctional Centre at full capacity, we will head somewhere to the vicinity north of 900 correctional officers.
Right, and over the reporting period, have those models been breached?
Well, that's a subjective question. So we say we try not to breach them, we don't breach them, but the union did take me to task on a couple of occasions, and we've been in dispute on a couple of those occasions.
Right, and how often would there be a vacancy for a shift currently?
That's a very different question. So, and that is something that we've been working hard to address through the development of new roster models. The answer to your question is most days. And this has been a perennial problem for corrections. And as I can demonstrate through our numbers, if you look at the growth in our workforce over the last couple of years, we have net grown our workforce by some 30%. The challenge I face is sustaining a full operating model to maximum optimum capacity every day of the week, and that's because of staff leave, staff absence, and of course rosters. That's a continuing piece of the dispute that we're working on with the union, and it's one that I'm committed to resolving.
So over the reporting period, how many resignations have there been?
Just give me a moment, please. Have the exact separation data. Member for Guadja, I can tell you that my separation rate for custodial operations over the reporting period, in fact, no, I'm sorry, until the last pay at 4 June, was 6.7%. So if we multiply, I'd have to check the exact number for you, but it's in the order of 7%.
So that's about 130.
Can I ask a follow-up question on this line of questioning?
Member for Blaine, follow-up question.
I'm sorry, I just haven't had that confirmed yet.
Sorry, okay, after this answer, I'll go to member.
Yep.
Just under 7%, which would almost equate to like 130 something.
That's about 56 to 60 separations, member for Guadja.
In the reporting period?
No, that's from 1 July to 4 June.
Okay, so that you anticipate there'd be more if it was the reporting period?
No, it'd be less because the reporting period would be 31 May, so I'm trying to give the committee the most current data, and the workforce data is something I monitor exceptionally closely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Member for Blaine, follow-up question.
Thank you. All right. So we all appreciate that we need as many correctional officers as we can to match the need coming from the justice system, and retention is also a key factor. Minister, can you update us, the committee, on the actual correctional officer recruitment and retention gains and how they're improving safety and rehabilitation in our facilities?
Yeah, thanks
for good Dorothy Dixon.
That is a great question. I'll talk a bit about the G4S, what we've done in relation to that and what they do, and then I'll pass to the Commissioner to talk about that. G4S is a private company that's come in to help us facilitate the numbers. What their role is they do prison transports, they do some hospital sits. To explain that, a hospital sit is when if a prisoner has to go to hospital for medical treatment, 2 officers have to go with that person and sit with that person whilst that person is getting treatment, and that can be from 1 day to 1 week or 1 month. So G4S are helping with that. They also sit in the courts, and they're doing it here in the local court and also in the Alice Springs local court, which allows the qualified correctional officers to go back into the prison system, and what we say or call is behind the wire, where they offer the services as the training services, the staffing numbers sitting there to make sure that the behind the wire is secure, and the G4S manage the incidentals outside the wire in relation to transfer. So what we've done is that gives us more staff. So we'll get you some numbers in relation to actual correction officers soon, but you've got to have in the back of your mind that the G4S organisation offer the service to be able to help us and allow us to have more staff in behind the wire. So what I'm saying is I think the G4S and also the correction recruitment, which I go to, the recruitment officers, allows for a bigger prison estate. Even though they might not be correctional officers per se, the G4S and the correctional officers do a wonderful job because it is a very challenging job dealing with some very violent people, some people who've been there a while, some people who haven't been there for a while. So it's really about making sure our prison's safe. And I'll pass to the Commissioner to give some numbers about the
And I've got
stuff.
a follow-on question for G4S.
Thank you. I've forgotten which member I'm addressing. Member for Blaine, all of you, committee members, thank you.
Boring one.
We have, over the reporting period, recruited 157 new correctional officers to 31 March. I think that number, I'm sorry, it was 103 to 31 March. It's 157 to most recent year to date. My apologies. And that is a mix of what we call our trainee correctional officers and also experienced correctional officers, which are lateral recruits from other jurisdictions.
I'll go to the member for Johnston, then I'll go back to the member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is actually on behalf of the member for Mooka, of whom I have many questions, which apologies to the member for Mooka, I don't think we'll get to today. But just follow up on G4S, how many G4S people are currently employed in correction centres, and what are the total costs of that? And the second question I have, I'll ask them both at once, is who do complaints about G4S go to?
Okay, so to answer the first bit of your question, there's no G4S staff in correctional centres. G4S staff are at the courts and doing court sits. G4S staff do transfers, which is from the prison to the court and back, and also from some watch houses to the court and back, and also some hospital sits, which is I explained, where if a prisoner needs to go to hospital, G4S will take them to hospital and sit with them whilst they undergo their medical treatment. So that's the first bit of your question, and I'll go over to the Commissioner to talk about the exact details of that, of how that works.
Thank you. So specifically, I'm interested, or the member is interested in the costs and where complaints about G4S staff go.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. The G4S program is a really important and integral part of our network now. And I say G4S because that is the contracted provider we currently have on deck. I should note that there is a procurement out for a long-term contract, and that decision has not yet been made. So I need to be clear in saying that the G4S program is the current provider. That partnership occurred and commenced from February 2025, and it started out with a rotational workforce from interstate. It's gradually grown with over 100 special correctional officers now employed by G4S locally, and that has allowed us to release correctional officers and police officers to primary duties in either correctional centres or police work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, two very specific questions. What's the total cost and who do complaints go to?
And I can answer both of those. Member for Johnston,
I'm just mindful of time. So
thank you for your patience. The total cost to the reporting period is $13.84 million, and that is broken down in a number of different ways, but the primary cost of that, of course, is the wages and contract management costs, including establishment costs of our own to set up the program. So $13.84 million, which is around about, we estimate, a full year effect of about $15 million. And I think to answer your second question is if there are complaints about the work of G4S, then obviously either they could be made to me and we deal with that contractually, but they can also be made to any other oversight integrity body in the territory because they are an extension of us and our service, and they are special correctional officers under the Act, so they would fall under the jurisdiction of oversight bodies in the territory.
Thank you.
So just the G4S question, just wanting to know, has the department considered or looked at the expansion of G4S to any other services within Northern Territory Correctional Services?
The short answer to that is no. We have, member for Guadja, a tender that's now closed. The best way I can answer your question is we are positioning that contract for the long-term delivery of prisoner escort and transportation services, including courts across the Northern Territory, potentially including other courts beyond where we are now. And we've had those discussions with the Attorney General's Department and courts themselves. And there's a future option for police to draw down on that service should they wish to, but certainly at this time they've not indicated that they want to.
Right. And will there be an investigation, and will it be done by correctional services into G4S's failure to maintain a prisoner in a courtroom?
The short answer is, and might I just comment on that question, the escape that occurred last week is under investigation. It is being done both by G4S and Corrections, and I've allocated a Chief Superintendent to do that inquiry as we speak, and that investigation is underway. I would note, and without premising the outcome of that inquiry, my primary concern around that particular escape is a failure of infrastructure. And this is something that I've been looking at for some time now, because ultimately I am responsible for the custody of those prisoners in courts. However, I am not responsible for the infrastructure of courts. And so we are doing work with the Attorney General's Department and the courts to review the design of docks in the local court. That project is underway, and I expect to see designs for that by the end of June, July. And hopefully we would move to a constructed, better improved, modernised dock system that would mean people simply can't jump the barrier.
And just to be clear, the investigation that you're talking about is a joint investigation with G4S or two separate?
It's two separate ones, member for Guadja. And we do investigations and critical incident reviews for all escapes and absconds. This one, of course, G4S do their own review as they are contractually required to do, and we do our own one independently. And the Chief Superintendent that I have allocated to that task has recently joined us from South Australia, so he's entirely able to do that investigation and has a series of specialist qualifications in the field.
And so how many people have escaped from Correctional Services custody within the reporting period? And I'll apply some clarification for adults and youth.
Okay, we'll get the information. So 4 for youth?
4?
4, yep. And for adults, we'll get that for you right now.
Thank you.
I have a brief, I just can't find it.
This is us going back and forth.
That's all right, you got 20 minutes.
Burning up your time. Okay.
Thank you for your patience, member for Guadja. And what I've just learned is I should be deferring to my other Deputy Commissioner, Kate Chambers, who has studied hard for this. And I've given all of the spotlight to Deputy Commissioner Dennis, so I'm going to hand to Deputy Commissioner Chambers because she's been waiting patiently all day.
That'll make it good.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Member. Deputy Commissioner Kate Chambers. 14 absconds and 1 escape is the figures.
So 14 absconds and 1 escape. And are you able to give me a breakdown of what region?
Yes, I am. Those relate to Barclay Work Camp, Datchula Work Camp, Alice Springs Correctional Centre and a road transport.
Okay, and do you have the numbers?
Hang on, Member Guadja. Member Casuarina has been trying to get a follow-up question on G4S.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very interested about the corrections and G4 partnership. So if you can update me on the partnership between corrections and G4S, and if it's strengthening our frontline services.
We've had this.
Thank you for that question, Member for Casuarina. The short answer is yes. It's strengthening the partnership because what it does, and I will make it short, so give you some more time. I won't spend more than 20 minutes on this.
That's all right. We know you're outsourcing it, so
So we've just got some for the youth escapes, 3 in Alice and 1 in Darwin.
3 in Alice, 1 in Darwin. Thank you.
So the G4S is strengthening by allowing the officers to go in behind the wire, and G4S can do those sits. So they work hand in hand together to strengthen the entire corrections estate. So this is a good idea. Do you talk about the money as well, or just want to know how they work together?
Explain how it's strengthening effectively.
Yeah, okay.
You could just ask in a caucus meeting.
Yeah. So they have been, in relation to the Darwin Local Court cell management, 1,237 transfers. There's been from Darwin to secure prisoner escorts and transport from Katherine, 7,358. Alice Springs Local Court and through Alice Springs, there's been 359 DCO prisoners and 1,138 police prisoners. So that gives you an idea of the numbers of the work they're doing that wouldn't have to be able to do by the correction officers. And so those correctional officers, whilst they're not doing those transfers, can be back offering the rehabilitation, the training, working in the industry. So that's how it's working together, strengthening. So I will leave it there because I know there's some more questions.
Member for Johnson, you had a follow-up.
It's not a follow-up, actually. I'm going to move to still under the opening statement, but a different area. Thank you. Minister, in the reporting period, have any women been kept in men's prisons?
Well, no, they're not. But for example, we've had a restructure in relation to the women's Sector 11, which is out the front of the Holtz prison, has been reworked. That was a low security prison, and now that's been reworked for a women's prison. I think 78 prisoners. Is that right?
38 today.
38 today. But there's room for the women into that. So what we've done, Member for Johnson, is unlike the previous government who left them in behind the wire and I've been through and I walked and they were getting catcalled and harassed. So what we're doing is moving the women out from behind the wire. And the same thing is done in Alice Springs as well, where we move the women from behind the wire out to a separate facility, which is still a secure facility because, these women are still prisoners, to be able to make sure that they're their own separate area. So when you're talking men's prison, I suppose Sector 11 was previously a men's prison, but it was vacated, it was reworked, renovated, and then the women were moved in. So does that answer your question?
Mainly, Minister. Where did you put women suffering mental health distress in Alice Springs, given the women's prison there had no mental health or high dependency unit?
I'll pass to the Commissioner to give you that exact detail.
I think it's important to clarify, Member for Johnson, neither Darwin or Alice Springs women's prisons had a dedicated special needs unit for women. And this is something that we want to fix. That's exactly why I want to see purpose-built women's facilities. So, excuse me, the needs for women's mental health and special needs are managed inside their existing sectors or in community-based treatment centres such as hospital or special clinics. Most often, though, it's dealt with inside custody using our specialist forensic clinical services, either in corrections staffing or obviously in our partnership with Department of Health.
So just to clarify the specific question, were any women in Alice Springs kept in the men's prison at any point?
If you talk about previously before we come to office, the women were inside behind the wire in a separate area. So that is
sorry, talking specifically in relation to women who not behind the wire, actually in the men's prison? The answer may be no, I don't know.
No, so the answer to that is on a rare occasion, and there is a very special reason for that, and that is if they are held at risk in the Alice Springs prison. The at-risk cells are in the men's facility as they are in Darwin. So depending on the nature of the woman's needs, there is a possibility that a woman could be held in a sector of the prison that is largely occupied by men, but they are always kept separate.
Thank
I just
you.
want to be really clear.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry. I've got a question to notice 3.7 when it talks about undertake to de-identify process how many boot camps have unique offenders. So 3.7.
Thank you, Minister.
The total number of unique prisoners is 15. Repeats with the same provider is 6. Repeats with different providers is 9. Sorry about that.
That's
Member
okay.
for Johnson.
Thank you. And just a second question, Minister. The Chief Minister stated very clearly that offenders will be housed according to their sex assigned at birth. How does the department intend to guarantee the safety of transgender women who are housed in male correctional facilities?
Well, I think the Chief Minister put the nail on the head. They will be housed in prison assigned to their sex.
In the reporting period, has the gender and intersex treatment of prisoners directive changed?
Yes.
Yeah. On what date was it changed?
Was it before?
It was around about October.
In October last year?
Could you provide a copy of that to this committee?
No, I couldn't.
Because?
Because I don't have one.
Could you take that on notice?
We can take that on notice, yep.
Thank you.
Member for Johnson, would you please restate the question for the record?
Please provide a copy of the Gender and Intersex Treatment of Prisoners Directive, including the date that it was changed.
It's been allocated question 3.9. Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Can we add a little bit to it as well?
Member for Johnson, just to assist you, the directive requires a general manager to identify any case where a prisoner is received who may seek to be placed in a, I'm trying to choose my words here carefully, in a facility that is different to their sex assigned at birth, so they may have a different gender identity. If that is to occur, first thing is that the prisoner is held on separation for their own protection for a period of, I think, 7 odd days whilst that assessment is carried out. We then engage the appropriate services, and I'll look at that. The directive ultimately requires me to make a decision about the placement of that person. And to this point, since that directive has been changed, I've had no cases presented to me where I've made any such decision.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you. One final question. The prison numbers have gone up over the reporting period. The health budget for prison has gone down, according to the budget papers. Who's paying for healthcare in prison? Presumably the costs have increased if prisoner numbers have increased.
I can explain that. Health we're managing the budget previously. There's been a change now where the prison corrections are going to take over the health budget and managing the health budget. So that's where the change comes from. Previously, I think the health had a line of $18 million, but it was costing more than that. And they couldn't say exactly how much more it was costing. So what we have done is we've added an extra 20 million to that. So we are now in the process of working out what it actually costs to run the health industries inside health. So the change is that health were running it previously. They couldn't give us an exact cost. So what we've done is we've given it the 20 million and health transferred an additional 18 million across. So that's where those figures come from. I'll let the Commissioner explain a bit more, but in a nutshell, That's why there's a difference in the health budget, because it's transition, and now we're effectively working out exactly what it costs because health couldn't provide that. So we are now working out what is best bang for buck in relation to making sure the prisoners have got a health system that's suitable, but also making sure that we don't overspend taxpayers' money. We're trying to get that balance right to keep everyone safe, especially the prisoners. When they need access to a health system, they need to be able to access those systems. Does that answer your question, or do you want more information?
Member for Gorger?
Yeah, look, I just wanted to, in terms of health, how many children have been placed at risk during the reporting period?
So how many young offenders? I'll pass that over to Sasha.
Thank you.
Member for Goyja, in the reporting period, the number of young people placed at risk in Darwin were 8 and in Alice Springs 0.
8 and 0, thank you. And in terms of the health, you're talking about you've taken it over from NT Health. Will it stay an NT Health service, or will you look at bringing in an external provider?
I'll let the Commissioner answer that, because we're looking at the health, how it's managed completely, but I'll let the Commissioner give you some more detail.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Gwadja, my intention is that it will stay at NT Health. What the Minister has asked me to do is a review of what the appropriate in-custody health model should be and how to properly cost baseline that and how to design an appropriate governance model. And that's why the $38 million, I'll expect that to change over the forward estimates. But ultimately, we all believe, and I've spoken to the CEO of Health about this, that the best model remains an integrated model with the Department of Health. But I would like to see more robust governance mechanisms around the partnership.
Yep. And can I just ask, what is the maximum time people have been held at the Darwin Transitional Corrections Centre, and what's the criteria used to determine that?
Yes.
I'll pass to the Commissioner to talk about that.
Thank you.
The maximum time I think someone's been held at the Darwin Transitional Custody Centre, and this has been operating since I think late December last year, is no longer than 4 weeks, but we have now changed that model, Member for Gwadja, and we are reducing it substantially to no more, I think, than 7 to 14 days. The reason we're doing that is, firstly, it's not a long-term facility where we want people to stay. It's meant to be and will be a facility that supports the court operations in terms of intakes, rotational appearances, and lodgements back to the main prisons.
So, what?
Remember, police are also using that as well as a watch house.
As a watch house, yep. Okay. So, just to that point, in terms of DTCC, how many people have been held there in the past 12 months?
Member for Gwadja, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the reporting period. But as an example, I could tell you earlier this week there was 0 in there. Today, I think there was 17.
Great. I'd appreciate that on notice through the chair.
Member for Gwadja, please restate the question for the record.
Okay. How many people have been held in the Darwin Transitional Correction Centre in the past 12 months, and what's the average and mean length of stay?
So you're talking...
The question is allocated 3.10.
You're talking corrections prisoners, or can we know the police use it for a watch house?
Corrections.
Just corrections.
Just corrections.
So I'll say again, the question is allocated 3.10. Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, we do.
And I know we're mindful of time, but I really know you really want to talk about infrastructure. So I'm going to ask you a question about infrastructure.
You left your run a bit late.
Well, I know. See how quick you can get it out. There's $6 million in the budget allocated for corrections infrastructure master plan. Could you just talk us through what that's for, and also are there any plans to build a new prison in the Territory?
Okay, I'll start by answering the second part. Yes, there is plans to build a new prison. We went to the election of building a new men's prison, a new female prison, a workers' camp at Holtz, and also a workers' camp at Catherine.
Yep.
Also, part of the master plan is the bail support facility in Alice Springs, along with a transfer intake facility in Alice Springs, which will allow the previous youth facility to use as a women's prison. So that's a shuffle of people to be able to get as the member for Johnson says, get those ladies out from behind the wire into a separate secure facility. Still have an area where I think up to 8 youths will be able to be housed in Alice Springs in a secure facility, along with the bail support. And also in Darwin, we're planning, as per our master plan talks about, and our plan for the CLP is we're going to transition out of Berrima, and Holtz is going to be the area where we house our detention estate, and that's going to be, we know the youth justice is already there, we know that the prison is already there, so we are planning to build new prisons there, but we're in the planning process, and I know that there was some money, just under 13 million I think it was, or 15 million, to be able to start the planning for looking at what a new prison, would look like at Holtz.
Okay, so can I just be clear in your response, when you talk about a remand facility in Alice Springs, for children or for adults?
For children.
Okay.
An intake facility where, for example, if a court orders an assessment, instead of flying a young offender to Darwin for one night or two nights, and they need an assessment in Alice Springs, they'll be able to stay in Alice Springs, and then they'll be able to go back to the court in 1 or 2 days' time.
Yeah, and obviously through your master plan, you will identify that a new prison would cost in excess of $1 billion. Are you talking about building a prison to the capacity of 500, 800, 1,200?
That's the work we're doing at the moment, and that's where the money that we've allocated into to work out what do we need, exactly where would it be located. I know there's a lot of land around Holt, but what infrastructure is already there in relation to power, water.
Sure.
So that's where that work's been done. We want to make sure that we get this project right. We don't want another shiplift project, which is done bit by bit.
So that's 13 million. Is that 13
million
million part of that 6 million, or that's different?
Member for Guadru,
Of 13 million, yeah. Sorry. Yep, go on.
Please.
It's all right.
I'm trying to get your answers out.
I love talking about infrastructure, Member for Guadru.
I know you do.
It's been a success story for corrections, as you rightly note. I'm not sure about the 6 million you're referring to, but the third. Oh, that was. I don't think so. So the short answer is it's a lot more than 6 million, Member for Guadru. We've been investing in lots of different facilities as part of the master plan. There is 6.8 million marked for the Alice Springs Women's Correctional Centre works and upgrades. That might be what you're referring to. Equally, the government has announced the construction of the new work camp to be built at Holtz over the next couple of years on the existing PPP site. We're also establishing the Catherine Work Camp program, which was, I think, announced in the press today, a $5.7 million stage 1 upgrade contract to a local firm. So I'm not sure if that's the 6 million, but there are multiple pieces of the puzzle, Member for Guadru, and my ambition with this government support has been to ensure that we've got a future state system able to manage the needs of the territory and exit Berrima in a few years' time.
Yep. So, Minister, you're talking about these plans. Once this master plan is done, I acknowledge security concerns, but will a general overview be made public around the future projections and growth?
Yes.
I'm going to be nice. I think someone down this end wants one question.
I just had a follow-up questions after Member Johnston. If the Minister can outline the initiative and improvements made to improve the management, accommodation and rehabilitative outcomes for women in custody.
Okay, well, like I explained earlier, what we're doing in relation to is we've moved the women from behind the wire. For example, at Holtz, where I walked down and visited the women there, you walk down past the maximum security area and I could hear wolf calling and whistling and yelling out. So we're moving the women out of that into a Sector 11, which is out the front, which is a dedicated area to be able to host more rehabilitation programs and training programs dedicated for women. They, I understand, have a different need than men. So what we're trying to do is have those women in a separate area, because previously they had to walk up this little corridor, I suppose you could call it, up to the transfer centre inside the Holtz, and that's again we're getting yelled at and getting called names. So we're really making sure that the women are focused in their own area to be able to have that training which is unique to them.
And Minister, if I could just add, Mr. Chair, the Minister is referring not only to the better environment but to a safer environment, and our early data shows we think an 80% reduction in behavioural incidents in the new Alice Springs Women's Centre compared to the old H block inside the main jail. And we attribute that based on advice from officers on the ground telling us that the women are feeling much more settled, safe and secure in their own facility. And that's a good outcome, not just for them, but for the safety of our officers.
Thank you. And I just want to put on the record that we stayed on the opening statement for the whole session. That was done with the consensus of the Shadow Minister, the Minister and the crossbench. So I believe that was okay. So on behalf of the committee, so this now concludes consideration of the Department of Corrections. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the Minister for appearing today and the officers who provide advice to the Minister. Would you like any further?
Yes, I would like to say a few words. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. I've been here most of the day, so Corrections have done a wonderful job, and I think Secretary Janice deserves a drink or a coffee tonight. She's answered lots of questions, and I think from this side of the table, everyone's tried to answer the questions honestly, openly, and provide you as much information as we can. We're here to try and work together as a team because I think we're all here in the Territory for the same reason of trying to get the Territory a better place. We might have different ideas how to get there, but I think we're all working for the benefit of the Territory. And like I said at the beginning, I want to thank everyone here today, and especially the staff who aren't here today, who are behind the scenes, who put all this work together. It's a pile of paperwork, and they've done a great job.
Thank you, Minister. The committee will take a short break and resume at 4 p.m. with questions of the Minister for People, Sport and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you.